Guru speak the mantra of gratitude, and I invite the session moderator, Mr. Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing, India Today Group, on the stage to introduce the speaker.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear? This on? Yeah. Can you hear me? No. Not on? Check. Good morning, everyone. And what better way to start this beautiful morning with a session on meditation from Padma Bhushan Daji. Am I right? That's the way you say it, which means Chacha in Gujarati?
Or means Chacha.
Okay.
Father's younger brother.
With your actual name, Kamlesh D. Patel, who's also president of the Sri Ramchandra Mission, based currently at the headquarters in Hyderabad. So welcome, Daji, to this wonderful session. And let me begin by, I was very struck by the fact that you trained as a pharmacist.
Yes, sir.
Then you went to New York, married and went to New York. There you set up a flourishing pharmacist business or pharmaceutical business.
Yes, sir.
Sired 2 sons.
Correct.
Who now look after the business.
Correct.
At the mid-40s, you gave up all that, came to India, and went into meditation and spiritualism. Was there an awakening? Is enlightenment immediate? Suddenly you feel, I've lived this life normally for 45 years, all of us have done that, and I just want to give up everything and go. Is that what happened to you?
No, I haven't given up anything. In fact, I have integrated spirituality in my materialistic life, and I embraced spirituality when I was almost 18 and a half years of age during my college years.
So why didn't you just say, okay, let me have an early start. Why do all this? Go there, earn money, have children, and come back.
I didn't know I was to become the master of the system then. See? It was all under preparation, and preparations are necessary. Having completed my studies, I went to US, started business there, and practiced spirituality intensely. At the same time, I was running well-earning business, other businesses in New York and New Jersey. And then sometime in 2011, I was surprised by a guru's desire. He says, you have to take up the work of spiritual rejuvenation throughout the globe, and I appoint you as my successor. That came as a surprise.
You didn't ask him why?
No. And
why me?
that question arises now. Why me? And because I'm also in search of my successor now.
Oh, okay.
So,
any volunteers here? Or you choose?
And one has to fly with both the wings as far as this system is concerned, that you cannot lead a materialistic life exclusively. That will disable you at a spiritual level. And if you go into spirituality also so much, you are unproductive to the society and for yourself and your family. So like a bird flies with 2 wings, human life has to be carried on with 2 successful wings of life, material and spiritual. They have to be integrated.
So for someone like you who straddles, I would gather, both worlds, there is a materialistic world that you still have one leg on, a spiritual world that you put a bigger leg or larger foot forward. What are the key things that you would say for people like us? What is it that we need to do? Do we look upon ourselves as unsuccessful because we haven't transcended some of the things that you have? Or what are the 3 or 4 things that you would say? The truths, let's call it.
You don't have to transcend anything at all. Things happen. When you are, let us say you take a flight.
Right.
When you take a flight, what happens? Are you still on the earth? You have moved on.
Yeah.
While embracing a spiritual life, it's a mental, it's a heartfelt inner experience. Like you shake a hand of someone, you are doing transaction in the bank, you are making a business deal, you are at home with your spouse, you're playing around with your children, you're learning something new. At the same time, nothing is taking your heart and mind away from the inner connect. I can always be thinking, I can always be in remembrance of my divine essence. While dealing with all these hustles and bustles of the world, you will be smiling from inside and you will be going through these waves each moment.
Now, we are not that enlightened. When you use words like divine essence, how do I differentiate between me and that divine essence? Is that a different person? Is it me? I mean, this is a little...
It depends who this me is talking. Because there are many levels of me that exist. At the physical level, what we are. At the mental level, it's a different world altogether. At the heart level, it's a different world altogether. Simple thing like when I say, I thank you, versus I appreciate, versus I'm so grateful. These are all words. There's a big difference. And when I say, I have immense gratitude in my heart for you. And when you have gratitude, you don't speak at all. It is a silent heart that simply resonates with the heart of the person whom you appreciate, towards whom you are thankful, towards whom you are grateful. So the gratitude kicks in. Now, is gratitude a divine quality, human quality, or animal quality? But they all different. The appreciation versus gratefulness versus thankfulness versus gratitude and utter silent gratitude. They are all different levels from the same person. I can be a different person at different times. Suppose I am angry, right? Oh, that represents my animalistic nature. When I am so compassionate and say I withhold my anger and I feel sorry for the other person, and I have more compassion. It's the same energy. You know, energy can never be destroyed. It's a proven scientific fact. Energy manifesting in the form of anger can be translated or changed, mutated into compassion. So many people, they ask, how to change my angry nature? So try to play games in your own life and see how you have to fake your anger at moments to make it more compassionate. Try it out like a drama.
That's the drama of life. But you use the word heart quite often. And you've written a book on heartfulness.
Gee.
What's heartfulness?
Doing things with all your heart. Joyfully. Things you don't like, just say, okay, I will not do this. Suppose when you have to marry someone, right?
Just 1 second, sir. Apparently your voice is... can you... Is that okay?
I'm fine.
He hold it? He has a... you haven't...
Okay, we are back in business.
Is that... Now for the heartfulness.
Suppose you have to propose someone, I want to marry you. Will it be a heartful affair? Or you're just saying, hey, I want to marry you, come on. So there is a big difference in the same statement. Or if you are in Afghanistan, you go on your horse, abduct a person and say, I'm going to marry you now. See? So there's a big difference. Either you go on your knees, or you order someone, or you coerce someone into it, or you abduct someone. These are all the same acts, but with different attitude.
So the key is
attitude.
What? Attitude.
People worship, day and night they worship God, and goddesses.
You're okay with that?
I have no problem with anyone not doing it also. But while you are doing it, see your attitude. Why are you doing it? Ask yourself a question. What brings you to this worship? Why am I doing this? Why am I meditating? Why am I bowing my head in front of this holy statue of Lord Rama or Lord Krishna or Hanuman? Right? And are they the real things? Why? Am I asking for something in this life or afterlife? Is it because of the greed? Is it because of the fear? Or is it because I really, really, really love God, whom I worship? So there are all spectrums of
Why love
we
God?
do what.
Just a fundamental question. Why love God? Who's God?
Okay. Simply put, God is love. And if you want to become like love and want to love love, you'll have to become love yourself. Isn't it? If water and oil has to be mixed, you'll have to change the properties of either one of them.
Right.
You know, Kabir, he used to say, the ultimate state of liberation is like water drops falling in the ocean, becoming one, becoming the ocean. Now, if Kabir was around, I would have asked him the question, if oil was raining, will it mix in the ocean? It will float. So two things that has to merge will have to have same nature, right? I have to love because that entity is love.
And why is love so important? Because, look, we are a bundle of emotions. Hate is as much part of me as anger is, as love is, and they come natural. I mean, it's a primeval or prime sort of motivation. All these attributes come. Why should we segregate love? Why, if I'm angry, am I not in touch with myself? I'm not in touch with my heart. Why, if I'm envious, I'm not? Why is love more important
It is
than
all
that?
these emotions, gratitude, love, anger on the other spectrum. When we analyze all these things and when we center ourselves, can you center yourself and become angry? You can never become angry when you are centered with yourself. Right? When you are grateful with so much of gratitude, what happens? You know, I'll share with you one experiment that was conducted at the John Templeton Foundation. They had 3 sets of groups. One set of group was asked not to do anything. Another set of group said, be grateful about something that happened to you and write 2 letters every day expressing your gratitude to that person. Another group, the third group, did not express, I mean, they did write down the letter of gratitude, but did not mail it. Now, when you, at the end of 2 months of research, when you measure the functional MRI, nothing changed in the first group. Second group that mailed out the letters, the activity in the prefrontal cortex, especially the medial part of the prefrontal cortex, lighted up. And those who did not mail it, it was also the same result. You mail it or not, but you felt gratitude.
Did it light up as well?
It light up as well. Gratitude is a sign of love also. And what happens at your brain level, it gets activated. That means the area which is associated with your wisdom, area that is associated with new learning, area that is associated with intuition, it all gets lighted up. So love is not, forget about God, but individually at your physical health, mental health, and emotional health. It's so important.
Let's ask a even more ABC question, as I call it.
Sir.
Why meditate? I mean, aren't we in meditation? We are sitting here, each one doing their own thing. Isn't that meditation? Or is there meditation a special quality that says, okay, I have to sit like this and meditate?
Well, as such, everyone is meditating. If you see, as per Oxford Dictionary, not as per yoga, Oxford Dictionary says, continuously thinking about something at an estimated time, let's say 30 hours, is meditation. Okay. That way, if you're a businessman, continuously thinking of money is meditating on money. You continuously thinking of how to murder someone.
That's meditation.
That's meditation.
Okay.
That's why in legal system they have different categories for premeditated murder versus accidental murder, isn't it? So in proper meditation, as per yogic meditation is concerned, it is when you transcend the mind. It is not the focused mind. When you transcend the mind itself and enter into different dimension, yoga calls it at samadhi. There are meditations and there are meditations. You see, here with heartfulness we meditate on the heart and instantly bring about this parasympathetic activation. Heart slows down, your BP slows down, heart rate slows down, HVR slows down, and more than all that, your consciousness, it becomes so refined and you become 360-degree aware during that meditation. And more than all that, you dive deeper into your own self.
Somehow I get the feeling that we are indulging in guilty pleasure by just living normal lives. Somehow we must transcend our mind. Somehow we must see our inner self. Do we need to make people feel that they are not adequate, that you have to search for a higher self? Why can't we just be us, me? Why do we have to keep transcending?
If you really want to be yourself, you'll have to transcend from the lower self. Your real self is something else. Because this self that you're talking about, the body, the mind, it will be left here. What carries on? For example, let me share with you a story which I learned in my childhood. Father would ask a question, Bete, have you seen a newborn being delivered in this world? Then child will say, no, I have never seen. Come, I take you to a hospital. Mother is delivering a child. She is crying like crazy. She is under so much of pain. Right? As soon as the baby is delivered, baby begins to cry. If the baby did not cry, what would happen? Doctors will run around, try to make the baby cry. And still baby doesn't cry. What will happen? Everybody cries. Mother cries. The first thing a soul or the life force or the Atman, you can give whatever names you like, it doesn't really matter. But there is a life force that had accompanied us from the moment of birth. It is still there with us. And it will continue till that last moment we call death. Right? Should we not be appreciative of that, feel grateful, have a gratitude towards that inner entity? Instead, we keep looking for it outside all the time. The life force without which we cannot even take a next step, can't even speak, can't even see things. And we have never even expressed our heartfelt gratitude to that inner deity. Instead, we keep looking for it outside. It is insulting to me. And that real self is within us that gives you life.
So you are saying we are living schizophrenic lives. We don't know our true selves if we live normally. We need to explore that deeper self because right now we are in a state of disequilibrium in our lives.
It is true that our identification with body has become intense. We have moved away from the center of our being into ego, into intelligence, into extraordinary thinking, into physical pleasures. And going beyond body, we go into community things. Oh, I belong to this religion, I belong to this country, I am citizen of so-and-so. So these identifications, national, religious, communal, sectarian, all kinds of identification with physical body, LGBTQ, you name it, they take pride in all these things. Should we be proud of all these things, or should I be proud of what I have and that keeps me going? The inner force, inner life force. It is not that we want to ignore all that. But when we do pay attention to the most central force that gives us life, at least be thankful towards it and don't abuse it.
Now, is this, you've talked of pranahuti, if
Sir.
that's the way that it is pronounced. What is it, how different is it from, we have Sudarshan Kriyas, we have this. Is this just another one, a technique? Everybody comes, who's the guru, comes and says, okay, my technique is better than the others, so try this and try that. What's different about pranahuti?
Well, I like your idea of to prove something better than the other. I am a lover of science.
Right.
My background is pharmacy, right? How they find a new molecule in the pharmacy business? Let us see. If you found something that would work for your pain, right? Okay, so extraordinary pain. You found that molecule. Then you compare it with aspirin, you compare it with paracetamol, you compare it with morphine, and then say, okay, it falls in this category,
Right.
one of the extraordinary or in the realm of aspirin. And based on that, if there are no side effects, you hit the jackpot. You launch that molecule in the market.
So we have a lot of nirvana saudagas then.
So now we have aspirin, paracetamol, morphine, and new molecule. Like we have Sudarshan Kriya, we have this Kriya, we have that Kriya, all ABCD, and
Right.
we have what we call heartfulness.
Right.
You can have 10 individuals with 10 groups or 100 groups of each.
Right.
And let's have a scientific experiment, measure the EEG during that meditation of each control group and see the results.
So what is the essence of pranahuti?
Pranahuti, as the word says, pranasya pranaha. Let me explain what that means. You need to have balanced diet for your physical sustenance. You need to have some level of education to nurture your mind. Okay? How will you nurture your soul? Pranasya pranaha. It is Kenopanishad statement. A rishi is asking this question. Pranasya prana, chakshucha chakshu, ear of the ear, things like that. And where will you find pranasya prana? Only a yogi of caliber with his willpower can transmit that. And it's not a matter of belief, experience it.
It's experiential.
Experiential. You must be able to experience here and now. It's not something that you experience after 5 years of practice or after your death. You must be able to feel that, experience it here and now. As I was saying, measuring EEG, A, B, C, D, different groups, and one group meditating with pranahuti, check all of them with EEG probes. Machines cannot lie.
Hopefully, let's talk about artificial intelligence. Is that going to change everything? Is that a new sentient being that has come up that will challenge us in terms of, we've seen what ChatGPT has done, Bard has come in. Is that going to change all of us? Do we have to touch another higher level?
But that is not consciousness, that is intelligence. You see, we have to understand the difference between intelligence and consciousness. We have consciousness of a very high order. Machines don't have consciousness. They have a trained intelligence. That's the only difference.
And so what does consciousness bestow you?
Well, according to, many scientists are, playing games and fighting and having a big debate on this consciousness. But simply put, as per our shastras, I'll come to that. To me, simply defined, it is a degree of awareness. By that,
Which you are saying AI will never be able to get, or can we build machines to that degree of awareness?
it will have some level of perception. It will calculate based on the data we feed. Right? Consciousness also means degree of unawareness.
Unawareness.
Yes. Right? You are aware of certain things. I cannot say you are in coma.
Right.
Right? But you don't have full awareness of what they are perceiving. They are perceiving something, you are perceiving something else. And that degree of awareness depends upon the level of consciousness that I am having. You know, the great Swami Vivekananda, he used to say, when people used to ask him questions during his lifetime, what is the purpose of life? He would say, the purpose of life is simply make this available consciousness that we are playing around with, allow it to soar higher into sky of superconsciousness and let it plunge into a deep oceans of subconscious. So he's talking of broadband consciousness. He said you got to expand your level of consciousness, and that is the only purpose of
So
human
you are
life.
saying AI is indulgence, it will not in any way change the way we look at ourselves? I mean,
Not
here
at
is this phenomenal amount of intelligence vested on you. You don't
Well,
have to
it
use your
will-
brains that much, you can use your brains for other things.
It will make life very interesting, the way your iPad, the phones and other things, they have made our life more luxurious so that we can do many other extraordinary things in life. We can become more creative. AI will also, I think, will facilitate such an existence on this planet. It will be extraordinary, but it can never ever substitute our consciousness. Never ever.
So we will coexist in peace or in conflict.
In peace. It depends how our programmers, they program this.
Right. Just today we had a lot of world leaders coming out saying that AI could be harmful, that it could destroy the society that we have constructed.
Knowing the nature of human being, they will try to be destructive. You see, many people say, why don't you awaken Kundalini? Then, you know, in the words of my Guruji, I would say, Ravana's Kundalini was awakened and so was Lord Rama's. Which Kundalini would you awaken? So, what will you do with it?
Right. We have got 25 seconds. I think my colleague Bandeep Singh wanted a quick question from you. He has been wanting to answer you, but I said let's do it on this.
Guruji, you know, when you listen to or hear about the stories of transformation of all the spiritual gurus, you get to know that it was one particular moment when something divine happened and they changed their trajectory of their lives from the normal life to a spiritual path. But when these gurus, all of the gurus, when they become, you know, gurus per se, they are like gym instructors. You know, they have things like, you do this particular kriya, you will go there. You do this particular sadhana, you will go there. I want to ask this thing. Is there when you are in the presence of a living master, someone like you, can there be a process where you give us a direct glimpse of our inner selves, of our reality, without having to go through the path of a very long sadhana?
He wants instant nirvana. That's what he's asking
what
for.
What I'm trying to say, that just like when a car battery dies down, you jumpstart it with another battery. And you know, you as a spiritual guru are a living master. So is there a way whereas you can jumpstart our batteries into the spiritual path?
First of all, I'm not a guru. Okay. Having said that, I would explain to you. You are asking, I would like to read Ramayana, but I don't want to learn the alphabets. We have to learn the alphabets first. A, B, C, D of spirituality before we can accept that. I share with you my own personal examples from my own personal life. I used to believe that the master of caliber can do anything. Right? And it's a fact also.
Like when Vivekananda challenged his guru, that show me, I'm looking for God, make me experience that. So Ramakrishna kept on avoiding him for many meetings, but finally he got fed up and he said, lie down, and he made him lie down in the temple, remove your shirt, and then with his left leg touching his heart, transmitted something. That gave him samadhi, and he couldn't come out of it for a very long time. And when he came out of that samadhi, he says, I want it back. Ramakrishna says, no, I cannot give you back. You have to finish this work that has been given to you. When you have finished, this same spiritual condition will come back to you. Another example from my life, I would say, I was impatient. I want it now. I want it now. That feeling was there, and I used to cry like a child. In the middle of the night, this transmission we talk of, pranahuti, started flowing in me. And I was almost passing beyond the state of samadhi and just going out, almost dying. And suddenly something brought me back. You are not ready for departure. Right? The higher level of consciousness, for that your equipment has to be, like software, has to match with the hardware. The consciousness must match with the entire body spectrum. The body's vibrations must match with the spiritual vibrations. Spiritual vibrations can be fixed by the master of caliber, but our bodily vibrations, we have to work on them. Right food, right drinks, right thoughts, right feelings, they prepare our physical.
You have your answer, Bandi. It's not easy, but you'll have to do all those things. Unfortunately, we can't wait till eternity. We have time on our hands, and I can see we've gone 0, 0, 0, 0.
Okay,
so,
sir.
Daji,
Thank you, sir.
we are out of time, but we are not going to be out of each other. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Daji a very warm welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. It was an insightful session, an early start that we all looked for. To hand over our token of appreciation, I'd invite Mr. Ashok Verghese, Pro-Chancellor, Hindustan Group of Institutions. Thank you so much, sir. All right, the next session is
Spotlight, Make in India, the role of southern states, and the session is sponsored by Kerala Tourism, and I'd like to invite the session moderator, Mr. Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing India Today Group, and Mr. Kaushik Theka, Executive Editor, India Today, onto the stage to introduce our speaker.
Good morning again, everyone. And I'm sure everyone knows Amitabh Kant. Let's give him a very warm round of applause. He's come back home to Kerala. As we know now, he's the Sherpa for the G20 summit, the all-important summit happening in September. He was former CEO of Niti Aayog, outstanding bureaucrat, headed the ministries of tourism, industry, gave Kerala its famous slogan, God's own country, and built up incredible India. So another round of applause for Amitabh Kant for coming right back home. Now, Amitabh, one of the things that we've been looking at in this conclave is the importance of South in terms of industry and its ability, given the fact that you're now dealing with 20 major nations. What is the opportunity, apart from India, South India has to leverage what it has and plug into this global value chain that we've been talking about?
So Raj, first of all, it's very important to understand that South India contributes to about almost 30% of your GDP. Secondly, its per capita income is much higher than many other states. But more important than that is that states here have excelled in several areas. Tamil Nadu, for instance, has excelled in manufacturing. It is the most outstanding skilled labor available in terms of a range of cutting-edge sectors. You have Telangana, which has excelled in pharmaceutical sectors. Many people do not realize it, but almost 35 to 40% of India's pharmaceutical products come from there. Kerala itself has excelled in travel and tourism in a very big way, and it's created a unique brand for itself. And Karnataka has been the services center for India for almost two and a half decades now. It has driven India's service economy. And Andhra has earlier done a lot of work in manufacturing and also pharmaceutical, but will now, to my mind, be a great area for renewable energy and for green hydrogen and pump storage, etc. So these are states which have charted their own path. And it's also important to understand that Tamil Nadu and Karnataka will be $1 trillion economies soon. In another 2 years, they'll be both $1 trillion economies. So India's ambition to be a $5 trillion economy and then a $10 trillion economy, a lot of that will have to be driven by the southern states. They will have to be the key drivers in the forefront to really drive India's growth in the coming years. And the last point I want to make is that these states have truly demonstrated outstanding work in human development indices. So the quality of life, the social indicators in health, education, nutrition have all been very, very high. I mean, compared to the rest of India, they've been way, way ahead. These are slow-moving indicators. They take a lot of time. But that really shows that work done over several years, despite changes in government, the consistency of policy on social development has really yielded results in these states.
I just want a quick follow-up question. When you look at the fact of exports, for instance, since we're talking about global value chains, we had a huge bump last year. We have now plateaued on merchandise goods. It is services sectors that is booming. And this particular part of India, particularly Karnataka, has this huge IT infrastructure that has actually driven a lot of the services export. What is the next level you think this particular industry has to take, given the fact that we have having artificial intelligence, all kinds of things? How can we leverage that to be really on top of the world in terms of these developments?
So I think the South India must be the key driver of new skill creation. There's a very severe shortage of skills in India. It's impossible to get coders, it's impossible to get great product developers in India. They're very highly paid. It's impossible to get them. It's impossible to get AI and ML engineers today in India. There's a startup called Scalar, which does that, 9 months course it does. So somebody who's passed out of an IIT, and just shows the kind of curriculum we need to restructure. He does a course where a person from triple IIT or IIT gets an entry fee of about 3 lakhs. Once you've done that Scalar course, your salary jumps up to about 30 lakhs. So that really shows that there is a need to completely restructure and redesign your curriculum of triple IITs and IITs for the world of today. 30% of the skilled manpower in 2047 will be all Indians. And these are emerging areas of growth, not merely product developers, not merely AI engineers, not merely coders, but you need a new set of engineers for electric mobility, for green hydrogen, for advanced chemistry, cell battery. These are the emerging areas of growth which are going to take India to the next level of growth. Without these areas, India will never be able to become a $10 trillion economy. I mean, if you look at China, which grew at 10% plus from 1990 to 2010, its emergence is largely because it became a great manufacturer of mobiles. It became a great manufacturer of components. It became a great manufacturer of electric two-wheelers. It became a great manufacturer of electric vehicles and of batteries. So these are areas which have given a huge jump to its GDP, and these are emerging areas. The value you get from them is almost 100x of the value of other traditional sectors. So these are areas. Now the important thing about South India is that these are coastal states. And coastal states make a big difference because you are able to then import components. You are able to, in global value chain, the challenge is that you should be able to get goods from about 100 countries at the lowest cost, put them all together, design and send them out for exports and penetrate global markets. Because they are coastal states and they have good ports, these states have a huge advantage over other states in terms of becoming champions of global value chain in these areas. And I think that is really, they need to leapfrog into every state aiming to become the next Singapore of the world.
Wow.
They should not think of trying to compete with Maharashtra or Gujarat. Each state of South India must say that I'm going to beat Singapore. And that should be the ambition and that should be the hunger in them.
Kaushik, you had a question? Right.
Yeah, you talked about the South driving the growth, and already 30% of the GDP the South accounts for. But at the same time, states from South, they keep complaining about that they get penalized in terms of revenue sharing or taxation in a way that they are actually suffering because of their growth. How can the central government balance that out between South and lesser progressing North?
What he's saying is the price of success. South does so well, contributes enormous amount to the GDP, but when it comes to taxes and shares of taxes, we are not there.
Yeah,
we don't get equal amount.
Two ways. One is that we must first understand that we are a large country, so it's not possible that every state is going to grow at the same rate. Some states are going to be leaders. You need 10 Indian states to grow at 10% plus. Secondly, what the new budget has done is that states which focus on disinvestment, which focus on asset monetization, etc., has put out a huge allocation to be given to these states to benefit from. So it's actually given out benefits to states which are moving towards progressive policies. So if you look at the budget of last 3 years, what it does is it incentivizes good policies. And that is the right measure to take. Instead of penalizing, some penalization will take place because you need money to finance other states as well. Otherwise, Bihar, etc., will never be able to grow and prosper. That's important. But you are also providing an incentive for states which are moving to progressive policies in a big way.
No, I want to come back a little bit about what you said about the services sector. Let's take a look at IT. So far, we have been great BPO centers. We have also software. But the next level, the knowledge level, the AI level, the IoT of things, where can we start getting to cutting edge? You don't hear of a Microsoft, you don't hear of a Google, you don't hear of this. How can India become the leaders in that when we talk of it?
So Rash, to my mind, 3 basic things which we need to do is, first is that this is not going to come from established companies. Let me tell you this. This is going to come from a lot of disruption in the startup world. And therefore, my view on this is that each state of southern India must create a unique startup culture. I mean, Google, Microsoft, all these were startups once upon a time which have got huge value. Secondly, each state needs to start its own fund of funds so that it can then support a lot of venture funds so that you can spawn a lot of startups. Thirdly, each state needs to create its own fund of funds for deep tech, because deep tech is something which you are going to get into new areas of space, you're going to get into drones, you're going to get into robotics, you're going to get into health, you're going to get into startups for education and agriculture, all cutting edge. And therefore each state needs to think much beyond what central government is thinking. I mean, the state governments must think 15 years ahead of what the central government is thinking. That's the way India will grow. And to my mind, that level of disruption must come from the states, not the other way around. And secondly, as I said, completely, radically rethink. Rethink not about your traditional sector, because still the thinking is that we'll do some agriculture, we'll do some textile, we'll do some food processing. No, that will never give you the value. Look at what Malaysia did. Actually, Malaysia's whole growth story is that they had a coastal city like Penang, and they were able to attract Intel to put up the first chip plant there. And because Intel came into Penang, that the whole of value addition into manufacturing in Penang took place, and Malaysia grew as a cutting-edge manufacturing destination because of Penang only. So each one of the coastal cities here need to actually become a manufacturing destination for cutting-edge manufacturing, because they have the ability to import, do value addition and re-export to the world and become a very major integral part of the global value chain. I mean, why does Shenzhen or Wuxi or Shanghai is able to do this? Because it has low turnaround time. Its ports are efficiently managed. And therefore, that is the future for these states. They're still being status quo, though they've done well compared to other states in India. But I think they need to think 10x of what they are doing. The progressive mindset should be that I'm going to beat the city of Shenzhen. I'm going to beat Korea, which has set up this, which has been able to do this. Each one of them must plan. I'm going to beat Singapore. And each state in South India is capable of doing that, because they have a huge advantage in terms of human development index. No other part of the country has that which South India has. I mean, it has invested in social indices over the years, and they must benefit from that.
Kaushik?
But what's stopping the states from doing so? Means you were talking about, you were actually identifying the vision, but we have been talking about these things for quite some time. What's stopping the states? It's lack of policy, lack of political will, or lack of vision, or bureaucratic lethargy?
So first is that all states still have a socialist mindset. They've all grown up in an era of control where government played a key role. Government must retreat in all these areas. They must scrap all rules, regulation, procedures built over the years, and particularly so Kerala. It must allow private sector to grow. It must believe in wealth creation. And government must do only consistent policy making over a long period of time, and government must do only health, education and nutrition. That's my belief. And that's the new political ideology which must come in. The wealth creation must happen all from private sector.
Let's take tourism. This is something very close to your heart. We have not exploited the kind of potential that we have, whether in the South and the... What does India need to do? What does South India need to do? It's so rich in whatever you've talked about. What does it need to do to go to the next level of tourism? What would you do if you were tourism minister in these states? What would be the key things?
Kerala, we'll talk about this state of Kerala and what we can learn from it. But tourism works on a very simple principle. It works on the principle that how do you differentiate your product from rest of the world? That means, how can you create a unique experience which you can't get anywhere else in the world? Now, Kerala had only one product, which was Kovalam. This was a very low-value destination. We used to get cobblers and garbage collectors from Manchester to come and holiday here. And we used to get charter full of flights. We stopped all that. And we created new products. The backwaters of Kerala, the houseboats of Kerala, not a carpenter was available. They'd all gone away to Gulf. We got them back to do these houseboats. We brought back Ayurveda. We brought back the traditional Kerala cuisine. Much of what you eat now, appams and stew and fish molly was unheard of. We brought back the Kerala martial art, Kalripettam. We brought back the traditional Kerala architecture. All this was being sold as firewood. The Nalkittam houses, we brought back the traditional Kerala art forms, the Mohiniyattam, the Kathakali, all that. We went back to the roots of Kerala and created a great product, and we said, this is God's own country. And what we did was to unleash. This is a state where manufacturing had totally failed because of trade unionism. How did it succeed? Because we said, and unlike Haryana, which was a product of state creating resorts, we said here the private sector will create products. And the private sector created some of the finest, the most unique boutique resorts. The state only did last mile in terms of roads, in terms of jetties, and the state only did destination marketing in partnership with the private sector. So what it shows is that every state, there can't be a better state in terms of a tourism product than Karnataka, than Tamil Nadu. All these are remarkable states. Actually, to my mind, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu have a better product diversity than even Kerala.
Kerala may not like that, but you're saying
Yeah, I'm being honest. Having worked in Kerala, I can be honest that these have better tourism product. There's no reason why Karnataka should not emerge as the world's #1 tourism destination. There's no reason at all. So each state has a unique ability to create a fascinating experience, which comprises of, look at Karnataka. Hampi, to my mind, is the most magnificent heritage destination. It truly represents India's great civilization. It has wildlife, it has backwaters, it has beaches, it has culture, it has just about everything.
But at the end of the day, you still have to have a Government of India policy that frees up airlines, frees up hotels, facilitates all those things. Why haven't we done that? Why can't we be a Dubai, a Singapore in terms of air travel? Because unless you have connectivity of the kind that you have in other places, Qatar, small country, has a huge thing, and we have all the resources, but we don't do it. We don't facilitate our hoteliers. All the states put terrible laws. I'm sure that happens in the south as well. What is going wrong? And if you had the whip on your hand, what would you do?
So let's not, these are large states. Let's not blame center for everything. Look at Kerala. The center refused to finance the airports in Kerala. I was a district collector in Calicut. There was a colleague of mine in Cochin. Cochin created a world-class airport, which is India's greenest airport today. All state funding, private sector funding. We expanded the Calicut airport, Kerala, and then Kerala created the Kannur airport. In a small strip of land, we have 4 airports. Let's not let the states not keep falling back on center and saying you're to be blamed. Today you have very good air connectivity. You have a Bangalore airport. You have Trivandrum, Cochin. Every state has an airport, and I think states should generate wealth, get the private sector to participate. These are unique models of private-public partnership. If we could do Delhi, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Bangalore, all in private-public partnership, why should the states not create their own airports?
You're being kind to the center. You're not even saying anything what the center should do. You've whacked the states.
No.
Is this because you're Sherpa?
No. Because I'm a believer that quite often we get into this business about states blaming center and center blaming states. We should get into this business of states being wealth creators on their own, structuring projects on their own, and driving growth.
I'm saying, what does the center need to do? Fine, the states are to blame. What does the center have to do, you think?
Center, I think, should really do consistent policy making with the clear perspective that government must retreat from a large range of areas, and that's been the government's philosophy. The center has ushered in a lot of reforms in terms of GST, IBC, RERA, lower corporate taxes. That's the government's policy. The central government is just the policy framework. Many of these areas like education, health, nutrition, infrastructure, the government has created 55,000 kilometers of road, the central government through the NHAI scheme. What more do you need? Rest is also state's job. Don't keep pushing that I'm going to blame center and state. Let's not get into that business. Let's say that every state, as I said, must have a clear perspective. I'm going to drive growth at 10% plus for the next 3 decades. And what is my core competency? If my core competency is going to be tourism, I'm going to be the world's best in tourism. If my competency is going to be services, I'm going to be the world's number one in... There's no reason why Karnataka should not be the world's number one, why Microsoft and Google should not emerge from Karnataka. What's the reason? The only way out is that you need to create the next generation of skills. You need to restructure your IITs and triple IITs. You need to make Karnataka the finest destination for that. And Tamil Nadu, why should it not be the Detroit of the world?
You know, if you stood for political office, I'm sure most people here would vote for you, the way you speak. But Kaushik, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, you talked about policy making by the central government. Now going back to your G20 role, India is focusing a lot on digital infrastructure, and we have done very well in terms of digital infrastructure, but we still do not have a data privacy bill. How do we balance that? Because once we have such UPI from Aadhaar, everything on digital infrastructure, we have done really well in the world, but we cannot protect the citizens' right to privacy.
So the data privacy bill is in its final lap. As you are aware, the earlier bill was scrapped and a new bill, which is cutting edge, designed for the world of tomorrow, is being drafted. It's better to create a law which is for the world of tomorrow rather than creating laws which are totally outdated and outmoded like we constantly keep doing. So I think it's better to wait for the data privacy law, but on digitization, India has done enormously well. India is way ahead of the rest of the world in terms of having provided identity, bank accounts, digital fast payments. We do about 11x fast payments than what USA and Europe do. We do 4x of what China does. We do about 50% of the real-time fast payments in the world. India needs, really, it's a model which we've created for the rest of the world as very distinct from the big tech model of USA, as very distinct from the GDPR model of Europe, which has killed innovation, but India has allowed private-public partnership to take place in digital. You know, that's why the cost of acquisition of customers in India has really fallen. You know, it used to be $30 per customer before all the digitization and the bank accounts had taken place. It's come down to $1. In the United States, the cost of customer acquisition is still about $100. That's why a company like Jio could actually acquire 250 million consumers in just about 100 days. I mean, many of us don't realize this, but India is really pole vaulted in this area.
That's
Can we therefore
fine.
be... Sorry,
Sorry, yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a counter question. That's perfectly fine, but before the law comes in, a robust law, I hope, but all the data that we have, it's already in government hand and in private hands, which actually compromise privacy. Means how do we protect that? Because we do not have a law still.
So, India is the only country which has created a techno-economic solution for that the data is owned by the citizens of India. So account aggregator system or OECN or even your digital fast payments, the data belongs to you. You give actual permission for use, which is not the case with big tech in United States. The data is owned by the big tech. It's actually innovation in the last 2 decades have been driven by Google, by Facebook, by Amazon, by Microsoft, by Apple, and in the case of China, by Tencent and Alibaba. Not in India. India, we created a public layer, and on top of which we've allowed PhonePe to compete with Google Pay. We've allowed Paytm to compete with WhatsApp. That's the competition taking place in the marketplace. So 40 different startups are competing with each other in the market space. It's not happening anywhere else in the world. There's been a true democratization of digital technologies in India.
Let's take that to the next level, which is why can't an Indian company become like Amazon? Why does it sort of look at its own navel all the time? We have set up the base, the foundation, the India stack and everything else. All it needs is to leapfrog. Like you said, we should be world leaders in this. Why aren't we world leaders in e-commerce?
So I really feel that in the coming years, you will see a lot of young Indian startups doing that kind of a disruption and penetrating global markets. After all, we've been able to create, look at what we did. I gave you the story of payment, but look at the next step. You had the next set of startups like Lending Cart, MobiQuick, all doing credit, which was paperless, cashless. And then on the payment history, you had a next set of startups like Zerodha, Grow, Upstock. Look at Zerodha. 30% of your stock market is being controlled by Zerodha. In 5 to 6 years' time, 30% of the startup means that he's penetrated tier 2, tier 3, he's penetrated rural areas. And then you had a next set of startups which are doing insurance, end-to-end insurance. I used to buy an insurance policy, it used to take me 5 months, 6 months. They do insurance in 2 minutes. Digit and Acco are doing insurance in 2 months. They're all unicorns, all emergence from South India. These are all creation of South India.
We've got about 4 minutes.
All these, let me tell you these are unicorn models which are going to the rest of the world.
I'm going to deviate from the subject that we are in South India because we have you as G20 Sherpa, and we just want a quick update. Where have we reached? Are we going to get any resolution on the Ukraine question in G20, or are we going to duck that aside? What are the big takeaways you're seeing for the summit ahead?
So Raj, first thing is that on all priorities, we are being very ambitious. It's important to understand that Russia-Ukraine is an important issue as far as Europe is concerned. But there are many other important issues. There's an important issue because you have 1/3 of the world in recession. You have 200 million people who've gone below poverty line. You have 100 million people who've lost their jobs because of COVID. You have 75 countries which are facing a global debt crisis. You have an issue of climate action and climate finance. All these are very critical, very major issues of the world. So it's not possible for us to forget all these critical issues which are impacting the global south, emerging markets, developing markets, and just keep focusing on Russia and Ukraine like you are doing. That's an issue which is important, but not the most important issue for us. So we need to bring developmental issues to center stage, and that is what we are doing. We are being ambitious in all other issues. And if there is a challenge of Russia-Ukraine, we'll do our best to bring consensus. We'll do our best to request all countries, because after all, G20 works by consensus. And in Indonesia, actually, all ministerials had not succeeded. But in the final round, we were able to hammer out a paragraph 3 and 4, which brought everybody together. So I'm quite optimistic. I'm very hopeful that ultimately we'll bring everybody around. But in the meanwhile, we should push all these issues which are impacting the global south.
Yeah. And if you had to give us a status report, where do you see the breakthroughs? Is there a 2 or 3 big breakthroughs that you think we could achieve in the G20 summit?
We are being very, very decisive. We are being very inclusive. We are being very ambitious. We are being very action-oriented, as the Prime Minister has said. And the Prime Minister is the leader. He's been very, very action-oriented. We've pushed through very, very decisive things in our G20.
1 or 2 things that you push through you think that is going to be successful?
SDG action plan. We are pushing a green development agenda. We are pushing for a lot of digital transformation of the world. All these are very, very... look at this. 4 billion people in the world do not have a digital identity. 3 billion people do not even have a bank account. 133 countries do not even have a fast payment mechanism. During COVID, we were able to put money into the bank accounts of 800 million people rather than giving large packages. We were able to protect our population. And therefore, we need to take this model to the rest of the world. That is what the G20 is attempting to do.
Quick question, last question, Kaushik.
It's a kind of out-of-syllabus question. You have worked very closely with Prime Minister Modi, and you are a kind of superstar bureaucrat. Now, recently, Mr. Rahul Gandhi has said that Modi can even teach the God and can confuse the God. So now, working with the Prime Minister, do you think he comes to you as the God, or he's he's keen to listen to bureaucrats or people who work with him. Do you believe in the Rahul Gandhi's assessment of Prime Minister Modi? Because you have worked very closely with the Prime Minister.
No, I don't want to get into politics. That's not my objective. But I worked with the Prime Minister. I was a Secretary, DIPP, Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion, 9 years back. So I've been working with him for about almost 9 years. All I can say is that the PM, and I worked with him on ease of doing business, opening up of the foreign direct investment regime. I have worked with him on a range of areas, including aspirational districts, Make in India, Startup India, all these whole range of areas. Let me tell you that when we started Startup India, there were just about 450 odd startups. Today we have 99,000 startups in India. And the Prime Minister is very futuristic. He's he's very visionary. He's a tough, hard master. He wants delivery on ground. And he ensures, and that's the reason, that's the only reason why we've been able to work. He believes in breaking silos, and that's the reason why we've been able to do. I mean, look at the size and scale of the transformation. It's important to understand this. I keep saying this because 40 million houses is like making a house for every Australian. I mean, 243 million water connection is like providing a water connection to everybody in Brazil, and 110 million toilets, 2.5 billion COVID vaccination during COVID. Nowhere in the world has this happened, and that's why the Bank of International Settlement, BIS, in a study has said that India achieved in 8 years what it would have taken 50 years to achieve. 8 years, what it would have taken 50 years to achieve. And actually that has been reiterated by the new Morgan Stanley study. So India's remarkable in delivery on ground. I did the aspirational district program. These were all backward districts, the most backward districts in India. Nothing was working. Far-flung, geographically far-flung areas. He asked us to work only on data, on competition, on putting the ranking out in public domain, and districts were transformed in 4 years' time, simply because of competition, data, good governance.
Well, let's use your slogan that you use for tourism. It's Incredible India. Amitabh, thank you very much, Amitabh Khan, for this. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a very warm round of applause.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to call upon Mr. K.S. Srinivas, Principal Secretary, Kerala Tourism, to hand over a token of appreciation to Mr. Amitabh Kant. All right. Our next session is Gender, the Other Frontiers to Conquer. And I'd like to invite the session moderator, Nabila, anchor and deputy editor, India Today, and to introduce our speakers on the stage.
very good morning, all of you. I'm Nabila. Thank you very much for joining us at our 5th edition of our India Today South Conclave. It's my absolute pleasure today to be hosting a bunch of really talented women who are smart, who hold their ground, and who yet deliver on the expectations the society has. I'm going to try and capture from them on their challenges and how they wade through their daily lives and thrive. Thank you very much for joining us. Can I please have on stage Dr. R. Bindu, Minister for Higher Education and Social Justice of Kerala. A big round of applause for her, please. We also have Methil Devika, who's a dance exponent and academician, who's a two-time award winner for her Mohiniyattam. She's part of the Oscar contention for her works as well, so a real pride for India. We also have Mridula Ramesh, who's an author, founder of the Sundaram Climate Institute, a vociferous voice for climate change. She'll be giving us a sense on how climate change impacts women. That's an area of interest for me as well. Thank you very much. A big round of applause again, guys. Right. Thank you very much for joining us. I know this must have been... I'd like to start here and begin with, not to sound too... I'll get straight to my question. What were the challenges to come to this stage, this event here today? What was your routine right from the start of the day? Why don't you start, Ms. Bindu? How did you start the day today?
First of all, I'll wholeheartedly thank the organizers for inviting me to this conclave. I have many meetings today, so it's difficult for me to spend much time here, but at the same time, I want to share my concerns associated with the gender ideology existing in society, because it largely influences the power structure.
Yes.
So, as an activist, I am interested in changing this scenario. I want it to be a public sphere which is women-friendly, transgender-friendly.
Lovely.
Our Indian society is primarily hierarchical, pyramidal, and women reside at the bottom. A sincere approach should be there to change it.
This platform here today is one step towards that.
Yeah, I think so. Because India Today is an established journal, so it will be nice to meet people here and to exchange my ideas with them. So it will reach a wide audience.
Absolutely, Ms. Bindu, and it's our absolute pleasure to hear you out. The reason why I started right from your routine of this morning is to just give a perspective to our viewers here on where we're getting at. The challenges of a woman, right? It's a daily struggle, and not to sound as if we're victims of it. We're thoroughly enjoying it. I'm sure all of y'all are enjoying that journey. But it's just to empower the bunch who are possibly idolizing you and looking up to you, because it's hard. It's not easy. I'd say that time and again. Ms. Bindu, give us your routine. What did you start your day with? What did you do today right from the morning?
Meetings and meetings.
And?
And as ministers, we have to meet people also. It's a busy schedule. At the same time, there are the responsibilities associated with the family-centered ideology. Yes. Wherever I go, I take my house in my head.
Yes.
That is very difficult for us to completely eradicate that familial obligations.
How are you? You have children, ma'am?
Yeah, I have only one. He is 30 years old, but still the family-centered ideology is haunting me throughout my career. That is there.
So you check on your 30-year-old boy?
Yeah.
A mother will be a mother.
Yeah.
And this is, you say you carry your home on your phone all along, right? Your family members, do they contribute at home for you? Because you're a minister, you have a lot more bigger responsibilities.
Yeah, sure. But at the same time, we cannot completely ignore such responsibilities associated with the domestic front. That is the peculiarity of our power hierarchy. Actually, we have to reconceptualize our family structure based on democratic sharing, love, and mutual respect. Then only we can aspire to be a democratic and equal society.
Absolutely. And I'll get to that later. I wanted to make a statement here, but maybe it could wait for a little while. Devika, who's a dancer herself, she's made India proud on several platforms. Devika, why don't you give us a sense of your day right from the start today?
As of today, I didn't have much of a challenge because I think it was pre-planned, except that I had to, I think, reorganize my class sessions and had to convince a couple of my students who were in different time zones that I had a very important session today. And apart from that, of course, I wished I had, I had multiplied myself on other levels where you have to make the food, close the doors, stuff like that. But otherwise, it was pretty airy-fairy, I must say.
Right. Does anyone else take up responsibility for that, or is that your?
Not really. My son's he's not with me now. He's studying in Bangalore. He was with me, but as of now, it's just myself. It's fairly easy.
So it's fairly easy for you, Mridula.
I'll sort of go back to when school opens because I think that's a more relatable day. I think it starts with that half an hour, 45 minutes before you get the kids to school. I mean, it's like a set of tasks of a choreographed ballet dance. If one goes off kilter, your whole day falls apart. And, I think we all need to keep that in mind because if any solution that you put for any problem in the world doesn't work with that degree of pressure, it's going to fail. The one thing that comes to mind when I try to navigate my day, actually two things. One is trade-offs, and I think we spoke about that before. I think if you're navigating a career or couple of careers and children, you have trade-offs every day. And I think, there are things you can't do. You can't cook every meal. The meals won't be of that great quality. You will not be present for every school activity. It's not going to happen. Right? And in meetings, you can't meet everyone you want. You can't travel as much as you want. There may be that extra bit of networking that you need to do or that extra sales push. You can't do it. And I think that those trade-offs come as part of life. The thing that I'm most grateful for is family support. And I really echo what the minister said, that you have to rethink families because my kids, I couldn't have managed to come here with my kids if my mother hadn't helped me. I can't travel if my husband doesn't help me. So I think those two, trade-offs and family support.
When you say trade-offs, I translate that to sacrifices. I would translate that to sacrifices.
I would rephrase that as prioritization. Prioritization. I mean, you have to give up your nice-to-haves to focus on the need-to-haves. I think that's really important. And that is very central to something that is increasingly spoken of today, which is identity. You have to be clear of what you are, what you want, and focus on the need-to-haves that support that vision.
Why I started with that is because all of us know three of your achievements. I've introduced you all as fabulous women who've really thrived in your respective fields. But a little insight into your personal life gives us an understanding on the challenges that you face on a daily basis. How far in your daily lives do you really believe that patriarchal traditions so ingrained that you can't fight it? It's a society that is patriarchal. You really cannot possibly do anything to change that. And it's ingrained not just, subconsciously ingrained even in your minds. All of us are accepting of it, in a sense. Would you say that, Mridula? I'll start with you this way.
See, let me be perfectly honest. In my life, patriarchy has taken a back step. When I started my life, I worked for my father. I started my life, not too many people know this, as a truck mechanic. So, under the truck, I can strip and put apart a truck, or at least I could 20 years ago. So my family's been very supportive, working women, working grandmothers, mother-in-law, mothers, aunts. So that was kind of the norm in the
All
family.
of you all have worked, no doubt, but handling the house is also your duty?
100% family falls on the woman. That's why I completely support what the minister says, that rethinking needs to happen, right? That today, when I talk to 70% in one company that I help run is women. 81% of another company that I run hire is women. I think every day the leave that they put, my child is not well, my mother-in-law is not well, my husband is not well. The husband may not be working, may not be contributing to the family,
Correct.
but he will not lift a hand to look after his mother or his child.
Correct.
The woman is expected to step up. I think that norm has to change.
Right? Devika, responsibility of a family on you, career is secondary, is usually the way it's looked at.
Yeah. Obviously, because, the society has ingrained in you certain stuff. I'd like to give a small example from my own form where they speak of the Mugdha Nayika as somebody who was very young and immature and starts asking questions. And the Pragalbha was very mature. But it is time to rewrite all that, because how was the Pragalbha mature? Is she matured by social conditioning, or has she fallen into norms? So for me, to come back to your child consciousness and to have the fearlessness to ask questions as to is this how it should be there. It is very important today that we even rewrite terminologies. Most of the time, this is all, we've taken it for granted that unless we are in a different situation, we wouldn't understand that we are also a part of the entire system.
Yeah.
So I'm working, I think I'm very articulate with my performance than my words, but I think the present work that I'm doing is a conversation between the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law.
Yeah.
And that is a work that I'm doing. So most of the time, we don't even have women composers for dance. We've only had, a Swati Tirunal or a Niraiman Thambi or, the Dikshidhar. They are fabulous, but I'm saying to talk about women as an entity and our sense of love, longing, vatsalya, everything is so different. So what happens now is you have to pretty much write your own script, get it translated, and bring it out to the public. So it is only unless you step out of your domain and start talking to other people that you understand, hey, there's a problem. For example, my own art form, right? If you look at performing arts in general, it may look very, we have even engendered art form. We have engendered subjects.
Yeah.
Right? It's not about just male or female. A performing arts or a subject in humanities seems feminine, right? So it is a challenge for me, especially in the projects that I'm doing now.
Yeah.
It's going to be a challenge.
The fact that we are speaking of it, I'd say that again, is wonderful. It possibly is a breakthrough for many other women who are following suit. Ms. Bindu, how intrinsic is a patriarchal mindset in your surroundings, within your ecosystem, even as a minister and your daily functioning? Would you want to quote some examples for us?
As a minister, for the time being, I am relieved of my responsibilities associated with family, especially the kitchen. But before that, I was working as a college teacher. I was the mayor of the city, and I was actively involved in politics. During those days, it was really difficult for me, and it was like a journey through embers, walking above embers.
Yeah.
Walking through fire. It was very difficult for me. For each and every woman, it will be like that, because it's very difficult to cope up with the family-centered ideology and to be actively involved in the public sphere.
Absolutely, especially politics. I'm sure, I can't even imagine the kind of
Yeah.
walls you had to shatter to, and people to convince.
Yeah, and as Medil Devika has put it, a proper mindset is being built up by conditioning individuals, even from their childhood. The boy's place is this, girl's place is this. The boy is given guns. We have to begin with the politics of toys. Boys are given guns. they have to be aggressive. This is a silent call for them to be aggressive. And girls are given utensils, Barbie dolls, kitchen sets. You have to play with kitchen sets. Your place is the kitchen. This is part of our social conditioning, even from the childhood itself. So the primary place allocated for a woman in this family-centered ideology is kitchen, or largely family.
Correct.
100 years ago, a slogan echoed in Kerala's public sphere, that is, Adukkalayil ninna Arangathekku, from the kitchen to the public sphere. Even after 100 years, we miserably failed to fully realize it.
Yes.
Yeah. Now we have Kudumbashri movement, which is being presented as a very proud organization for women. But still, the responsibilities associated with the family, they are still there without being shared.
Yeah, you don't speak about it aloud, you just embrace it. And a lot of women do it with absolute pride. Like I said, this is ingrained so much in the system and within ourselves that at one point I hear women say very proudly, yeah, it's my responsibility and I do it with a smile. I have no qualms in delivering it. While a lot of them are happy to do it, a lot of them may not. They just go along with it. But and maybe now is the right time to say it after we've said enough and maybe in a way thrown a shadow on the men. I'd still like to clarify, thank you for all the men in all of your lives and mine for the encouragement and the nurturing and the fact that we are thriving here today. I think that credit also goes to the men in our lives. I'm sure all of you all would agree. Yeah. So, because it's, you know, unconscious conditioning even on them. They're just playing the role and are the outcome of tradition. So, can't really blame one another. But maybe time to rewrite that or change it in every sense. Ms. Bindu, as you're a Minister of Education here in the state, Kerala is known to be one of the most literate states. When you speak of education among women, would you give us some statistics to show how Kerala women are a lot more empowered? There's a lot of praise for Kerala and education. Tell us more in the women front.
In the case of participation of women in higher education, 56% of girls participate in higher education sector in Kerala. This is the highest in the nation. But still, our female literacy rate and educational participation are high. But still, the problem of agency should be noted. The agential capacity, the intervening capacity, that is comparably low in Kerala. So we have to raise the level of agential potency among girls and women.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, and that was one of my questions, Devika, I'd like to ask you on that, on the right we have on our own bodies when it comes to the reproductive system itself and the decisions that we want to make to have a child or not. The kind of influence that family has on that decision to do with your body.
Yeah, I mean, but a lot of it is changing. I don't think we should go back to that, you know, now in this post-modern era, all these differences are now narrowing down. But personally, in my spaces, I think I do an art form called Mohiniyattam, which has been dictated also by, you know, it has had its leanings in matrilineal society, but it is also dictated by a patriarchal system who impose the concept of lasya and sensuousness. Now, if you ask me, when people see dance, they see dance like more of a commodity fetishism. There is the problem of ageism, which is very rampant on stage. People above the age of 60 hardly get an opportunity to perform.
Yeah.
Right? So what happens to them? There's this mass of, you know, there's this wealth of information they've had for themselves. And what happens to that? And it was during the COVID period that we really didn't understand that, you know, what, especially artists, what do we make out of our art? So there are these expectations. You're expected to, you know, look good, or you're expected to, you know, churn out stories, you know, about characters. And the moment you talk about social responsibility, you know, people raise their eyebrows. The moment you're not talking about the Sakhis or the Nayikas longing for the Sakhis, it's a different story altogether. But for me, even this whole aspect to do with your body, for my recent project with Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology. I think that is a project, I would say it's an arts integrated project into advanced science.
Yeah.
And that is one of the major projects that's happening now under ISRO. So, you know, when I presented the project, it was a part of a larger, it's just a small part of a larger project. But I did understand that, you know, when we were talking, when we were talking about making or putting our domain into another space, it did seem like, at many times seemed like, you know, a feminine subject getting into the domain of a macho, you know, advanced science subject. But I think it is important to have permissibility and permeability right now. If we keep talking about, you know, the women's bodies, I don't think, or other reproduction issues, I don't think we're going to solve matter. I think the thing is, the conquering is more in the seeking than in, you know, bantering about the past. I think we create examples and let them know, hey, we are here to do this. We have something to offer you. So we're talking about arts, you know, the national education policy which comes in 2030. It has to start right there from the education.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah. You know, Mridula, if I could wade into this, I know your daughter is here with you. You're a responsible mother. You've been, you know, bringing her, at least moving her around wherever you're going, because that's your responsibility. You like it, I suppose, as well. But we did have this talk on idolizing how a perfect mother should be. I mean, the society branding a good mother, a bad mother. You know, if you're not focused around the child's education, or you're not really guiding the child the right. I don't know what is right or wrong anymore. But this whole idolizing a perfect mother, how do you look at that?
Let's take mothers from the wild, okay? You see a tiger mother, right? Mothers very differently kills the prey while she's mothering. She's fully pregnant and she's still hunting.
Yeah.
Right? You see king cobras who leave their children. You see turtles which, you know, leave their hatchlings and go away. I think there is no one size fit all. And I think that's something we have to take away. And again, I mentioned trade-offs again and again. My mother is here, my daughter is here. I think, you know, it's something you carry with you. You can't split those two parts.
And what are the trade-offs for you? You said something to me. What are the trade-offs? What has been the trade-off for you?
I have to define, again, it comes back to identity. What do I want to get out of my career? And you know, I'm very privileged to be able to make that call. And what is the most important thing I can do for my children? I can't focus on the nice to haves. I can't make them a cake or, you know, make sure the vegetables are washed or sit in, you know, all the things that would be nice to have.
Every PTA meeting, every class.
And you know, on the men thing that you said, my husband takes the lion's share. Otherwise, I cannot do what I'm doing. So, you know, without my husband or my mother's help, I can't do what I'm doing. So, very clear on that.
And your subject is also something of a great interest. You did speak of climate change and how climate change impacts women more, in your view. Give us a little understanding on that. How it sharpens inequality.
Okay. See, climate, everybody who talks on climate talks on cutting carbon emissions, right? India should cut carbon emissions. Sure. And we're doing a pretty good job. We're getting our carbon intensity down big time while we're growing. But what is less talked about is that India is probably the most vulnerable country to climate change. And none of us from here, we've had the floods. We have Chennai, which goes between flood and drought every 2 years, right? And what climate change is worldwide is it's the most inequalizing force. Any, you know, lever of power, it hits that and makes it more unequal. I'll just talk about one thing about women.
Yeah.
Violence. We talk about that very often in India, violence against women. There are studies in the US that says for every degree of increase in temperature, domestic violence goes up by 7%.
Oh.
There is a study I have spoken about in my last book, which has looked at a decade of data over India and found that every time rainfall drops by a standard deviation, dowry deaths go up. Okay, and it's a consistent finding because, you know, it's very inhumane, but people think you kill your first wife, marry a second wife, it's income during a time that your income falls during a drought. So, and if you take floods, the children get sick, who has to take care of them at home? It's the woman, which means less time to work, less time to make a contribution, less leisure. So I think that's something that we need to talk about. When we talk about climate justice and climate vulnerabilities, we do need to acknowledge
very interesting
that
perspective, never thought of that. And it sounds about right, Ms. Bindu. Would you agree?
Yeah, I perfectly agree. 70% of Indian women are victims to domestic violence. This is an accepted fact. So it's very difficult for a woman to realize her complete potential in such a context. This is the specificity of Indian situation. Compared to other countries, India has become the most dangerous society for women to live. That's it. There are certain historical reasons for this. It's a curious combination. Indian society is a curious combination of the remnants of degenerated feudalist roots and market-oriented ethos of capitalism.
Right.
Both these anti-women values associated with these systems crumble down women. So we are being compelled to live in a suffocating atmosphere left by the degenerated values of feudalism combined with the market-centered attitudes associated with capitalism. That is what is being seen
and the
in India.
fact of the day today. But we've come a long way as we're already run out of time. Devika, would you like to give me a sense of how far we've come as a woman? Personally, and what we see in a society today, more number of women into becoming entrepreneurs, into every field and every stream of work. You see women, but yet the irony is in offices, in corporate offices, the number of women have reduced in compared to the past. Over the last few years, the statistics show lower number of women in the corporate structure. Not too sure if women are going back to the traditional way. Don't know what that is really all about, but Ms. Bindu, your take on that?
Yeah, that's because of the neoliberal policies, obviously.
So policy is not supporting women enough.
Yeah.
And women in politics, representation itself so low.
It's very low. It's very low.
How would we change that, ma'am, quickly?
Yeah, we have to make an attitudinal change in the society. Then only we will be able to overcome all these hurdles. We have to change the attitudes. We have to change women also. Actually, now women are seen as passive objects, not as active agents. Women themselves have to reconceptualize themselves as active agents who can intervene in the public sphere, who can talk about all these things.
Lovely. Devika, finally.
But in my fraternity, the women's representation are pretty high, I must say. Even a lot of women's narratives are also there. And I think in my sphere, there is, because there is something so sanctimonious about the space of a performer, of an Indian, I would not say classical performer, because again, the correct translation of, Shastriya Nritta is not classical. I think it should be scientific dancing, because the moment you say classical, you're talking about mass also, right? So there's a discrimination happening there. So, but in my sphere, people don't enter that sphere very, very fast. So you're more liberated to talk about issues. And also to delve into women's narratives where you could question writers, you could question the Puranas, you needn't eulogize deities, but you can humanize, you can humanize gods or even women. And that is where the connect is. You can find legitimate endings to problems that were never solved in the past, right? And women have gone a long way, I must say, but there is still miles to go.
A long way to go, absolutely. A final word from you, Mridula.
So, see, I think this, again I'll come to the word trade-offs and make it about prioritization. So easy to play the victim card and say, oh, all this is stacked against me. But in my life, I've always found within each of us, there is some power Maybe you cannot become the president or something like that, but you can. There
Why
is a
not?
president. There is
Why
a president.
not?
There is a president.
No, don't you dare
but,
say that.
No, but every day comes with a hope that there is a power that you can take and you can act. Maybe small, but if you build on it over time. Working as a woman is not easy. Let's be very honest.
Correct.
But it is infinitely rewarding. I'll leave it there.
Absolutely. All of us have ambitions, as much as responsibilities are, as much as you embrace it, there's also a burning fire to become successful in whatever respective fields that you're in. And congratulations for paving the way for many, many more women who are watching and looking up to you. Thank you very much for joining us here today. And as I would say, and if I may, Devika is a fabulous Mohiniyattam dancer. She's an award winner, and she has agreed, humbly agreed, for my humble request, she has agreed to do a small performance for us. A big round of applause for Devika. And if I may ask my other panelists to please be seated, and let's watch Devika in action. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Ms. Bindu is Minister for Higher Education, State of Kerala. Devika, a fabulous dancer. Mridula, an entrepreneur herself, a climate change voice. Thank you very much, our guests, for joining us here today.
I want the mic. Yeah. So I had no other option but to agree. Although, you know, Mohiniyattam, they said they want something only for 5 minutes. But to start Mohiniyattam also takes 5 minutes. So I had to really concise it. Well, I'll give you a gist of what I'm doing. It's just an excerpt from the famous Chidambaram Stotram. The myth is this, that Patanjali, I'm talking about the Patanjali of Yoga Sutra. Patanjali visits Chidambaram and he wants to see Lord Nataraja, and of course Nataraja's secretary Nandi stops him as usual. And Patanjali breaks out into this beautiful verse, and apparently Nataraja came out of the sanctum sanctorum, and because it was at the behest of somebody else, it was more graceful, it had a lot, it was unhurried, it had restraint. And this is beautifully compared to the dance of the male peacock. And this focuses on the lasya, or the feminine, or the grace of the masculine. So just taking a bit of this, sung by my singer Kalamandalam Vinod and composed by me. Thank you.
तदंजित मुदंजित निगुंजित पदम छल छल छलित मंजु कटकम
my God. That was fantastic. Devika, I'd like you to please stay on stage. In fact, to a quick mention here, Devika was on the Oscars contention list in 2018, nearly selected into the Oscars, so she's really made India proud on that global stage. Appreciate you agreeing to put up that performance. I'd like to also call Ms. Bindu, our Health Education Minister for the state of Kerala, on stage. A quick felicitation, please. Calling on stage. Also Mridula. Mridula, please come on stage. We'd like to call in Shushmita Nag, CMO Finesta, to felicitate our guests here today.
Thank you so much for all the speakers. Up next, we have a very fiery session. The most vocal Southern India politicians from various parties who will be speaking on the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, and the most watched session. I can promise you that all the four speakers would be speaking their minds. Target 2024, Who Will Win the South? Sponsored by Radico. I'd like to invite the session moderator, Mr. Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today, onto the stage to introduce our panelists.
Thank you. May I invite the panelists in the order that we have them here. Manikam Tagore, Congress MP from Tamil Nadu. K.R. Suresh Reddy, Telangana Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, and a special warm wishes to you. It's your foundation day, so give them a very big hand. It's Telangana's big day today. Annamalai, President of the Tamil Nadu BJP, and a special thanks to him because he's come despite an attack of food poisoning. No conspiracy there. It was just something that he ate. And John Brittas is the Rajya Sabha CPIM fiery MP, former journalist turned Member of Parliament. Thank you all for joining us. Do sit. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the India Today South Conclave. Now, when you look at India geographically, it seems as if we are very different countries, particularly when you look at the Hindi heartland and the politics of the South. And as we build up to the big 2024 elections, the question is, who will win the South? That's what we're going to debate, and we have very special guests. Joining us, Manikam Tagore of the Congress Party, give him a big hand. Suresh Reddy of the Telangana, or the Bharat Rashtra Samiti now, the BRS from Telangana. Annamalai, the President of the Tamil Nadu BJP. And John Brittas, the CPIM MP from Kerala. So all bases covered. And I'm going to start with the man in the middle. Annamalai, you're in a way encircled by three people who may well represent anti-BJP voices. So I want to start with you. because soon after the victory in Karnataka, the Congress leadership claimed that the South has become BJP Mukt Dakshin. How do you respond to those who say the South is now a fortress which the BJP is unable to breach? It's the last frontier.
Good afternoon, Rajya. Thank you so much for inviting me here. We all know in the state of Karnataka, coming to the first part of your question, it's a very, very different state electorally. After 1985, no state has come back to power for the second time, even for Congress multiple times. Last 36 years, nobody could repeat it. This time we were hopeful that we should be the party that is repeating it, not so. But having said that, BJP has retained its vote share, 36%. We have done fairly well, considering 3 chief ministers in 5 years, 2 chief ministers in BJP for the last 5 years. And we are pretty results. You are a senior political person. Now 25 out of 27 BJP has got, will repeat again. Now coming to the Congress question of Congress Mukt Bharat, of course Pondicherry, BJP has made a mark. We are part of a coalition government. Our ministers are there. But South this time, 2024 would be the time which will have a breakout for BJP, especially in states like Tamil Nadu and Telangana. Along with Karnataka and Kerala, we see a huge breakout. I will explain in the subsequent when you give me opportunity to answer. So it is a one-off election in Karnataka because of the local nature of politics. Nothing more should be read into it with respect to the whole South Indian dynamics.
No, but may I just for a moment pursue you on the fact that if I look at hard data, in the 2019 elections, you didn't get a single seat in Andhra Pradesh, you didn't get a single seat in Tamil Nadu, and you didn't get a single seat here in Kerala. You got 25 in Karnataka and 4 in Telangana. So out of 130 seats, you got 29, your ally AIDMK won. What does that suggest? Would you agree that this is, the southern India is still a bridge too far as of today for the BJP? I'm not looking at the future, but as of today, it's a bridge too far going ahead into 2024. What will change in the next 12 months?
I will not use the word called bridge too far. Agreed. Before 2014, the southern Indian politics was very different. BJP, I would say, had a late start in Tamil Nadu, especially in many southern states. Congress was in power multiple times. Likewise, regional parties were in power multiple times. The Vajpayee era, we got a big jump. Tamil Nadu had seen 4 MPs at one point of time in Vajpayee era. After 2014, the party is growing rapidly, especially with the addition of leaders. Grassroots is building up. That is why I made this statement. The breakout performance is going to happen in 2024 for a variety of reasons. Whatever development work happens in southern Tamil Nadu, my friends sitting along with me, the major point of contention they keep is what about Tamil pride? What about Kannada pride? What about Malayalam pride? This is how the politics was happening in the southern state. This time it is G has done. And a combination of the cultural renaissance, what has happened for Tamil Nadu, Kasi Tamil Sangamam, Saurashtra Tamil Sangamam, the great Sengol president in parliament, which is after 1947. So this combination should push us together over the line. The breakout performance we'll see in 2024.
So you're saying development plus an element of national pride embodied in Prime Minister Modi. Am I correct?
Absolutely, sir. That is how it is going to be this time.
Manikam Tagore, because, you know, the Congress seems to believe that Karnataka is India. We won Karnataka, we are going to win the South, we are going to win India. Karnataka may not necessarily be replicable rest of the country. According to Annamalai, general elections will be very different in particular to a state election where you've had traditional anti-incumbency for more than 3 decades.
Every election, thank you so much. Every election is a different election first. Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Kerala and Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, from beginning itself, after the independent India itself, is not a field where the hate politics has any kind of entrance itself. BJP in the Deccan could not enter into the basic of their hate politics on religious basis or whatever basis they had expanded for long. The hate politics of BJP, particularly the RSS-backed hate politics, doesn't have a scope in southern part of Tamil Nadu, the southern part of India, except in Karnataka, where they were able to break these Janata Parivar's one group of Mr. Ramakrishna Hegde, and they entered into that. The mistakes of Mr. Devagoda and others allowed BJP's entrance into Karnataka. Therefore, they captured that thing. All the Karnataka leaders, you take any Karnataka leader of the BJP, maybe the ex-chief minister who has just been voted out, are all ex-Janata fellows. who had been with Ramakrishna Hegde. Therefore, that model of BJP to replicate in any other state, in Karnataka itself it is failing, other states also it's going to be difficult because in southern India, the politics of education based on a primary education, health and other issues on which real social and economic challenges are there. It's a
He
ground.
says Modi factor. You're saying hate politics. Annamalai is saying development plus Modi factor will become the breakout moment in 2024.
Modi is the person. When we say Modi in southern part of Tamil Nadu, people doesn't vote for it. That's the thing. I have to ask only one thing, that whether you want a Modi government in central, people will not vote for it. That's my constituency. And there only I will get elected.
So you're saying Mr. Modi is not a factor?
Modi is not a workable factor in southern part of India, except in few states in Karnataka. Therefore, only previous year also they had shown Modi as the biggest things. 2 elections they had been defeated.
Okay, before I come to the other panelists, you want a quick response to that? Mr. Modi is not a factor in southern India. We've seen even in our polls, Mr. Modi's popularity much higher in the northern part and the western part than in southern India. Somehow, even Mr. Modi finds South India at times a bridge too far.
No, sir, for the Modi factor to work, of course, it's a great leader, amazing personality. The party has to be strong, grassroots has to be organized to convert the Modi's charisma to votes. That is a problem which for the last 10 years, the party is building up. In case of Tamil Nadu, the kind of respect Modi ji enjoys is so high. But to translate that into votes is the party's problem, which we are addressing it. Second, if I go to Manickam Thakurji's constituency, I think bulk of his voters are cracker industry people, 8 lakh, 7 lakh, 6 lakh. Who solved their problem? It is Modi ji. Who stopped the Chinese crackers from coming in? Modi ji. Who is solving the crackers issue in Supreme Court? We are. So Manickam Thakurji will see in 2024, I'm talking of a localized phenomenon, how tough it will be for him to get elected in 2024 also. He will see, thanks to Modi ji, very specific to his constituency, very specific to the cracker industry.
Okay. Manickam Tagore is staying calm. One of the good things about the South is politicians don't instantly respond. There is a calmness that Kerala and southern India brings, southern comfort. But Mr. Suresh Reddy, how calm are you? Because the next big election is in Telangana. And one thing that we've seen in the last 5 years, the BJP is growing in Telangana. The BJP won a by-election from Karimnagar. The BJP did very well in the Hyderabad municipal elections, became the principal opposition. It has a large Muslim population. Therefore, you could argue the BJP may be able to play on the demographics of Telangana. How worried are you going into the Telangana election? The BJP is emerging now as a challenger in the state of Telangana.
Thanks, Rajdeep, because I begin my India Today innings with you, so very happy about it. The only thing going south for BJP is its graph.
Only thing south going for the BJP is its graph.
Is its graph. And I say that with the reason that BJP had an opportunity in Karnataka. Wherever state governments were functioning, BJP was one of the state governments running in Karnataka. The performance, the election results have shown what the performance was. Now coming to Hyderabad. Well, you're talking about BJP winning 1 seat or a couple of seats in the municipal elections and about 3-4 seats in parliament. In my view, that's not a big number. The reason being, in Telangana, in the last 9 years, we had 3 big elections, the 2014 election, the 2018 election, and 2019 election. And in all the 3 elections, TRS then, BRS now, consistently performed and increased its position from election to election. Number 1. It was not just limited only to the general elections. When you come down to the local elections, the municipal elections, the Zilla Parishad elections, the Sarpanch elections, BRS party swept the polls. How did it happen? How is it that BRS is winning Telangana continuously and BJP lost an opportunity in Karnataka? It is the regional performance. So when you come to South, Modi factor or the other factors what BJP is propagating will not work in South. What will work in South is the performance. And you're competing against performing leaders. who have performed remarkably well.
You don't see any anti-incumbency after 10 years in power, creeping anti-incumbency against Mr. Chandrasekhar Rao?
Well, we had elections, a by-election just about 6 months back, and we won it. In spite of winning elections continuously, the fact of the matter remains that the policies, the programs, the visibility, availability of the leadership in Telangana is a clear indication that what people of the state want. It is not dramatics, or it is not a very aggressive media which works there. It is what's working on the ground.
So you're saying people in your state, or indeed across the south, vote for regional leaders on performance of regional governments. Am I correct? It's not about who runs Delhi, it's about who runs the states.
Well, historically, Rajdeep, if you look at it, the South was entirely under Congress control. Why did it wither away gradually? Because they could not reach out. The leadership in Delhi could not reach out, understand the ethos, understand the needs, and develop regional leadership. That's how the aspirations were not met. Okay. So this gave rise to regional parties. The regional parties, not just merely to be regional, but to perform and show.
Okay, interesting. John Brittas, Kerala marches to its own beat. You have your own politics which perhaps cannot be replicated anywhere else. Many believe the CPIM is actually a regional party in Kerala, with Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan a face of that regional party. Do you agree that you have a Kerala model for the CPIM that is limited today to Kerala?
Rajdeep, let me just make it very clear that whenever you have a discourse from Delhi or a Delhi-centric discourse, you find all the parties based in South being regional. We are as national as other parties who are based out of North India. So, as Suresh Reddy said, we would be equally national like those parties which are in Bihar or in Uttar Pradesh. Second thing is that, see, 18% of the population, that is South, we contributes 35% of the GDP because we have kept BJP away from South. That's it. And third thing, what is the Modi factor? Modi factor is creating laboratories in each state, Hindutva laboratory. It can be halal or hijab in Karnataka. It can be a Shengol in K Annamalai's place. It can be Shabarimala or something in Kerala. It can be something else in Telangana. This will not work in the South. And I can tell you that when you talk in terms of CPM politics, beyond our political reach, we have influence in the country, which you can recognize that. If you just look at the history of those non-BJP governments in the country, it was left which was instrumental for such formations. So just because we are only, ruling Kerala, that doesn't mean that we are limited to the four boundaries of Kerala. Let me just make it very clear, Rajji. Before the so-called Modi factor, they had one assembly seat in Kerala. After the so-called Annamalai's Modi factor, ganged up, we closed that account. So we'll make sure that there won't be any account being opened for BJP in Kerala. And out of 130 seats, they got maximum from Karnataka last time, that is 25 out of 28. I don't expect that to happen this time. Thank you.
You know, before, we will debate a lot of what you said, but one thing you said, Sengol. You even suggested Sengol is a product of Hindutva politics. Is that, shouldn't you see it more as an issue of Tamil and a symbol of pride, of power, rather than also link it to Hindutva politics? It seems that whatever the BJP does, you're going to somehow or the other find a way to demonize it and say, this is Hindutva politics at work.
Rajdeep, the question is to me?
Yes.
See, let me
you raised the Sengol issue.
Let me just tell you one thing. I am being a member of parliament. See, I am ashamed about what things happened there in parliament inauguration. Sardar Patel, see, he did away with all the Shengol, Simhasan, Crown, Palace Clowns, Palace Jodish. All these have been brought back to Indian politics after 75 years. Is that what the country wants now? Do you think that the southern people will cave into all these tamashas which is being played out there? Never. And I will tell you one thing. The Tamil Nadu people are indolent enough to see through this game. Shengol is not going to work. If the government of India had invited the Panchayat presidents of this country for the inauguration of the parliament, I would have appreciated that. What do these sannyasis have to do with the parliament? Are they representatives of this India? Have they ever voted in an election? What nonsense is happening in this country? Do you think the people of South will stomach all this humbug that is being doled out? Okay. No, never.
You want to, Annamalai, you deserve a response. That is the BJP relying on symbolism? You bring the Sengol, you think that it's going to invoke an element of Tamil sentiment, Tamil pride, and it will win you votes. You need to do more than just symbolism. Can you really challenge, for example, in your state, the powerful Dravidiya identity that has driven the politics of Tamil Nadu for more than half a century?
Firstly, to respond to John sir, the concept of Sengol is there in Sangam literature, which is 2000 years before. Even when the religion of Muslim was born, even when the religion of Christianity was born. The word Sengol is very specific. Thiruvalluvar again 2000 years back writes 10 Thirukural in the Adhikaram called Sengonmai for Sengol. Very unfortunate, very eminent leaders like John G, they try to equate cultural renaissance to BJP, which in a way I'm very proud of it. Because it is simply because after 1947, they've removed the soul of India, which means they've removed the soul of culture from the politics. And now when the soul is being brought back, I think they have a problem. The problem in South also, Rajib ji, it is not BJP is fighting DMK. In Kerala, BJP has to find the tactical adjustment politics of Communist and Congress. When a BJP candidate is there, every election you look at it, it is not BJP versus Congress, BJP versus Communists. When BJP is there, both of them join together. The same thing in other southern states also. Coming to Suresh Reddy's argument, I think Telangana, he mentioned one by-election. What about the 3 by-elections prior to that? All the 3 by-elections BJP won. What about Hyderabad? BJP made a mark. I think we are living in a kind of paradise, a glass palace that we have built for ourselves. 2024, we are pretty sure. Tamil Nadu, we are not taking on one party, we are taking on multiple parties. Kerala, we are not taking on communists. We are taking on communists and Congress who will do tactical adjustment to defeat BJP. The reason BJP is yet to make a mark because he mentioned 18% of population contributing 35%. I can show you in 1970, even before BJP was in picture, South was contributing more. In 1940-50, if I go, South was contributing more. That is not a label for us to proudly claim. When Nehruji shifted a lot of central government institutions to South, not because South has to prosper, simply because to escape the attack of China, they escaped the attack of Pakistan, many critical central government institutions were shifted to Chennai and Bangalore. That helped the state to grow. When 1947, when the first cabinet was there was something called the freight equalization policy. When a coal was lifted from Jharkhand, when the coal is coming all the way to Tamil Nadu, the freight was equalized simply because Tamil Nadu and other states have to develop. And arguing that is only counterproductive. 2024, just I'll end the last point, sir. My friend Manik Thakur will immediately say one point. What about Tamil pride? For Sanskrit, you allocate more money. For Tamil, you allocate less money. In the public speeches, he keeps telling. When there are 17 Sanskrit institutes and 1 Tamil institute, the money allocation is proportionate to 17:1. Out of that institute, 90% Sanskrit institutes came before BJP. I requested the Tamil Nadu CM, if you really care about Tamil pride, you create more Tamil institutions, we will get you money from Modi. Tamil pride, Sanskrit versus Tamil, 18% contributing to 35. South is giving more tax so that Bihar and UP is growing. These are all arguments without any historical basis. The argument is happening in South.
John Britt has just raised his hand, so you want to respond to what was just said, particularly the tactical adjustment, according to Annamalai, between the Congress and the CPIM.
No, Rajdeep, let me just tell you one thing. I think I'm sorry to say that Thiru Annamalai is wrong on his statistics. Till 1970s, the growth of North and South was more or less equal. After 70s only, the South surpassed in the growth. That is there. If you'll just check the Niti Aayog or Planning Commission statistics, you'll understand that. And second thing, what has happened now is that dismantling of the Planning Commission, usurping into the powers of the state, denying the states the rightful share of the resource of the center. Now, just see in 2023-24, 1,83,000 crores have been devoted to UP alone, whereas for all the South, it is 1,63,000 crores. See the disparity, discrimination that is happening. And I will tell you one more thing. There is 3D that is being practiced. One is dislodge the opposition government. If you cannot dislodge it, you disrupt it. If you cannot disrupt it, you defame it. This is the 3D is the mantra of BJP, which will not work in the South.
You know, in the South, it appears from what I just heard that you'll almost feel as if you're being penalized. You know, that the center is penalizing you because you have a better track record on education, on health, because you work to bring your population levels down. You claim you are the sort of economic hub of the country, but you're being penalized, not getting enough back. Is that a fair assessment? Because surely all of this has been in the making over the last decade. It's not as if this has happened only after 2014. You know, all the, Mr. Bitters, the arguments you're making are not post-2014 only.
Yes, I will tell you one line. What has happened now? See, after the 2014, see, there was a planning commission, there was Gagged formula. All this has been dismantled. The only job of BJP is to construct building, demolish institutions. That is their hobby. And I will tell you one thing. What is happening now is that if you perform, you perish. Perform and perish.
That's Finance Commission. The Finance Commission is the one which is deciding on revenue sharing.
You build buildings, you demolish institutions. That is their habit.
Yes, Mr. Reddy.
Yeah, getting to Mr. Annamalai's the Sengal thing. He said it's the soul of India. If the soul of India is placed in Parliament, in my view, the soul of India is the debate in Parliament. The Sengal, of course, in my view, it just reminds me of part 2 of the King's coronation, the way the event took place. But again, Modi ji lost an opportunity while inaugurating the Parliament. How did he lose the opportunity? He could have assured the Honorable Speaker of his party's support in ensuring that this new Parliament will ensure a good debate. He could have assured the Honorable Speaker that today only 14% of the bills are referred to the standing committees. He could have assured the Honorable Speaker. You could have availed that opportunity. But nothing came. The only thing came was population increase, number of seats increased. So obviously there'll be a new Bhavan. It's an opportunity lost for Mr. Modi and for BJP, I would feel.
I'll come to delimitation and what it could do to the map of India and the relations between southern states and the north in a moment. But Manikam Tagore, from what the BJP here is suggesting, they believe that they are bringing about a cultural renaissance. They believe a number of symbols, the Sengal is seen as a symbol, according to Annamalai, you can correct me, as cultural renaissance. Opponents are seeing it in narrow Hindutva terms. Do you believe that you can defeat the BJP by demonizing them on Hindutva politics? Or do you believe you are going to have to also offer a development agenda? In Karnataka, for example, you offered 5 guarantees and they seem to have worked. Basic guarantees to people. Is the Congress very clear that the battle in the south cannot be fought like it is in the north? You can't use Ram Mandir. They cannot use hijab, halal, azan possibly. You're going to have to find a different paradigm. Just as they've lost out, where are you? You are 0 seats today in Andhra Pradesh, a state that you were once powerful. In Telangana, you're on the back foot. In Kerala, it's Mr. Vijayan who's come to power. In Tamil Nadu, you're reliant on DMK. So it's all very well to attack BJP, but where is the Congress in the south?
To my friend Annamalai's Sengal thing, usually whenever election comes, BJP will come out with some kind of symbols. Previous assembly elections in Tamil Nadu, they came up with a veil, Murugan veil, our union minister now, MOS, Murugan was taking veil everywhere. I suppose my friend also took it in Arvakurchi when he was vice president. With veil, they were having veil yatra across Tamil Nadu. For now, they are taking the Sengal because as my friend was telling about that, it is very auspicious or Sengal is. 9 years where this Sengal has gone. When Modi has come Prime Minister in 2014, where is that Sengal was there for 9 years? Why they were not speaking about it? For BJP, particularly the same model of everywhere, across India, they have a pattern, RSS pattern, that we will have symbolism and we will have Rath Yatra, we will take Ram, we will take somebody else. All this kind of, that is not going to work in Tamil Nadu. Sengal, after the Ponniyin Selvan film, They had got that Sengol story, and WhatsApp University is making out, and they are believing that it is going to make a big mark. Means that's not going to happen in the ground.
Yeah, but
it is the economic issues. It is the social justice issues which matters.
But beyond Sengol, as I said, you are zero in Andhra Pradesh, a state you were in power. In Telangana, you are on the back foot. You've given up power to the in Kerala for the last decade now to the CPIM. Where is the Congress party? What's your model?
It's very simple, brother. You have to understand that Congress idea of Congress is occupied by Jagan-like parties, which Congress vote bank has shifted to Jagan because of the division, bifurcation of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Therefore, we need to understand that the idea of Congress, the idea of inclusive society is being accepted in South India. It is not that hate politics of BJP or a religion-based politics of BJP is being accepted in Tamil Nadu.
You divided Andhra Pradesh. Let's be very clear. Please do not blame anyone else but yourself for the division of Andhra Pradesh. You divided Andhra Pradesh between Andhra and Telangana.
We are proud that we had formed a state called Telangana, and the formation day is today, and we take full responsibility for that division of that state, and we take it pride. And I suppose that my friend Suresh should also give that credit to us that we had formed that state. But we kept our word.
Okay, but let me take that forward. Do you agree in both Telangana and in Andhra Pradesh today, the parties in power are regional parties? In a way, Jagan Mohan Reddy, YSRCP and BRS are regional parties. Have the national parties lost out to regional parties in the south who are more connected in a way through regional leadership, regional culture?
Andhra Pradesh is a different story because of the division. Congress vote bank shifted to Mr. Jagan, and therefore YSRP was formed, and they were able to keep that. It was on a pain they are fighting that election. Here in Telangana, this time BRS will be defeated because of high anti-incumbency and unemployment and agrarian crisis is in a big way. And I can say to you that this time KCR will be defeated. All the by-elections you are mentioning, I had been there in the by-elections, how money was flowing like water in Mungod as well as in the Huzurabad or in Dubaka. Politics of money was in biggest way.
So who's your enemy number one in Telangana? Is it the TRS or is it the BRS or the BJP?
BRS is our enemy in Telangana.
You know, Mr. Suresh Reddy, whenever I hear congressmen target BRS, we keep hearing about this grand alliance that is going to be formed ahead of 2024 against the BJP. Here I see there is no alliance. This is precisely what's happening. At the state level, your opponent is the Congress. KCR wants to form a grand alliance nationally. They also want to form one. It's not going to happen. Beneficiary, the BJP.
Rajdeep, what's happening is the definition of national and regional parties is changing.
Definition?
Yes. And national parties are turning regional and regional parties are turning national. Regional parties are expanding. So the question of regional parties being confined to fight the national party is no more now. And I can quote examples. Today, when you asked me, can KCR form an alliance without BJP, without Congress? Yes, he can. How we can? We're proving ourselves now. It's going to happen not merely in South, but in the entire country.
Which state, sir, which state will you go to? I mean, it seems, you know, when KCR Gadu goes into a Maharashtra or goes into neighboring states, do you really believe that he can attract votes there?
When I say alliances, when I say expanding, it doesn't merely mean winning elections in those states. It is not just contesting elections. It is taking your ideas, taking your policies, sharing it. And to quote a small example of how this is churning out, there was recently a mammoth public meeting in Khammam a few months back. Close to 1 million people attended it. And roughly about 4 to 5 chief ministers attended, former chief ministers, political party leaders. The best spirit of federalism was exhibited there, where one chief minister, say from Kerala, appreciated the efforts of the Telangana government and said he would replicate it. The Delhi chief minister appreciated some efforts of the other state and he said he would replicate it. The Punjab chief minister said he would do it. Opposition leader from Uttar Pradesh came and said these are brilliant ideas which need to be further strengthened. So what Niti Aayog could not do, this public meeting has delivered. So this is an example of how cooperative federalism can not only bring in good prosperity to the states, but also can run the country.
Okay.
The exchange, what I'm trying to point out is the good policies, the good initiatives of each state are not being emulated because of the suppression of the BJP here. If the regional parties kind of progress, definitely the country will tend to benefit from the various ideas. Now, we're not just talking about...
Can I just stop you for a moment though? Sure. Because one of the issues that he raised, which I want you to address right away, whenever one travels to South India, and recently in Karnataka, we were told figures like 25 to 50 crores are spent per candidate per constituency of major parties. I'm told in Telangana it will be 50 crore plus. He just mentioned money power. He mentioned it. Money was flowing like water in the by-election. Is that true? That in South India, increasingly, politics has become cash and carry. And if you don't win, you can always switch over to the winning side. Defections are also part of the game. Yes or no?
Well,
honest answer.
See, I'll answer it in two parts. Reason is, since they can't win elections, they blame that you won because of money. They never give us credit that we won because of our policies, initiatives, and the other factors. Just because you kept on losing, you say they spent money and you're winning.
Are you denying that money is spent?
And if we are, Rajiv, and if we are spending money and winning, you think they'll keep quiet? The BJP at the center? They've been hounding us day and out. So there's no question of money. Money, as a per se, is a challenge for the nation. Elections have become expensive. It is for all the political parties, election commission to sit and debate it. We'll do it the other day. But today, the allegations against us, because we are performing, you just snub us and say you have money and you're kind of winning.
Okay. Yes, John.
Rajdeep, absolutely, it's a very serious topic. See, the election expenditure, it's minimal in Kerala in the country. Minimal in Kerala. The lowest. And who raised the bar of this election expenditure? Just see what would have been the spending of BJP in Karnataka. Last Lok Sabha election, BJP would have easily spent something like 50,000 crores. And 224, I'm sure that...
No, you're throwing a number, 50,000 crores. Based on what? You are throwing a number at us. BJP spent 50,000 crores.
Yeah, see, you can absolutely just go and analyze these, spend they have done. And I will tell you one, even Kerala, they had 15% vote 5 years back. Now it has come down to 12%. Just see the spend of BJP in Kerala. Just see the spend of BJP in Kerala. So actually, I understand the election expenditure in South, especially in Telangana, Karnataka, etc. has gone up. And it is very minimal in Kerala because we have kept away the BJP. But because of BJP's active involvement in Kerala, it can go up. That's the reality. They are raising the bar. They are raising the bar across the nation. And one response to Manikam. Manikam, you need to be realistic. I am just telling you that if the common interest of these political parties, non-BJP political parties, is to keep BJP away from power, forget about your petty rivalries. And please remember that, Manikam, you're a great friend of mine, your strength is in 150, 160 seats alone. 160 seats, you concentrate there. Fight the BJP. Win 50%, they're out of power. You win 50% of the 160 seats, BJP is thrown out of power. Instead of that, don't go here and there and don't send your leaders from north to Kerala, Karnataka to contest and so on. Forget about it.
No, 1 minute. Are you asking the Congress to abandon Kerala also now? Come on.
No.
Here is...
No, Rajiv. No. Kerala will abandon Congress.
No. Look, you are telling them to leave Kerala, you tie up with them in Kerala. If you believe BJP is your main opponent, you tie up with them in Kerala.
I am only giving an unsolicited advice to Manikam that they should be realistic. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less.
Annamalai, somewhere in all of this, as I listen to all of the others, they seem to see you, or the BJP rather, as enemy number one, in some form or the other. And they play on a more regional sentiment. Here, your leaders come to Kerala or even outside Kerala, they demonize the state through Kerala story. Then you have the manner in which the imposition of Hindi. Over the years, there's a sense Hindi, Hindu, Hindustan, and that leads to a backlash, particularly in Tamil Nadu. We saw in Karnataka also an element of Kannada pride was played by the Congress, even using Nandini versus Amul. Is part of the problem for the BJP that because you become such a dominant party in Delhi, one size no longer fits all. You're going to have to adjust to local sensitivities, whether in Tamil Nadu, whether in an Andhra, whether in a Karnataka, Kerala, you're not able to do that. You're going to have to change your strategy, bring up strong regional leaders and cater to regional sensitivities. You can't run the South from Delhi.
Sir, if you have observed, our Manikam Thakurji used a word called high command. High command, used the word called high command. I can proudly sit in my chair and call Mr. Modi ji as a Karyakarta, more than a Prime Minister. It's a Karyakarta. Just like I am a Karyakarta in BJP in Tamil Nadu, Modi ji is a Karyakarta from Gujarat sitting in Delhi as a Prime Minister. It is the high command, rule from Delhi, dismissing governments. You take a flight, by the time Rajiv Gandhi ji's flight lands, one Chief Minister dismissed. 1968, Hindi imposed. 1986, second education policy, Hindi imposed. 2020, for the very first time in the new education policy, we said, regional language, take a third language of your choice. I find it very funny. The whole problem, the national parties have got a bad name in Tamil Nadu is simply because of Congress. It is a Congress culture. Somehow people equate it to BJP also. I am sitting here. Manikam Thakurji also mentioned a statement that unemployment is rising. Just because his leader Rahul Gandhi ji is unemployed doesn't mean the youth of this country is unemployed. Simply saying. And John ji mentioned a number called 50,000 crore. I just hope and pray, sir, your number 50,000 crore when you mention, it is 27 constituencies multiplied by 2,000 is 54,000 crore. If you're going by the same numbers, I really think you got to relearn your maths, starting from first standard, sir. Now,
50,000 for the nation, last Lok Sabha election.
Now, looking at the whole thing, sir, if you look at BJP per se, we are very clear the leadership has to be regional, absolutely regional. That is why you see Assam Himanta Biswa Sarma. If he is growing in Congress, by now Himanta Biswa Sarma will be thrown out. If there is a Devendra Fadnavis in Maharashtra, they would have cut him to size. All the regional leadership, BJP is allowing to grow. In Tamil Nadu also BJP will grow. He mentioned about Vel Yatra. 20 years, no MLAs in Assembly, Tamil Nadu Assembly. After Vel Yatra, 4. Now Sengol, you will see 39.
No, but the fact is the one strong regional leader you had from the South was B.S. Yediyurappa and he was marginalized before the election. The question is, do you want to run the southern states from Delhi? The point I made earlier. You're saying Hindi imposition will not happen even though increasingly official releases are there in Delhi in Hindi and many MPs and other parties are complaining about it. Are you very clear that whether it is in a Tamil Nadu, whether it's in a Kerala, you can't demonize Kerala through Kerala story and expect Keralites to vote for you?
One thing, Rajdeep.
Nobody is demonizing. Sir, nobody is demonizing. When there is a director, when there is a scriptwriter, there is an historical evidence. Even the celebration of Kerala story in Mumbai, there are a lot of survivors standing in the stage and they were talking about their story of what happened. It's a story.
But should the Prime Minister of the country be promoting it? Should your ministers be promoting it?
The Prime Minister, out of Prime Minister, never mentions about Kerala story, demonizing Kerala. This is a time bomb that can happen in any part of the country. It is as serious as a time bomb. Prime Minister mentioned about the concept that is happening. Can John Britosji, who owns a television channel himself, can he say not even one incident happened inside Kerala?
Mr. Brittos?
Mr. Rajdeep, can you imagine the Prime Minister of this country being a brand ambassador of a movie like Kerala Story? We should be dumped into the septic tank.
No, why should it be dumped?
Can you imagine that?
No, it should be watched by people. They are entitled to watch it.
Sir, we have permitted this movie to be watched and screened across the state. Did we ban it? No. We know the people will ban it on their own. And can you imagine the Home Minister, who is the custodian of national unity and integration, while campaigning in Karnataka, saying that, beware, Kerala is near you. Are we Pakistan? The most peace-loving state in the country. They should rely on the indices of the Nidhi Aayog. And they have depicted Kerala as Somalia. The Prime Minister. And they have called Kerala the hotbed of terrorism. See, what is the statistics they have? I had asked a couple of questions in Rajya Sabha, and I asked about the love jihad. Not even a single instance of love jihad was referred to by the Home Minister. And even conversion, only 2 cases of conversion was investigated by the NIA. And what is this concoction of this?
Okay.
And I will tell you one thing. The only university applicable to BJP is WhatsApp University.
Rajiv sir, you come with me. I can show the hundreds of Karyakartas butchered in Kerala. Starting from Jai Krishna Master in Kannur, we will start the history from Kannur.
Mr. Annamalai,
till Palakkad. No.
please stay back in Kerala.
I will come along with you,
I will
Kerala.
come with you everywhere.
Why PFI was banned? Simply because there was a state support given to PFI inside Kerala. Hundreds of BJP Karyakartas butchered in the daylight like a dog. And now he's talking about the most peace-loving state in the country as Kerala. It must be the biggest joke of the 21st century.
PFI and RSS are hand in glove. Just see the electoral scene of Karnataka. Why did the PFI's political wing contested in the coastal Karnataka? It helped BJP only. Why didn't they ban their political party?
Can I just...
Yes, they want Owaisi, they want PFI, they want everybody there. Just to split the opposition votes.
John,
That's
I'm feeling like the Speaker of the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha struggling to get a word in. But as we conclude, there's one issue that perhaps is going to be troubling to the politics of the South going ahead: delimitation. Many believe that this could set off another North-South conflict in a way. By 2026 or a little later, if delimitation comes, the number of seats of the northern Hindi heartland states could rise based on population, and the southern states could be penalized for their lower population growth rates. This plus the fact that you have better economic indices could lead to resentment and an alienation. How do you believe delimitation should go ahead, Manikam Tagore, or should everyone sit across a table and build a consensus before delimitation is decided upon? This could be the big hot potato going ahead.
2024 elections will decide that thing, because after the new parliament building, this delimitation has come into picture, and we can't trust Modi and Amit Shah. They can do whatever they want, and they wanted to reduce the voice of South India, means they will use whatever means in the name of delimitation itself. It is a very dangerous pattern where the performing states are going to be punished, and in the name of reservation on women's reservation, they will club that debate, and they will start, WhatsApp universities will start that. When we are speaking against delimitation, they will say we are against women. This is going to happen, and all the southern state chief ministers and member of parliaments has to rise it, and we will rise it.
You will oppose it?
We will oppose it, because we need this government, particularly when Amit Shah is there. They can do whatever they want. And they had done it in the earlier amendments also to the parliament. Parliament has become just a rubber stamp institution. Every rules has been broken, and there is no system in place, and parliament has just become only the place where Mr. Modi can speak his Man Ki Baat.
Will you also oppose it, BRS?
Yes, delimitation is a big concern for most of South India, and particularly Telangana. Reason, one is performing states are being penalized, and population control has been part of performance, and if you reduce population, you're going to lose seats. So the question of how do you delimit will be the critical issue, and like you said, we feel that a consensus should arrive. How do you arrive at a consensus? What would be the parameters? Let me give a minute. For example, now population is a criteria. Why not add geographical area too? That's one area. Second is, there is a lot of floating in the country. There are lakhs and lakhs of people from, say, Orissa, Bihar, working, living in Telangana. But only when it comes to vote, they go there. So their census says they are voters, there's a population there. So with these floating population, one, geographical area, number two, since you're performing, you're being penalized, these are definitely issues which will be part of the campaign in 2024.
It will be part of the 2024 campaign in a way. Annamalai, where do you stand on delimitation?
I don't know, sir, why my friends are in a very panicky mode. Delimitation has to happen because one MP cannot manage 16 lakh, 22 lakh kind of population. Of course, population is not going to be the only criterion for delimitation. Everybody knows. That is why from 1971 we have stopped it. 100% we are sure, and BJP comes back to power in 2024. In an accommodative spirit, delimitation happened. Just to add one more point. Inside Tamil Nadu, we have about 4 distinct geographical areas. We are talking about the state. Let us talk about inside the state. I belong to the Kongu region, inside Tamil Nadu. They're like, no, when delimitation happens, we will be in trouble because our population is much less. The other parts of Tamil Nadu will get more seats. So not only at the national level, not only at the state level, even at a sub-regional level, it has to be a carefully done exercise, which BJP will 100% do.
Interesting point. John Brittus.
No, I am not against delimitation. Delimitation can happen. But if you increase the number of seats according to the population, that is going to be a serious issue for the country, unity of the country. And I will tell you one thing, I will request this present government to read closely to this delimitation and freezing of the seats. That's all.
Okay, we're reaching the end. It's been fascinating listening to all four articulate voices. I'm going to ask you one simple question, and I want a one-line answer. What, according to you, makes the South politics distinctive to politics of any other part? And I'm using South in a very generic sense. I know that each of you have your distinctive identities. What makes politics in the South so special? What should the world and India know about the politics of the South that they don't? Manikam, you start.
There is no hate politics allowed in South India.
No hate politics allowed in South India. Hindu-Muslim nahi chalega.
There is no hate politics.
Okay. What makes South politics distinctive according to you?
Well, the South politics is to spread the flavor. For example, like how the culinary flavor, South breakfast has become the national breakfast. It spread the flavor. Similarly, the South politics also spread the flavor of love to the North.
Okay. You know, from the midday meal scheme that MGR or Kamraj before him started, then MGR, the great welfare ideas have, of course, always come from the South and spread. Education in Karnataka. Annamalai, what makes South politics special, distinctive?
Dynasty, family, absolute corruption.
Since you spoke about dynasty, family, absolute corruption, you want to tell us where did you get those audio tapes that allegedly exposed the Tamil Nadu finance minister, PTR?
I should not tell you my secret, sir. I just hold it to myself. Normally when corruption rises, the information starts coming out from the inside of that system only, sir.
So they came from inside the DMK?
Came from inside only, sir.
Okay. Final word, what makes South distinctive, John?
South is truly national. We don't allow hate and hatred. And I would also say that dynasty is better than hate and hatred.
Okay. Dynasty is better than hate and hatred, says John Brittus. We leave it to the educated southern audiences to decide that, and indeed a national audience. But wonderful to have four articulate voices from this part of the country holding the fort. Give them a very big hand, ladies and gentlemen. It's been great listening to them. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rajdeep, and all the speakers. As we promised, it was a fiery session. Let me now invite Ms. Megha Chabra, Head of Corporate Communications, Radico Khaitan, to hand over a token of appreciation. Well, the previous session spoke of the politics of the South. The next session will take you to outer space, the stars, the galaxy, the planets. Whatever you see on the big screen will happen here right away. And I'd like to invite the session moderator, Mr. Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing India Today Group, the conversation, the space quest, and the speaker is S. Somnath, Chairman, Indian Space Research Organization.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Plus 5 seconds.
Lift off normal.
प्रज्वलन और सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन GSLV F.
The Shah ground station is currently tracking.
वर्तमान में प्रथम चरण प्रज्वलित है. इसका कार्यकाल
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. That spacecraft that you saw was GSLV F-12. And let's give the chairman of Isro, Mr. S. Somnath, a very warm round of applause for that. Congratulations, Dr. Somnath, for that tremendous success. You've got that satellite up. But I wanted to look back a bit in 2021. A GSLV went up, and there was a failure at that particular time. What was the problem at that time, and how did you sort it out?
Once a failure occurred, we go through a very serious action of failure analysis. We collect all the data from the rocket, which is telemetered to the ground, and go through the simulations in the ground to see what could be the reason. See, Raj, you know that you can't retrieve the failed rocket, unlike the failed instruments that you may have in ground. Right. You can always probe and find out what exactly went wrong. But here we go through a process of called simulation and try to see what exactly could have gone wrong, and various
so what went wrong?
Hypotheses are put up. Okay, I'll come to that. Essentially, the issue in that mission was leakage of hydrogen. The hydrogen is there in the tank of the cryogenic stage, and at liftoff, there is a certain valve which is supposed to close. It did close, but it closed just a bit lesser than what it's supposed to be. Say a few microns, it left a gap there. And through the gap, the gas was leaking slowly, very, very slowly. But by the time it was just about to get ignited, the pressure in the tank was slightly below the threshold at which the pump will have to see a pressure. Unless that pressure is not there, the pump gets into a mode called cavitation. The cavitation is a condition in which the liquid will start boiling at the end of the pump. And once it starts boiling, it cannot pump it. Its speed increases, it doesn't deliver the liquid to the engine, and the engine stops developing. And our onboard computer found out that this engine is not developing the required thrust. So as to save the mission, it is told to cut off at that point and separate the satellite. So it did that, but unfortunately the satellite is not having the velocity, it will fall into the Earth.
But congratulations for correcting that error that was there, fighting back, and that I think is the hallmark of Isro. It never lets itself down. And I think that's a big lesson that you learned in terms of this thing. And of course, space is unforgiving. Even out of 99.9, you could get it right, but even that 0.1 could destroy whatever mission you had.
That's the challenge, and that's the beauty. So we enjoy it only because it is very risky business.
And while you were there, this satellite, I gather the NAV S1 or whatever the designation you've given it, is up in orbit and working at the moment, or is approaching its geostationary
We went through a process called raising the perigee to an apogee size. It was injected to an elliptical orbit of 170 kilometer by 40,000 kilometer. It has to emit 36,000 kilometers circular, and it also has to go to a precise location in its orbit, and also its inclination to the equator.
So the news is everything is normal on that.
Now we did all that processes. The final orbital correction is completed. It's already in the equatorial orbit, but it has to drift to reach the right place. That will happen in the next few weeks.
And you're confident that will happen?
Yes.
Yeah. Coming to the satellite itself, now India has built a GPS system. This is one of the, or maybe the 5th satellite that will go and sit up there and transmit. Why did we need a GPS system like that? We could have used the other GPS systems that America and others have. Why
so
do
we
this?
have been using GPS of the US. Let us understand, Raj, that the GPS is a US installation. It's a US creation. It was originally created for the strategic need of the...
The GPS, by the way, is all the Google stuff that you use in your car. And suddenly India has one, so just to explain, it's not a very technical thing.
It's a global constellation. It's
Right.
there everywhere. You can see it. You can get the data in anything. But it was originally a military system. And realizing the commercial potential and the public utility, it was transferred to the civilian domain. But still, they have the civilian segment and the military segment, which the military segment, none of you are able to access. Only their military installations and equipments can access that code, which is secured. Now, talk about the GPS. It gives you certain accuracy and availability. There are 2 points. One is called accuracy and second is availability. And availability in the control of the people who are actually providing it. So that means if they don't want to give GPS service at this location, it is possible for them to switch off or make it inferior, that your accuracies will drop to hundreds of meters. Now think of a situation that if you put GPS into any of our systems where we are doing vehicle tracking, railway monitoring, Aadhaar installations, or ship tracking, and also military equipments and devices, and the GPS is inferior at that point. In a situation which is of conflict situation, and somebody decided that it has to be inferior, then we are taken for granted. It cannot be. And we realize that it cannot be, and we need to have our own systems in case that you have a need to protect our installations and systems. And that's why we thought of a concept called IRNSS, which was later named as NAVIC. And this is not a global system like GPS. GPS is created as a global system because US needs it. They were a global military power. We are not. So we looked at it how a GPS system or equivalent can be made for India and its neighborhood, which will serve the purpose which I mentioned, which is basically a strategic purpose. So we defined a different architecture, which is not of GPS nature. Which is a GPS goes in a MEO orbit where we are stationary. The satellites are stationary there and looking at only India. This gives us a distinct advantage. It is much more accurate. It gives you less than 3 meter accuracy when all the 7 satellites are there, which is not GPS doesn't give.
So in effect, these set of satellites makes India self-sufficient.
Sure, yeah, it's not only self-sufficient, that you are the decider of your destiny. And what you want to do with your satellites, you can decide.
Secure, strategic one. But let's come to a more, I think this is the thing that's very popular. Chandrayaan is about to go up, and this is Chandrayaan 3. Tell us about this mission, our mission to the moon, and what will it do? What's it different from Chandrayaan 2? And when is it going up?
Yeah, essentially, Chandrayaan 3 is similar to Chandrayaan 2 in terms of its architecture, the scientific objective, the mission, everything is same. But what we did is that we had a failure in landing safely at the required velocity in the lander, but the orbiter is still there. It is working beautifully, giving the scientific instruments, are doing the measurements, and we are getting enough of data. But the final target of landing softly on the moon could not be achieved. So we took pains to understand why it went wrong, and we are very clear in the similar lines as I mentioned about the GSLV. We did a failure analysis. We found out through simulations what could have gone wrong. Again, no message came from there, I am wrong here or bad here, but we could synthesize it and understand over a period of time.
And can you tell us what was the problem? Simply, we don't want too much of detail. We're not a technical thing.
Yeah, of course. I will tell you, it's an error. There was an error sitting in the software.
Sorry?
An error sitting in the software.
Okay.
But the error sitting in software will always will not be triggered because there are conditions that will drive you to that error. Those who are in software business will know that always software even if an error is there in the software, it may not be triggering, causing a mission failure. But there are some of the situations or some of the conditions prior to that drove the system to that software error. And once the software error occurred, the satellite lost its control. It couldn't realize that it is at this height, and this crash landed.
It was not anything to do with the mechanical processes of the lander that was there or any of that?
No, nothing to do with the mechanical element of it. But of course, there are some mechanical reasons behind the initial conditions which caused the later problem. So of course, that requires a lot of complex explanation, of course.
Sure. No, I mean, just of it, you have been able to overcome it. You're confident. Now, this is going up when? In July?
No, we are trying to put the launch in a window which starts on 12th of June. It will be a very short window because we need to launch it only at the right time when the moon, sun, and the earth locations are appropriate for us to minimize energy required. So the date will be announced soon.
We're also quite excited about the fact that finally we are going to put India, our own mission in space, a manned mission in space.
Yeah.
Now, when is that going to happen? Everyone's asking, it's Gaganyaan.
Where have we reached? What is the progress? And when can we see finally our indigenous effort to put
See, we
our own
want
man
to
in
make
space?
sure when that
Or
launch
women
happens.
in space, sorry.
Yeah,
I should
human
be
in
gender
space.
sensitive. Women in space as well.
Okay.
Yes.
So you always say human in space
Human
rather.
in space,
Yeah.
okay.
So, so when it happens, it must be the one in which we are very absolutely confident about its success. We have to reach that state. Of course, we know we have rockets which are flying safely. And all of you know, Raj, there can be anything that can go wrong in a rocket. And if it really goes wrong, we need to save the crew. So crew escape system must be perfected. So the first goal is to perfect the crew escape system, and we are working on it. And it will take a few missions. Right now, we have to have at least 4 missions to demonstrate the crew escape system will work when it demanded at critical junctures in the mission. Second point is that we need to do unmanned missions, robotic missions initially to prove the end-to-end capability of the design, development, communication, networking, and bringing it back, all are working properly. And that has to be repeated at least 2 times, maybe more. We'll have to see. And all of this is success-based idea. Now, if anything goes wrong here, it requires correction and further launches. So I'm not putting the date for the launch of the final human mission. It's not important at this moment. Our focus is to do what is needed to reach that point. And when it reaches the point, all of you will tell, why don't you do the human mission now? More than Isro, the nation will tell us, you are ready for it, you do it.
Right.
So it is my responsibility to showcase to the nation, the scientists, that we are reaching that state. Right. Otherwise, all of you will criticize me. If I take a plunge into it and cause a hardship to anybody who actually flies on the vehicle, you won't pardon me. Right. And the nation won't pardon you. And it's very important for us to do very carefully. Unless you do that carefully, this will not be sustained in India.
Human lives involved.
You think of a situation that there is the first mission, there is a failure and human life is lost. Do you think that we will repeat it? It will be extremely difficult for all of us to reach a situation that, yes, we will try once again. Not possible. So we have to have absolute clarity on either we go to orbit, or if you face a mission failure or any other problem, we save the crew. This has to be done. So that is the essence of the whole work.
So essentially what you're doing now is there is a crew safety system, which means if there is a failure after takeoff, the crew can be ejected out, and that's what you're going to test right now.
Precisely, yes. Yeah.
That's the one. The second thing that you're saying next year is you will have a crew spacecraft, but there will be nobody inside it. Correct. It'll orbit so that you'll know whether it is safe. Have you also built the environment, because you need the oxygen and you have to make it human compatible? Has that also technology been achieved?
Yeah, it's a difficult technology. Only very few nations have really. It's available only in 3 nations today. And we approach them for help in developing it. But the help is not that forthcoming. I think you must understand that it is not easy to get those helps. Some of them offered it, but they were telling they will take few years to develop it and at exorbitant cost. And after analyzing the merit of these offers, we decided that we are not going to depend on them. We are going to develop it on our own. And work has started. And we have reached a certain condition in which we are now integrated them and started testing it. It's a great news. But again, it's the first prototype that we have just made.
So we are building our own environment.
Using our own knowledge, our own skills in our industry.
Wow.
Yes.
Yes, let's give them this thing. So that technology is very critical. They don't like to part with it. Okay. Okay, and so where have we reached in that? We've now...
So we will be putting some part of it in our first unmanned mission. We will test whether the oxygen supply, the air conditioning, the water supply and removal of the humidity, the waste disposal, and oxygen, cleanliness of the air. So there are so many fire protection. All of these are built into it. I think we are trying to see that with unmanned mission it works well.
Just a ABC question. What about the spacesuit? Do we'll have our own spacesuit with the color and everything?
We have our own spacesuit. It is under development. We made at least 5 different prototypes from, again, using the industrial system support available in India. But for the first mission, we purchased some spacesuits and kept in the shelf for guarantee of our crew. And we will take a decision whether to use it or not at the appropriate time.
What about Indian food? Are you going to serve Indian food?
Of course, only Indian food. And there are enough of industries, scientific research labs in India who is working on aerospace food, and they have developed quite a lot of food. And we have brought in specialists from NASA.
What will you get? Idli sambar, or what will you get?
No, they won't be able to eat idli and sambar in their short duration mission. But when they are in long duration mission, they will be able to eat chicken and various other things. That's no issue for them.
And all the good masalas can be put.
All of them, yes. But for short missions, it will be in a different form. They will be in a pelletized tube and similar forms because they won't be in a position to move and prepare it. So the short duration missions like 1 day to 1 week missions, they will have one type of food. Whereas for long duration mission, they need to take it out of the short sleeve environment. The entire food will be of similar nature that as we eat.
And what about the astronauts that are going, or what do we call some Gagannauts, as we call them here? How many have been selected, shortlisted, and are there women in that? And how many crew will actually go up finally?
See, the astronaut pool is something that we need to develop over a period of time. So what we did is we have only one astronaut in India, Rakesh Sharma. Of course, he has gone in a Russian vehicle, and we have huge amount of exposure, experience from him shared with us. And he's with us while we are selecting, training the people. The only place I can look for astronaut is Indian Air Force. And they are the pilots who have the ability to withstand those type of environment. And we have picked four such pilots who are into the fighter plane. They were testing pilots, and they have joined us as astronaut trainees. And they have gone through the entire training program in other countries. They have come back. We are setting up the training facilities, and they are going through coursework, simulation training, etc. Now they are student trainees of astronauts, and they will graduate themselves, and using their exposure to whatever training they have done, we are designing and developing the module in which they sit. So it's actually designing a car in which a driver is already experienced with, and his experience is used in designing the car. It's something like that, yeah.
And is there any female in that thing? Will we see India's
See,
first?
right now we don't have even fighter pilots.
Right.
Women are not there. So naturally, when I look for them, they are not available at this moment. I'm sure they will come at maybe a little later when we expand the pool.
Now, just a comparative thing. We have seen, various private companies going up to space. You had Bezos's company, Jeff Bezos. You had our Elon Musk. They're putting up people into space. This thing. What is why is Isro taking so long? If these chaps can come 10 years, 15 years, and then put someone up in space, and here we've had a space program that is almost contiguous now, 50 years. Why hasn't it happened more quickly in India?
I think you need to understand the background on which that has really been developed in US. When the US was sending space shuttle mission, they faced two very, very critical failures, and they had to shelve space shuttle. And when they stopped space shuttle launches, where it was capable of sending human space mission, America had no launch vehicle capable of taking human beings to space. And they were sending the human beings in a Russian craft for many years later. So for next 7 to 8 years, they had no rocket taking human beings to space. And they took a challenge in US when they shut down space shuttle. They funded heavily the private companies like Boeing, the SpaceX, etc., and multiple companies, government-funded money to create this capability. It is not a private company just like that doing a human spaceflight mission. The entire NASA experience is behind them. And using the already developed systems, knowledge, and skills of the NASA, the private companies could develop with huge funding from the government. And SpaceX itself took 11 years to develop the capability. Let us not forget the part. Their rocket, the initial rockets were failing one after another. And he was bankrupt, Just forget about the human launch, even the first taking of the rocket and landing, he couldn't achieve over a period of time. But it takes persistent effort and money and investment. And of course, you need a good leadership, of course, to create this capability. There is only one example, SpaceX. Of course, Bezos is developing a rocket. It has not still been an operational rocket or launching satellites. He has developed capability. But Elon Musk is definitely an inspiration for all of us to see how a private entrepreneur is able to create a booming business in space. And it's an eye-opener for all the people in the world.
What about developments that are happening in China? We see that China has close to 60 space missions every year. They have now announced that they would put their own human in the moon pretty quickly by 2030. How is that they're able to do so much and our ambitions are much lower? What's the reason behind that?
See, here again, I need to understand the geopolitics of space. It doesn't go just like the technology alone. See, when the Russians were collapsing and the nation was disintegrating and the Ukrainian space domain, which was essentially the technology support for the Russians, was not having any possibility of getting into space because they became a landlocked country. The entire space technology in Ukraine was for sale. Okay, and it was the Chinese who took advantage of the situation and they moved much of the people, knowledge, skill in Ukraine and also partially in Russia to China. And whatever they developed at that point in time was based on this core knowledge available in those parts of the countries. Of course, they may agree, they may not disagree, but that's what we know about it. But then I can't underplay what they did because they had a huge support from the government. There is a huge investment. At least 10 times the people of space sector working in India are working in space sector. And they wanted it as a target to demonstrate their national superiority. It is not for science alone, for technology alone. I don't see there is a huge amount of business happening in China on account of space missions and human space activity. But they want to showcase that they are a superpower. Of course, it is their policy and decision that they need to do. But as scientists and engineers, we are excited to see even China doing wonderful things like the human space missions, their plan to go to moon, etc., etc., challenging the supremacy of the US and other allies. So it is their political decision to do such a thing. But I will not compare that they are doing so fantastic and so much, why we are not doing. That question doesn't arise. It comes out of the national need. What exactly you want to do with the money and resources that you have at this moment? And I am very sure that we are very clear about it.
Now, one of the things we did, and we've got about 6 minutes left, is that we changed our space policy. Isro till now, Indian Space Research Organization till now, was the monopoly over all space activity, whether building rockets, sending out satellites, having your stations that are there to launch them. The government, the Modi government has changed that dramatically and allowed private players to come in. How significant is that move? Can we now see more Bezoses, Elon Musks that India has? Do we have the capability, or are they doing only low-lying technology that's there?
See, the narratives of the Elon Musk and Bezos is not applicable to India. I think let us understand, again, I mentioned that the ecosystem in the US at that threshold of changeover from NASA more dominated to private was at a different time. They were already having private people, the Titan, the Delta, they were all in private company-owned rockets. In America, they were launching rockets by private companies, fully built, designed, because they are huge techno companies who are into the defense sector and they know how to build missiles. All the missiles of the Americans are not built by the government, they are built by the private companies, even today. And they started much before government started doing it. Now think of the Indian situation in which, when there was no space activity in India, government invested to create Isro. And Isro became responsible to create the capability in this country. And we brought in industries, supplier chain into our midst. And we have at least 500 such companies today doing space-related activity, high-end technical activity today. Just because ISRO did this, today we have an ecosystem around available in this country capable of doing aerospace-related work and related activities. It is not a small task. Last 60 years we did that. But now the challenge is they have to upgrade themselves to the people like Boeing. They must be having capability to have end-to-end design capability. They must be able to do business. They must be able to provide solutions for the space sector. Building satellites, building rockets if they want, building applications without ISRO support or even with ISRO's mentoring. How to bring that change? This is a question. Unless we do that change, the business side will not expand. We need investment in this. We need more jobs to be created. Our industry should be capable of doing it. And we have reached an inflection point at this time. Unless we do the opening of the space sector, it will continue in this mode with a very low scale of operation. So we see now the space sector is global. There is a business opportunity outside. We can build and export satellites. We can build and export applications. And we can bring in a reasonable amount of predicted revenue to this model. So that's why the space sector is opening.
And will ISRO, because I saw recently there was a Hyderabad startup, Skyroot, that sent up its first launcher. You have a whole range of people both in the satellite. Do you think that when it comes finally in the coming years, all your launches will start moving towards private sector? You would actually, all the needs that you all are meeting of India's private sector will now be dominated by private sector launchers and satellites?
See, I won't simply use the word private sector, launches will move to private sector. There is nothing like that approach. We are encouraging private investment in space. So it will include applications, which is the 85% of the space business is in application delivery of services, which includes communication services, remote sensing services, strategic services. I believe that biggest of the business will be in that sector. Now comes building capability in terms of satellites, ground station, receiving equipment, communication equipments, which is not even there in this country. You have to bring those industries to build receiving stations, communicate network, equipments, etc., which is again 30-40% of the overall business. Now, look at the satellite building. It is hardly 15% of the overall economic scale of economy. And rockets are hardly less than 10% of the overall size of the market of the space. So the niche markets are very difficult to reach. Building rockets and launching in private is not easy because the 2-3 failures will kill a company. So what we do is we do a very calibrated approach. Isro will support these private players who are coming into rockets, handhold them, try to develop that capability, and look at what innovative things they are bringing in, not routine. So we are allowing them to take on whatever knowledge we have, give help from higher. Similar thing for satellites. But in the application domain, we don't have to do that. There is already an innovative ecosystem available, and we only have to allow them to do without government control.
Well, we're almost out of time, but let's ask you about our mission to the sun, Aditya. When is that going up? That sounds very exciting.
Yeah, that's going to go in August.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
okay.
So we have just prepared the satellites, getting ready.
Right.
And maybe that's a window available for going to moon again for all
and what
launches.
will we do? What aspect? How close will we get to the sun?
Moon, its orbit. The location where the satellite will be 4 times the distance of moon from Earth. So there is a point called L1. It's a Lagrangian point L1. It's a field where the gravity between sun and Earth will neutralize. And if you send something there, it will stay around that point. Okay, so we will take the satellite there. You leave it there. It will simply move around a fictitious point and will continuously look at sun.
For how many years?
As long as the satellite lives.
So that's about 8-9 years, or
no? Our designs are for 5 years.
Okay. But and what will it do? What will it stare at?
What it does is, see, it will look at the sun and look at the corona. And you know, corona has lot of activities in which that it ejects coronal mass. Recently, you would have heard there is a solar storm hit the Australians and New Zealand area and disrupt the entire communication networks. We have weather, space weather, which is very important. So we put instruments to look at sun, predict such coronal mass ejections, do remote sensing of the sun, and also when the particles are coming, much before it reaches Earth, we will be able to give warning to us. This is only the part of the service part of it, but there is a huge amount of scientific interest in understanding the processes that are happening in sun.
And is this the farthest in space that this thing, or Mangalyaan was further than this?
Mangalyaan was farther away, no? Of course, it is, we are just around the moon only.
And finally, since we have hit zero, what is your favorite moment? You've been a rocket specialist. Yeah. What is your, your moment that when you look back, you say, that was something I did. You've been 40 years in space, or 38 years in space.
I'm 38 years plus.
Yeah.
Okay, see, I was a project director of a rocket. I was responsible to design and develop the LVM-3, which is going to be the human
That's the heavy lift vehicle.
Heavy lift vehicle, which
Just to explain that earlier we had capacities of 2-ton satellites.
Now we have 4-ton plus.
Now we have 4 tons to 8 tons. We can go up to if you want to. Yeah.
So this rocket was being developed, and I joined the team. And when it was launched, the very first time, I was a mission director. See, the joy that we get when we actually sketched this rocket to write a project report, maybe 10 years back. I was making a drawing on an A4 sheet of paper or of engineering drawing, an idea to put up a project report, doing its basic design at some point in time in my life. And later, 10 years later, you see the rocket standing, ready to get launched, massive 600-ton, manufactured, designed, and developed by Indians, mine by a team. And what a joy that you see looking at it taking off. No? It's like a mother creating a baby and then seeing it growing and taking places, going places. No, you feel similar enjoyment in life. I think nothing can match that.
Dr. Somnath, you are a real hero of India. Congratulations, and to all your scientists and your team. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a very warm round of applause for this. Thank you so much.
Check. Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Rajshangappa and Mr. Somnath. I'd like to invite Mr. Sunil P. Nayak of Sham Steel to hand over a token of appreciation to the guest. A billion eyes in the next few years on all the mission that ISRO would take up, including the Gaganyaan. All the very best, sir.
Of your grit and versus nature. No GPS. Danger lurking every turn. Season 22 coming soon.
We've been watching this for 21
season
seasons.
has more adrenaline.
तुम्हारा कितना लीव बचा?
Make up for lost time. Back up for Kerala.
Yeah. Just hold on. Yeah. Sure.
Really, Dad? I'm not 5 anymore.
You know she's off to college next year, right?
You gotta go zigzag deep right. Pack your bag, get your swag, get away. You gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta go far away.
Make up for lost time. Back up for Kerala.
Welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the India Today South Conclave 2023. And I would invite my special guests at this moment, Venu Rajamoni and Dr. Osaf Saeed, to join us on what is an intriguing topic for debate because it concerns a number of people in this part of the country. Venu, here. Dr. Saeed here. These are you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the India Today Conclave South 23. We're here in Kerala, and one of the great Kerala stories is the story of the remittance economy and how it transformed this state and indeed has increasingly transformed large parts of the country, but particularly Kerala and southern India. But what is the way forward? Has Kerala and indeed southern India exhausted its potential, particularly when it comes to Gulf and West Asia? What are the new bridges that can be built? New bridges to the Gulf is our topic of discussion. I'm joined by Dr. Osaf Saeed. He's Secretary for the Government of India looking at overseas Indian affairs besides visas, passports, and a number of issues particularly connected with the Gulf and the West Asian region. And with him is Venu Rajamoni, Officer on Special Duty External Cooperation, Government of Kerala, works very closely with Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's office and has been a distinguished Foreign Service officer himself over the years. So thank you both very much for being here. Dr. Saeed, let's start with you because you mentioned before the discussion to me something that I'm going to use as a trigger point. That over the last several years, 8.5 million Indians today live and reside in the Gulf, holding Indian passports, work in that area, but maybe, just maybe, we've reached exhaustion point and need to look for new areas of employability. How do you see the Gulf-India relationship when it comes to Indians reaching out to find employment in the Gulf? Have we reached exhaustion point, saturation point?
Thank you, Rajya, for asking this question. You know, India has one of the world's largest diaspora in the world. We have about 32 million people living abroad. But out of that, 13.45 are non-resident Indians. And out of that 13.45, we have around 8.5 to 9 million living in the Gulf countries. So it's a huge number. And in most of these countries, the Indians are the largest expatriate group. So when we talk about UAE, for instance, we have 3.5 million, Saudi 2.5, Kuwait 1 million. So in all these places, one thing is very common is that the local authorities, the local government speak very highly of Indians. But at the same time, now the question which you asked is, have we reached the peak? Have we reached the maximum? Now, what we find is that the Gulf is becoming increasingly competitive. We have competition from our neighbors. We have competition from Southeast Asian countries like Philippines and Thailand. So what is first happening is the Gulf countries becoming more choosy in terms of those who are coming in. That means they should be fully skilled. So one pressure on the Indian side, both the state governments as well as the federal government, is to kind of ensure that whoever goes out is fully skilled. So this is one aspect. Second, at the same time, start looking at other opportunities in other regions. So what we have started doing recently is that we have began negotiating what are known as MMPAs, Migration and Mobility Partnership Agreements. So as we speak, we have such agreements with UK, we have agreements under discussion with Italy, Denmark, Austria, Australia. So these are new areas. With Japan, we have something called Specialized Skilled Workers Agreement, which is basically concentrating on healthcare, where Kerala is very strong, and also in agriculture, where North India is very strong. So these are new areas and new countries where we are looking at, so that, on the one hand, these countries are looking at legal migration, and on the other hand, we are also looking at safer avenues and newer avenues.
At the same time, we are strengthening our ties with the Gulf itself. There's talk of a free trade agreement in the near future with the United Arab Emirates and possibly with across the Gulf Cooperation Council. Is that going to happen? So, because the Prime Minister Modi has invested a lot of his personal equity in building a stronger relationship with the leadership in the UAE in particular, and indeed across the Gulf.
Yes, Rajdeep, I think Gulf as a whole region, the GCC if you talk, and you've extended to West Asia, this entire region is of extreme importance to us. I would say there are 5 or 6 major pillars for us in this. So one is trade and commerce, second is investments, third is energy security, fourth food security, and fifth is our maritime security and defense, and I already mentioned about the diaspora, the 6 pillars. So when you talk about the first 2 pillars, trade and investments, the importance comes from the CEPA, which is the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, which we have already concluded with UAE. And this was concluded in a record 88 days' time, and it actually covers 95% of our tariff lines, which would go at 0 duty. So Indian exports are bound to increase dramatically. We have already seen in the last financial year, there is a growth of 20%. It has reached about 80 billion plus, and we are aiming at 100 billion only with UAE. Cumulatively with GCC, we have reached a total trade target of $185 billion. So I think this is there. But we want to expand this FTA with the GCC as an organization. So we have started negotiating with GCC. There is now an understanding between the two sides that these are very important negotiations. The terms of reference have been exchanged. And if things go well, within a matter of few months or so, we should have the discussions rolling with all the GCC countries.
So you're saying that in the next few months, we will have discussions on a free trade agreement, an FTA, with all the GCC countries, which could become reality maybe next year this time when we have our next South Conclave. Am I right?
That's quite possible.
Okay, good. Venu Rajamoni, you're in a very interesting position, because it's not often that a chief minister asks for someone from the foreign affairs retired officer to come and help in the external dimensions of the relationship. It's unique. Give us a sense of why Kerala has, what is Kerala doing in terms of reaching out, because it's got a large diaspora. Is that the primary target, or is it building relations between Thiruvananthapuram and other overseas governments?
Thank you for this question, Rajdeep. I would say that the overseas governments as well as diaspora are part of the larger mandate with which I have been given this appointment. And your initial question and our discussion on the Gulf actually frames it well. Yes, remittances are an extremely important part of Kerala economy, a big contribution that people from Kerala make for the economy as they go out and work. But we should not forget that the Gulf is extremely proximate to Kerala. It is only 3 hours distance, the same time which it takes to go to Delhi. The Gulf, the people, the Arabs have been coming to Kerala for centuries. We have a centuries-old trading, cultural, and people-to-people relationship. Kerala was the first place Islam came. Islam came through trade, not through the sword. And from Kerala, people have been going to the Gulf for Hajj from the time Islam came. So there is in the north of Kerala, there is a Mapila community, which are children of Arabs married to local people. So there's a huge history to this relationship. And even today, the Gulf Arabs have a very positive view of the people of Kerala, just as they have of people of India. If you take the total population of the Gulf, roughly about 50% would be from Kerala, and they are respected and they are valued. So remittances is what happens now. It is the mainstay of our relationship today. But if we look at the future, as migration trends change, the challenge for us is to convert it into trade and investment. The challenge for us is to continue to develop close political relationship, not only at the central government level, but also at the state government level, whereby our state government leaders are equally friendly and familiar with the Arab leaders of the Gulf, and vice versa. They constantly come here, they visit here. One of the disappointments so far is that the largest number of tourists who come to Kerala, which is known as God's own country, a premier tourism destination, come from UK and France, not from the Gulf. So we must bring more tourists here. This hotel, this iconic property here in Kovalam, is owned by an NRI, a Malayali who lives in Bahrain, Dr. Ravi Pillai. Mr. Yusuf Ali in UAE is well known for his contributions to Kerala. NRIs from Kerala who live in the Gulf, who have become big businessmen, have made major contributions to Kerala over the years. But we still don't have major flagship Arab investments. We have the DP World, which has a transshipment terminal in Cochin, but beyond that, there isn't any signature property here in Kerala. So we have a lot of work to do in wooing mainstream Arab investments into Kerala, and that's where we would like to work very closely with the central government and in particular with the Ministry of External Affairs.
So, because I know that the Chief Minister is traveling next month to the US, to Cuba, and the opposition says all of these are junkets. The opposition accuses the Chief Minister of carrying on his own personal private agenda. How valid is the criticism that why do you need to do these overseas trips, or do you believe that the nature of diplomacy has changed, that you just don't focus on Delhi, but increasingly chief ministers and state capitals also matter?
Absolutely. In modern day diplomacy parlance, there is a term called para-diplomacy, which is for sub-sovereigns to interact with each other. If you look at the large federal countries of the world, the United States, Canada, Australia, many of their provinces have opened offices in India and are interacting with our state governments across the board. So within India, in the Indian context, traditionally the central government was very conservative and did not encourage states to interact with foreign countries. But the man who made a big difference in that was Prime Minister Modi himself, who had his experience as Chief Minister of Gujarat, who traveled widely, who tried to bring investments into Gujarat, who tried to promote trade. Under Prime Minister Modi's instructions, Ministry of External Affairs today has a states division, which encourages contacts, which supports states in establishing contacts with foreign countries. So what happens when people criticize, I think at the state level, they don't have the national perspective. If every foreign trip was to be a junket, then MEA would have to be wound up. How many foreign trips has the Prime Minister Modi gone on, other ministers go? So that kind of scrutiny in Kerala, people they don't see the larger perspective. Ultimately, things in foreign relations happen only slowly. You cannot have instant results. No chief minister goes and brings back a bag of money or big investment projects. It has to be built up over a period of time, for which visits are important.
You mentioned about the need to reach out, get investments. We started off by triggering it off with remittance economy and whether it's saturation point. But Venu, according to reports, more than 1.7 million Keralites returned to the state, mainly from West Asia due to a job loss between 2020 and 21. We've also seen similar figures from people coming back to Telangana, coming back to Hyderabad, Dr. Saeed's home city. Is that a concern? How, post-pandemic, do you see the equations having changed in any manner between those who reside in the Gulf and states like Kerala or indeed Telangana?
Well, I think there is an open debate. Honestly, migration patterns are predominantly spontaneous. They are not sponsored by a government or by any agency. COVID certainly was a factor, but a lot of the people who came back are also going back. And in Gulf, the big question is Saudi Arabia is only starting to open up. And it's a huge economy with enormous opportunities. When Saudi Arabia really opens up, there will be many more opportunities for both Indians to go there and work, as well as for business to find opportunities there.
If I
At
may
the
add-
same time,
Yeah, go ahead.
If I may add on what Venu is saying, I think post-pandemic, now the flight restrictions have been removed. A lot of people who have come back are now going. We are seeing this. And it is evident in many ways, since I also look after the passport offices in the thing. We have seen that last year we had more than 1 crore passports issued, So which is a huge demand, and we are seeing people going to all the countries in the Gulf. And particularly in the context of Saudi Arabia, as part of the Vision 2030, there is a huge expansion. New cities are coming up. NEOM, as you would have heard, there is the largest floating city on the planet, which is coming up there, the City of Line. So all these would lead to opportunities for our individuals and as well as companies in these things. And also with rapprochement between Saudi and Iran and many other files closing in the Middle East, you will find areas like Yemen open up for reconstruction and many other areas. So I think there are opportunities. I would personally feel that many Indians would go in these countries.
It's interesting you mentioned Saudi Arabia there more than once. You've been an ambassador to that part of the world. And I was intrigued that I saw Saudi Arabia Tourism, one of the prime sponsors of the IPL this time. Clearly, therefore, Saudi Arabia opening its doors to India. How much of this is to curtail the influence that in the past China and Pakistan have wielded over some of these countries? In fact, Saudi Arabia was seen almost as the last frontier in a way. Do you see that a dramatic change taking place in relations, not just with the UAE, but Saudi Arabia as well?
Yes, Rajdeep, I think it is very evident that our relationship with all the Gulf countries is very strong and perhaps at the highest plane. With 3 countries in the Gulf, UAE, Saudi Arabia and Oman, we have strategic partnership. Saudi Arabia regards India as a very important key player, for its overall foreign policy and for investments. If you recollect, when Crown Prince had come in 2019, they made an announcement of $100 billion of investments to come in. Likewise, UAE had said 75 billion. So they are looking at that. And then, as you just mentioned about cricket, Saudi Arabia is extremely keen to kind of promote cricket in a big way. They want to make Saudi Arabia the destination for the richest cricket league, in that. So maybe down the line, you will find all IPL matches, perhaps, or other matches go there. You are correct that Saudi Aramco and Saudi Tourism Board are main sponsors. And you will also be surprised that Saudi Tourism Board has opened up 3 offices in India. Delhi, Bombay, and Calcutta, which means that they are looking at India also for, normal tourists, not just the Hajj and Umrah tourists. So they are going to open up, for wedding destinations. They are encouraging Bollywood for more film shootings. In fact, they are incentivizing this by giving about, 40% subsidy to film industry to come and do the shootings there. So I would feel there will be great momentum in all these areas, sports, culture, Bollywood, and so on.
So you're telling me there will be a potential IPL kind tournament in Saudi Arabia in the next few years?
Very much possible.
Wow.
Rajdeep, if I can
Yes.
add to this, you asked about China and Pakistan in the Gulf. Over the last decade or 2 decades, the size of the Indian population has steadily grown, while the number of Pakistanis there has come down. From a situation of equal Indians and equal Pakistanis, Indians are much more. Indian presence is much more valued than Pakistani today in all these Gulf countries. And while China is active diplomatically, China can never be a match for India in the people-to-people connection that we have with the Arabs, in our cultural similarities, and in our history of contacts.
Is that in a way, therefore, Venu, the use of soft power? Increasingly, what you're suggesting across the Gulf, particularly a state like Kerala, or indeed a large part of this world, given the strong cultural, historical ties we've had, you see soft power of India competing with China's financial power in reaching out to the Gulf and West Asia?
Absolutely. I think we have a distinct advantage over everyone else. We already have our first foot in there. We have respect. We have connections. But it is a gold mine. We still haven't utilized it fully. We must be much more proactive in building linkages with the leadership, with Arab mainstream businessmen, in bringing them here, in taking our people there, not just for the lower end of the spectrum jobs, but as professionals, as partners. So there is endless opportunity still in the Gulf, even as one doesn't neglect the other countries. In fact, one of the biggest debates in Kerala today is why our young undergraduates are going to various countries in the world to learn various subjects. Colleges, general arts and science colleges are shutting down programs in Kerala because there are no students there here. Everybody wants to go abroad. In Ukraine, when the crisis took place, more than 50% of the medical students there were from Kerala.
50% of the medical students in Ukraine were from Kerala?
Absolutely. And they're going to Tajikistan, they're going to Kyrgyzstan, they're going to China, they're going to Russia. So there is something wrong there which needs to be fixed. But yet, the fact that our people continue to explore new destinations, are adventurous, are adaptable, are willing to go and face difficult circumstances to make a future for themselves and to bring that back to Kerala, either through a remittance or in some other manner. All these are positive things which should be encouraged and built upon by government, central and state.
Rajdeep, I want to add on to this, on the soft power you mentioned. See, in my previous capacity as ambassador there, we had a very unique agreement which was signed by Saudi Arabia. And mind you, this was the first by any Islamic country. This agreement, MOU, was for promotion of yoga in Saudi Arabia. And you know, yoga is becoming extremely popular. So you would normally one would think that a conservative country would not promote yoga. So yoga has become extremely popular. And then there is now urge to understand different elements, different dimensions of Indian culture throughout the Gulf. You have seen that new temples have come up, in UAE, and a huge temple, Somnath temple, is coming in Bahrain. Likewise, I think we are the interfaith dialogues which are taking place now in these countries, and we had one such dialogue last year in Riyadh, where they had actually gone ahead and invited several Hindu, Jain, and other scholars from all over the world. So you see the attitudes are changing, perceptions are changing. There is now tendency to know more about other cultures, more about other religions, so this is what is making it different.
In a way, are you saying that the relationship is now more of equals? Because for the longest time, we were, and we still are to a large extent, dependent on oil and gas from West Asia, from the Gulf region. You seem to be suggesting that over time, the relationship is becoming much more of equals. India's skilled labor going there, not just unskilled labor, skilled labor going there, mega projects, investments likely to come in. The Gulf countries are likely to invest in Kashmir. They're talking about a big investment project in Kashmir as well. Are we saying that the relationship, therefore, between these West Asian countries and India is being redefined and becoming much more of equals rather than one-sided?
Yes, definitely, Rajdeep. Because when we talk about investments, it's actually two-way investments now. Several Indian companies are actually now investing in all these countries. We have an investment of about 15 billion as against their investments of about 25 or 21 billion. So I think it is increasing. We have almost 2.5 billion investments in Saudi Arabia. Very recently, 4 companies, Indian companies in the field of green energy, particularly green hydrogen, have signed MOUs to the tune of $18 billion to invest in Egypt. So things are different. Saudis and as well as other countries are looking to go beyond the transactional relationship of only as a buyer-seller as far as the oil is concerned. Many of them are investing in strategic partnership in the hydrocarbon sector, strategic reserves, and so on and so forth. So I think there is definitely a distinct shift, and this shift is very evident in the last few years, I would say.
What I find interesting, Venu Rajamani, is that you've got a left government here with Pinarayi Vijayan, and you've got a BJP government at the center with Narendra Modi. And what you're suggesting is that there is a growing convergence in terms of interest. Even the left is encouraging possibly foreign direct investment much more than they would have in a previous avatar, let's say when Mr. Achyutanandan was Chief Minister. Are we seeing a recognition now that when it comes to foreign policy, between the states and the center, a growing convergence? Since you work now in the state as well as the center, you would be probably well placed to answer that.
Oh, absolutely. Many people have asked me, because this position was new, whether this leads to some conflict with the central government or this is encroaching in the central government's powers. From the first day, one of the first things I did was to go and meet Ausaf's predecessor, to meet all my former colleagues who are secretaries, to meet the Minister of State who comes from Kerala. So there is, in matters such as these, there is only convergence, there is only cooperation. There might be areas where something goes wrong, something doesn't work. Kerala government may feel that it wants more support from the central government. But ultimately, Kerala is very clear that it wants to work with the central government because it is the interests of the people which are paramount. For the people of Kerala, what is the biggest challenge that Kerala faces? It's a small state with a highly dense population and an extremely educated youth. They do not have jobs. So if we have to have jobs, the state has to develop. And for the state to develop, we need investments from other parts of India, we need investments from abroad. And who better than our Gulf friends, whether they are Indians or whether they are Arab countries, Arab leaders, Arab businessmen, to come and contribute to this exercise.
You know, you learn one new thing every day in life. Today I've learned from Dr. Saeed that India now has a yoga agreement with Saudi Arabia. And that, in a way, is reflective of this transformative relationship that we have both at the center and within the states with countries in the Gulf and beyond. May that long continue. As Venu Rajamani said, the Arabs came here a long time ago, discovered this part of the world centuries ago. There are new discoverers coming our way. Yes, you wanted to...
Just wanted to have a last word. You were talking about the negative perception of the communist parties, of the left government, etc. It is my personal belief, and I'm sure many people in Kerala without political bias will agree, the current chief minister is one of the most pro-business chief ministers Kerala has ever seen. And he is very committed to bringing investments as well as developing the state.
Okay, let me end by then saying that when I interviewed him a couple of years ago, I called him the Mr. In a way, he's Kerala's answer to Mr. Modi. He smiled. But we leave it at that. Clearly, these are chief ministers who want to compete with each other, but also want to expand the footprint of their states across the world. Wonderful to get those insights. Dr. Ausaf Saeed, Venu Rajamani. Give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen, on India's bridge to the Gulf. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to call upon Mr. Ashok Varghese, Pro-Chancellor, Hindustan Group of Institutions, to hand over a token of appreciation to our guests.
Only the impossible is worth doing. Amrita Hospital. 25 years of doing the impossible. Only the impossible is worth doing. Amrita Hospital. 25 years of doing the impossible. Only the impossible is worth doing. Amrita Hospital. 25 years of doing the impossible. Only the impossible is worth doing. Amrita Hospital. 25 years of doing the impossible.
I'd like to invite the session moderator, Mr. Raj Shengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing India Today, and the speaker, Mr. Ram Madhav, Member, Board of Governors, India Foundation.
Important point, I think. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. After that fascinating session on the Gulf, let's go a little beyond. Let's look at the Indian Ocean, and there's no other better expert than Ram Madhav, who's president of the India Foundation, prominent ideologue of the BJP and the RSS, who is, his expertise goes beyond any of these subjects. But Ram Madhav, we are sitting
virtually at the gateway of India, the Indian Ocean. Kerala is that, Trivandrum is that. And yet, it is not India's ocean. How can we make that difference? What do we need to do to leverage our position, our geostrategic interest in this region?
Okay, firstly, just as the South China Sea doesn't become China's sea, I don't claim that Indian Ocean should be India's ocean. That's not probably the right description about this great water body. But I must say that ever since this Indo-Pacific became a very prominent buzzword in the diplomatic circles, strategic circles and all, we forgot that Indian Ocean as an entity existed separately.
You said we forgot. Who forgot?
Including us.
The Modi government or...
No, I give you one example. In the last century, it was Europe and America which were in the driver's seat of the world's economy, right? European countries and the US. It used to be Pacific Atlantic. But the European countries knew that by themselves they were a powerful entity. So that's why they created European Union separately. They didn't simply call it we are a part of the Pacific Atlantic, where always America was the dominant power. So something like that is lacking in our region because after all, what is Indian Ocean? It is the world's third largest water body. And 30% of the world's economy is situated here. 80% of the energy trade happens through this region, 80%. And as far as India is concerned, 80% of all our trade happens through this region.
And 38 countries, am I right?
38 countries and 30% of the world's population, 2.7 billion people.
That's a very interesting thought. You are talking of an Indian Ocean Union. Is this the new policy or is it something that is your dreams only?
Earlier, some efforts were made to create a community out of this Indian Ocean region. We know about IORA, Indian Ocean Regional Alliance. They did not succeed for the important reason that somehow there is no pivot. After all, for this thing to succeed, you need a pivot. Now, why is Indo-Pacific becoming so prominent? Because there are 3-4 countries as pivot. There is one America, there is one Australia, there is one India, and there is one Japan. You formed a group called Quad. But when it came to Indian Ocean region, although there is a regional association, in IORA, not Alliance Association, but no country, Hindi mein kehte hain, mai baap nahi hai. It's like that. So probably.
But we have not only a baap coming, but a very big baap. We have seen what happened in China. They have created this string of pearls thing where they have ports now in Sri Lanka, Maldives, Djibouti, Laos. And apart from that, they have the Maritime Silk Road, which they built right across in terms of exactly the kind of the border, what's that called, the BRI initiative that China did. And they seem to be now capturing the Indian Ocean. More than India, it is going to become China's ocean if we don't watch out.
Oh, that is the important point that we, especially India, must keep in mind and must acknowledge that neither China nor America is an Indian Ocean power. They're outsiders to the region. That doesn't mean they don't have any stakes. Every ocean, every country has stakes. But today, the competition, if not the conflict between these two powers, should not disturb the regional balance here. But unfortunately, what you are saying is the day-to-day reality. Their Maritime Silk Road or Maritime Belt and Road initiative has resulted in a major death trap for many countries in our neighborhood.
They call it debt diplomacy and you're calling it the debt trap.
Debt diplomacy.
Or a DEATH trap or is it a DEPT trap?
It was actually a debt diplomacy. That is how it is described by many strategic analysts in the world. But a time has come when Indian Ocean countries should come together. We host that annual Indian Ocean conference. There, our slogan is, countries from the Indian Ocean should become leaders of the Indian Ocean. Leaders from the Indian Ocean should become leaders of the Indian Ocean. 24 crore, 240 million people in Indonesia. Of course, we don't have good relations, but almost 200 million in Pakistan. 160 million in Bangladesh. We are, of course, the second or first largest country in the world now, 1.4 billion people. We're big countries here. but we are not at all, emphasizing the importance of this region standalone. We are part of Indo-Pacific. The moment you talk about Indo-Pacific, what comes to mind? Taiwan.
Right.
South China Sea.
All
The
the
conflict
battles over
between
there.
China and USA. They are important fights. I don't want to dismiss them. They are important challenges for global strategic community. But we have other challenges.
Let's deal with that. One of the things, if we want to project power in the Indian Ocean, is that the Indian Navy must get the prominence it should get. Currently, it is probably, in terms of the budget, the poor cousin of the entire armed forces. Secondly, we should have at least, Navy power that is around 200 ships. We have about 100 ships and submarines, I'm talking in general. That had to be beefed up considerably. Are we on the way? Because without that, we are not a force to reckon with.
Oh, yes, sure. One of the requirements is, of course, to have a strong blue water navy. There's no doubt about it. And we have neglected it after independence for many years because we were seized of challenges, land-based challenges, from Pakistan on one side and China on the other side. We did not see much challenge coming from the ocean side, so we probably not paid enough attention. But I must tell you, in the last 8-9 years, especially after Prime Minister Modi started paying attention to this naval, equipping India's naval strength, India's navy has grown substantially. In fact, the number of vessels have now almost doubled in the last 10 to 15 years. We are growing as a strong blue water navy. Today we do maritime exercises with 18 countries, including at a limited level, even including our adversaries. So we are now doing more and more exercises, more and more presence is there. But please remember, when we are talking about Indian Ocean, it's not just from the military or naval perspective. That's why I mentioned, it's a huge trade. It happens here. Ecological questions are there. Maritime challenges are there. Countries face, these are all post-colonial countries. They have their own experience with colonial powers. But where do they turn to? Today, we are talking about Global South. What is Global South? It's the Indian Ocean. It's the ocean in the Indian Ocean and to a little extent in the Pacific Island region. Together, we are 58 countries. If you add Pacific Ocean countries and these Indian Ocean regional countries, we are 58 countries. Biggest group.
But, it's nice to say all that, but when it actually comes to policy and implementation, okay, you're saying Navy, there's been an effort to beef up. Take a look at our Far East or East, look East policy. We said Act East. We have not even built a road starting from our northeast to Singapore or Thailand or any of those places. We are struggling to get it past Myanmar. What are we doing? We seem to think big, but we act small. What do we need to do?
Okay, definitely there is some problem with our strategic mindset. We were also a colonized country. Ideally, we should be anti-colonial in our mindset. But our mindset continues to be colonized, even after we became independent. So we are still very fascinated with, what we call as westward ho. We are very happy dealing with the Western world.
Right.
So that is why at some point, Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee had to step in and say, now let us turn attention to the East. That is when this whole issue of, it started with P.V. Narasimha Rao, but then it became Act East under Vajpayee. Has enough happened? I would say no. But there is definitely now a realization that our future, our destiny is very invariably linked to the east of our geography, no longer to the west of our geography. Because ASEAN, countries in our neighborhood, are beyond that is Indo-Pacific, there is Australia, there is Japan. These are the countries with which India's future in this century at least, in the 21st century at least, is tied completely. So now there is an effort to increase our activities in this region. Prime Minister Modi, when he went to Singapore for the Shangri-La dialogue, there he declared that we recognize ASEAN's centrality in Indo-Pacific region. So we are recognizing the importance of ASEAN. By the way, ASEAN, those 10 countries, next 5 to 10 years' time, if we don't grow beyond them, they will become the world's third largest economy. Right. They may become 4 if we become 3. But it will be between our two of us.
don't we think, I mean, we talked of the Indian Navy, the shortcomings, and you're saying it's trying to be made up. You've talked of now the government's focus trying to build connectivity across land connectivity at least. But really, the Indian Ocean is about sea connectivity. You have to have the ports. You have to have the ships. If to conduct trade, I mean, you talked earlier of the fact that this contributes 30% of the world's GDP. What are we doing about that? You have to have, efficient ports that move goods quickly, just as roads are trying to do now. Shipping is not living up to it. What has this government done, or what do you think needs to be done?
Actually, substantial work is happening in that region also. We are also building ports. We are building ports now in Bangladesh, in Myanmar, Maldives. We have anyway already a good base. In Mauritius now we got permission to build a big port in one of the islands. We are also expanding our footprint in this region by way of port building. It's another matter that China has been far ahead of us. They started this activity some 20 years ago. So they built a number of ports around us, which is called String of Pearls. We built one Chabahar, but before we started Chabahar work, they started Gwadar.
Gwadar in
so
Pakistan.
There is an inherent competition between us. But yes, India is now trying to at least catch up. We are also increasing our presence, our activity. That's why I said we have a number of countries in the region with whom we now have good maritime connectivity. We have established maritime connectivity. Our navies can make port calls at many, many ports. Today we have that kind of relationship, thanks to the new proactive approach that Prime Minister Modi or this government is taking.
Take trade, for instance, or trade agreements. We have had just an agreement with UAE, free trade agreement happening in Australia. What do we need to do? If you have to look at it, we rejected the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. The RCEP didn't want to join it. There was a lot of people saying we should have, because if we need to have influence on this area, that is a trade agreement. Others differ and say, no, bilateral is better. Where do you stand on this debate?
There was a time when we were, we were not comfortable with some such arrangements in the neighborhood. One of them was RCEP. I was one of those people who said that probably that decision could have been different. We could have probably joined and then wielded our power inside RCEP. But that's okay. There was a situation in which a decision was taken.
Is the door still open, or should we shut it fully? Where do we stand on RCEP?
Now we have moved on, because now there is Quad-led new economic arrangement coming into place in that region.
But that is called Indo-Pacific.
IPEF, Indo-Pacific Economic Framework.
Right.
Which is coming into place. There probably we are a part of that framework. We will play a greater role there. But having said it, you are right. After a gap, we have, Prime Minister Modi's government came into power in 2014.
Right.
The first free trade agreement happened only last year. It took 7 years to actually do the first free trade agreement. But that free trade agreement happened with UAE.
Right.
It shows that now there is that realization that the neighborhood, earlier session was about this GCC countries, Gulf and all that. We now attach a lot of importance to our relationship with those countries, and today we have best of the relations with GCC countries. Again, they are also a part of Indian Ocean region. Yes, that is the new focus, new attention now of the government.
There seems to be a mismatch between our ambition and our capabilities. If you look at it, the three areas that we talked about, we have this ambition, let's do Far East, but we go slowly on it. We have this ambition of being an Indian Ocean power, but our Navy falls short of it. We want to do trade, but we are hesitant. We always have this, we haven't overcome the hesitations of history. Maybe there weren't hesitations earlier if you looked at, what do we need to do? Is it time now, as you said earlier, an Indian Ocean Union? Is it time to have a multidisciplinary maritime organization that actually which India heads? Where do we need to take the initiative, and what do we need to do in the years ahead?
I would say there is no longer any hesitation.
Okay.
You are right. We used to be called a very reticent and hesitant nation when it comes to dealing with our neighbors and all that. But that hesitation is no longer there. But whether we have that required, deep pocket is the question. It's all about how you support the countries in the region. Almost majority of the countries in the region are developing countries. Their needs, economic needs, their trade needs, their other needs are quite a substantial burden. If India wants to, I'll give you one example. India offered certain amount of aid to Bangladesh. Naturally, we are neighbors. We always help each other. We extended it. Less than 1 year, China stepped in, offered 3 times more aid. Now, can we do that? Can we compete in that way? That challenge will remain. But one very good thing is, all these countries are very comfortable dealing with India. The reason is, we are not just maritime neighbors or land neighbors. We have a long historical, civilizational, cultural bond that connects Indonesia to Saudi Arabia. I mean, there was this talk that Arab sailors, traders came to Kerala coast. They did not come only to Kerala coast. They went further down to Indochina, the Bali, all these islands. So we are all connected through history, through civilization, through our religions, through our cultures. That makes India a good soft power.
But without money, we have a problem.
So states like Kerala should help us,
But coming to another issue, okay, we have seen China, an aggressive China, and that is not restrained to our border. We have seen, as you said, it's, China has extended its jurisdiction right across to the Indian Ocean, Pakistan, Djibouti, all these countries that we mentioned earlier, Lanka, and even Bangladesh, they've done that. What do we need to do to counter China? One of the things, let's ask that, and then I'll come to the next question.
Yes, China has been a strategic challenge to India for actually many decades now. It has tried to encircle us, that so-called string of pearls. The ports that they built were all around us. They basically tried to cripple Indian Navy from its ability to operate in the high seas by building ports all around us. It continues to be a challenge, and unlike us, they have deep pockets. We do not know, whatever, but they are able to attract countries into sort of whether you call it debt diplomacy or debt trap. So that continues to put a lot of pressure on India. As we talk, the Chinese are already building railroads into many of our neighboring countries. They built railroads into Thailand, they are building railroads into Laos, they are building railroad into Vietnam, they are building railroad into Nepal, in our neighborhood. So they are aggressively courting or cultivating India's neighborhood or Indian Ocean neighborhood. Therein definitely lies a strategic challenge to India. Because in the long term, we are rivals in this region. We should become friends, ideally, but that's not the situation at the moment.
One of the things is that we thought by having military and other strategic relations with America, the US would come and we could be combining our forces. But it seems the US is doing its own thing. It is now becoming, Indian Ocean is becoming, rather than a India, China, US playground, it is becoming US-China playground. And there is this, what they call the Goldilocks phenomenon. We want US to some amount, but we don't want them to take ports and do their own thing. They're going independently of us. How do we handle this situation now?
Okay, in a globalized world, obviously we can't say that this is my region, you don't come in, obviously. And countries like America are big countries, they have their own strategic interests, they do undertake their own activities, they do have their own mission, their own targets and all that. But we always tell our American friends one thing, this we convey to them privately, also sometimes in conferences, whether they like fully or not. We say that, you see, when it comes to India's neighborhood, which country is more trusted? If I may ask a frank question, is it India or US? You put it to a test in the neighborhood. I mean, you ask Vietnam, you ask other countries, you ask any country in the region, they will immediately say India. Because there is a history. Because of that history, India commands more respect. So, ideally, because India and USA share many things, ideologically, perception-wise, we are all committed to building strong democratic and free world. India should get the front-line role when it comes to dealing with neighborhood at least. So the US should actually think that India, here is India, which is ready to sail with me. Why not allow India's views to prevail? Sometimes that doesn't happen, unfortunately.
Now, a leading US strategist who's of Indian origin, Ashley Tellis, said, America is having a bad bet with India. Right?
India is a bad bet.
India is a bad bet for America. What is your views on that?
Okay. Maybe the heading and the content inside were slightly different. he was, somehow that heading immediately invokes a negative response from all of us. In the content, what he tried to say was that, probably there is a mismatch, a disalignment between what America is intending to do in the region and how far India would like to go, not can go. India would like to go. Maybe India would not like to go, whole hog with America in achieving America's strategic objectives.
No, but what is your view? Do you think we should now, knowing what has happened between China and Russia, should we now tilt strongly towards the US, get into what they call the NATO plus that is there? Is that time ripe for India to do that?
No, that is an absurd proposition. First of all, this whole idea that now Indo-Pacific should become NATO plus, or it should become Indo-Pacific NATO, Quad should become Indo-Pacific NATO, I'm sure India is in total disagreement with any such proposition. Quad, as far as India is concerned, is an economic alliance, a trade alliance, a people-to-people alliance, but not definitely a military alliance. So if there is that expectation, which Ashley sounded in his article, as if India should become a military partner, you use the word NATO plus, some people started writing that India should become a part of NATO plus, etc. But as far as India is concerned, definitely look at India's 75 years of independence history. Have we become a part of any military alliance? Forget now. Any government did it in the past? Then why is that expectation coming that suddenly we will become a part of a military alliance? No, India is, its temperament is not for it. India will be a part of any UN-assigned peace alliance. We will go to any country to establish peace, but UN mandated, not US mandated. So that is India's temperament. So if Ashley expects that is a bad bet, so it be. India should be understood. India is an important power in this region. India is a frontline power when it comes to Indian Ocean region. That has to be acknowledged by countries like USA.
We have about 2.5 minutes. I know your expertise is in various regions, whether it's Kashmir, Northeast, and since Kaushik is here somewhere, he might be interested in asking this particular question, but I don't see him here, I'll ask it on his behalf. Take a look at what is happening in Manipur. The clash between the Métis and Kukis. You have had, I think, 90% of the deaths. How many deaths? 81% people have died. The maximum number of them are Kukis. You've had Mr. Amit Shah go there, spend 3 days, and yet that situation doesn't seem to resolve itself. What needs to be done in your opinion? You're the expert. You built the BJP's Northeast policy.
Oh, firstly, everybody must understand that problem in Manipur is not a religion problem, as some tried to project it, as though it is a clash between Hindus and Christians. No. It is not a tribal versus non-tribal problem. It's all about land. A state with meager plains territory. Valley is a very small part of the state. 10% of Manipur is valley. 90% of it is hills. And this 10% of the valley is home to 60% of the people. That is where the whole clash happens. Out of the 60% living in the valley, 90% are Maiteyis, who happen to be mostly Vaishnavite Hindus. But that is, by the way, that is one of their identities. The problem is, people from the hills trying to come down and take possession of the land because valley is open, whereas hills are controlled by separate hill acts, hill laws. There, nobody from valley can go and buy land, whereas valley people can come down. So this has been a reason, a source of tension between people in the hills and in the valley. I must tell you something else. In the hills, Kukis are one big community, tribal community, and another big community is Nagas. And Kukis and Nagas again had this problem. Which hill belonged to whom? And I tell you, 2003, there was a massive violence in which almost 200 people died. 200. This time, deaths were about 80, 85. Every single death is bad. Nobody should die for such reasons. But just to understand, the challenge is how do you manage this, this economic imperative of finding good place to live and all that. So we always had these tensions. I handled that state. When we formed our government in 2017, there was an active standoff, active blockade going on from hills to valley. Everything to valley has to come through the hills. The people in the hill people have blocked the road because they wanted to take some revenge on the people in the valley.
So what do you think needs to be done
So
now?
we managed to do a great effort in finding a solution through dialogue, through talks, to pacify them, to give them what they needed.
Now what do you think we should do?
Remember, this is nothing anti-India in this. Even hills people are strongly Indian.
No, what do we need to do
So
right now?
what we need to do is, when such situations arise, we need to be more proactive in tackling them before they become such a big challenge today. You know, the goodwill that has been built after a great effort has gone today. Again, the two communities, Meiteis and Kukis, have become great enemies
And
today.
this is all
I don't know how long it will take place. Yes, some efforts have been made, but better efforts could have happened.
So that is right under the BJP watch, the government, right?
Yes,
the BJP government watch, that you said so. But, I mean, what do we need to do now? What would you say now?
See, Home Minister was there. He held closed-door discussions with groups in the valley, groups in the hills. So today there appears to be the appreciation on both sides that we should not quarrel anymore. Probably we should slowly find a solution. Today the valley, the hills people demand that they need a separate hill council with all the powers. There is hill council. There are 6 hill districts in Manipur. They have their own hill councils and they get elected. Unfortunately, elections have not taken place. That's another reason. You know, you always should have an elected government in place to actually diffuse tensions.
Right.
When you don't form it, and when state runs the districts also, there is bound to be.
So you're saying hold the elections quickly?
We should hold district elections, district hill council elections, give power to the local people. Some such measures are also needed, but I think Home Minister has spent a lot of time there, and things are now returning to normalcy.
Ramadhav, we've run out of time. We could speak from the ocean right up to the hills of Northeast, and I'm sure we miss Kashmir. But thank you very much, Ramadhav. And let's give him a very warm round of applause for this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to call upon Mr. Ashraf Sharif from Sham Steel to hand over a token of appreciation from us. Thank you so much, sir. We'll now break for lunch for 30 minutes and we'll once again assemble at 2:45 p.m. The lunch will be served in the Pendal area right behind you. And the time to thank our sponsors. Presenting sponsor, Kerala Tourism, powered by Kalyan Jewelers, health partner, Amrita University knowledge partner, Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science, luxury design partner, Fenesta Steel partner, Sham Steel, celebration partner, Radico International School partner, SSVM Institutions Coimbatore, partner NECC associate sponsor, Kerala Infrastructure Investment, Fund Board hospitality partner, the Leela Ravi's Kovalam and the media partner, Mathrubhumi. I'll see you all once again at 2:45 for the next half of the day 2 of 5th edition of India Today Conclave South. Thank you all.
From a land older than time, amidst the magnificent palaces, enveloped in the mystic fog, where the elusive tigers exude a timeless valor, comes India's finest yet, for connoisseurs of fine taste, Royal Ranthambore.
Very nice.
Ma, order.
Cappuccino and butter cookies?
Yeah, sure.
Big celebrates.
कद से ज्यादा ऊंचे विचार हैं इनके। बेटी का स्वागत तो गले मिलकर ही करेंगे। 6 इंच के हिल से बात न बने तो पैतरे अलग आजमाएंगे, पर 2 फुट के इस अंतर को इस शुभ मुहूर्त के बीच कभी न लाएंगे।
This is a test of your grit and versus nature. No GPS. Danger lurking every turn. Season 22 coming soon.
We've been watching this for 21 seasons.
Has more adrenaline.
तुम्हारा कितना लीड बचा है?
You gotta go zigzag, defrag, pack your bag, get your swag, tap, get away. You gotta go, you gotta go, you gotta go.
Make up for lost time. Back up for Kerala.
Yeah. Just hold on. Yeah. Sure.
Really, Dad? I'm not 5 anymore.
You know she's college next year, right?
You gotta go zigzag, defrag, pack your bag, get your swag, tap, get away. You gotta go, you gotta go, you gotta go far away.
Make up for lost time. Back up for Kerala.
You gotta go zigzag, defrag, get your swag, tap, get away. You gotta go, you gotta go, you gotta go far away.
Make up for lost time. Back up for Kerala.
रिश्तों में ना कोई है राइट और ना कोई रॉन्ग, जो फ्लेक्सिबल है वही।
रिलेशनशिप हो या घर, हमेशा स्ट्रॉन्ग तभी रहते हैं जब उनमें हो फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी भी।
शाम स्टील फ्लेक्सी स्ट्रॉन्ग टीएमटी बार।
टीएमटी फ्लेक्सी स्ट्रॉन्ग,
तब घर हमेशा के लिए स्ट्रॉन्ग।
आइए मामा जी, जॉइन अस।
रिश्तों में ना कोई है राइट और ना कोई रॉन्ग, जो फ्लेक्सिबल है वही स्ट्रॉन्ग, हाँ वही स्ट्रॉन्ग।
रिलेशनशिप हो या घर, हमेशा स्ट्रॉन्ग तभी रहते हैं जब उनमें हो फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी भी।
शाम स्टील फ्लेक्सी स्ट्रॉन्ग टीएमटी बार।
टीएमटी फ्लेक्सी स्ट्रॉन्ग,
तब घर हमेशा के लिए स्ट्रॉन्ग।
One of the most sought-after universities in India, Hindustan, provides a safe space for learning and growing, not just as professionals, but as good human beings. Come to Hindustan and live your dream.
From a land older than time, amidst the magnificent palaces, enveloped in the mystic fog, where the elusive tigers exude a timeless valor, comes India's finest yet, for connoisseurs of fine taste, Royal Ranthambore.
Very nice.
बेटा, माँ, order.
Cappuccino and butter cookies?
Sure.
Big celebrates.
कद से ज्यादा ऊंचे विचार हैं इनके। बेटी का स्वागत तो गले मिलकर ही करेंगे। चेंज के हिल से बात न बने तो पैतरे अलग आजमाएंगे, पर 2 फुट के इस अंतर को इस शुभ मुहूर्त के बीच कभी न लाएंगे।
This is a test of your grit and versus nature. No GPS. Danger lurking every turn. Season 22 coming soon.
We've been watching this for 21 seasons.
Has more adrenaline.
तुम्हारा कितना लीड बचा?
You gotta go zigzag, deep red. Pack your bag, get your swag, get away. You gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta go.
Make up for lost time. Back up for Kerala.
Yeah. Just hold on. Yeah. Sure.
Really, Dad? I'm not 5 anymore.
You know she's off to college next year, right?
You gotta go zigzag, deep red. Pack your bag, get your swag, get away. You gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta go far away.
Make up for lost time. Back up for Kerala.
You gotta go zigzag, deep red. Pack your bag, get your swag, get away. You gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta go far away.
Make up for lost time. Back up for Kerala.
रिश्तों में ना कोई है राइट और ना कोई रॉन्ग, जो फ्लेक्सिबल है वही
रिलेशनशिप हो या घर, हमेशा स्ट्रॉन्ग तभी रहते हैं जब उनमें हो फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी भी।
शाम स्टील फ्लेक्सी स्ट्रॉन्ग टीएमटी बार।
टीएमटी फ्लेक्सी स्ट्रॉन्ग,
तब घर हमेशा के लिए स्ट्रॉन्ग।
आइए मामा जी, जॉइन अस।
रिश्तों में ना कोई है राइट और ना कोई रॉन्ग, जो फ्लेक्सिबल है वही स्ट्रॉन्ग, हाँ वही स्ट्रॉन्ग।
रिलेशनशिप हो या घर, हमेशा स्ट्रॉन्ग तभी रहते हैं जब उनमें हो फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी भी।
शाम स्टील फ्लेक्सी स्ट्रॉन्ग टीएमटी बार।
टीएमटी फ्लेक्सी स्ट्रॉन्ग,
तब घर हमेशा के लिए स्ट्रॉन्ग।
One of the most sought after universities in India, Hindustan, provides a safe space for learning and growing, not just as professionals, but as good human beings. Come to Hindustan and live your dream.
Audience to take their seats. I'd request the audience to take their seats as we are beginning with our next session in another 2 minutes.
This is a test of your grit and versus nature. No GPS. Danger lurking every turn. Season 22 coming soon.
We've been watching this for 21 seasons.
Has more adrenaline.
तुम्हारा कितना लीड बचा है?
You gotta go zigzag, zigzag. Pack your bag, get your swag. Get away. You gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta go.
Make up for lost time. Back up for Kerala.
Yeah.
Mr. Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today, and the speaker for the session, Mr. P. Chidambaram, member of Rajya Sabha, former Union Minister of Finance and Home Affairs.
We'll just give a minute for everyone to come in. Some people have just messaged that they would like to come in within the next minute or so. So may I request anyone who's finished lunch to all come in, please? We'll start exactly at 3, sir. It's 2 minutes to 3. We'll start at 3 o'clock. We'll start at 3 o'clock sharp. So we are... 3 o'clock. Timer. The timer needs to go back to 30 minutes. We'll start at 3 o'clock sharp. Friends, once again to the India Today South Conclave 2023. We are coming to you from Kovalam in Kerala, a long way away from Delhi, and in many ways, this distance has become for many a source of friction. In fact, the growing divide between an all-powerful center and state governments has become a running narrative of our times, and one that possibly poses huge challenges for the constitutional vision of a federal India. What is the future of Indian federalism? How will the North-South divide play out in the years ahead? And indeed, more importantly, the growing concern of a divide between center and states. Who better to answer some of these questions than my guest today? He has been both finance minister and the home minister of the country. Please welcome Mr. P. Chidambaram. Mr. Chidambaram, am I exaggerating this concern that many opposition parties in particular have over the future of cooperative federalism? Or do you believe that this is going to become a major friction point in the years ahead?
In my view, you are understating the problem.
Understating it?
Yes, you're not exaggerating. Every state is now bristling with a kind of encroachment which the center is making into its executive powers and legislative powers. And therefore, I think the problem, if it's not addressed up front with reasonable debate, will become more and more acute.
Give me an example of when you say that there is a sense of center encroaching into state powers. Give me an example that you believe is a sign, an ominous portent for the future.
I'll give you two examples. One is education. Now, a state government uses state government funds, sets up government medical colleges, and naturally it is meant for most people who belong to that state, domicile of that state, but nobody denies the right of anyone who migrates to a state like Tamil Nadu or Kerala to claim domicile after 5 years or 10 years. Now, today the state governments have no power to decide who will be admitted to those colleges. State government funds, tax paid by the people of that state, they set up government colleges, largely to admit students who are domiciled in that state. Why should the center decide who will be admitted and who will not be admitted? Another example, cooperative sector. Now, for the last 73 years, the cooperative sector has been entirely under the state government. And there have been very, very successful cooperative movements in this country, cooperative societies, cooperative banks, cooperative milk societies. Now, why should the center now create a ministry of cooperation and put the most powerful minister, apart from the prime minister, in charge, and all the banks, all the cooperative banks, all the multi-state cooperative societies are all reporting to the center now? Now, these are clearly encroachment into the executive and legislative powers of the state government.
No, is this center versus states, or is it an all-powerful BJP government versus opposition-ruled states? Because I don't sense, say, from example, from a Naveen Patnaik, who seemed to be close to the Modi government, or indeed BJP-ruled governments objecting to what you're claiming is misuse of center's executive powers. It's primarily the opposition-ruled state. So is the real problem that the compact between an all-powerful center ruled by the BJP and the opposition-ruled states has broken down?
The correct way to describe the problem is center versus state. Except, of course, the BJP chief ministers are mute witnesses. If they protested, they may not be chief ministers tomorrow.
You know, Mr. Chidambaram, it's almost as if you're suggesting that these problems emerged only in 2014.
I didn't
You know,
say that.
you
I didn't
are
say
a
that.
Congress person. The Congress for 90 times, Indira Gandhi, Mr. Modi said this on the floor of the House, said Mrs. Indira Gandhi used Article 356 90 times and used the Article 50 times to dismiss governments in the 1970s and 80s.
We are mixing up issues. You asked me about the all-powerful center encroaching into states' rights. And I gave you examples of executive encroachment, legislative encroachment. Now you are switching to a completely different subject. Article 356, imposition of president's rule. Until S.R. Bommai's case, the law was understood differently. Not only Indira Gandhi, Charan Singh, Morarji Desai understood the law differently. Therefore, after S.R. Bommai's judgment, where has the center, whenever it's ruled by the Congress, exceeded its powers? Therefore, I think the watershed is S.R. Bommai's case.
Yeah, there was one case in Bihar, for example, when Abdul Kalam, while he was in Moscow, was virtually forced to dismiss a Bihar government. You're saying that's an exception? That's not the real issue at the moment. You believe governments will not be dismissed?
I think dismissing a government, unless there is a very, very well-documented case of constitutional breakdown, is wrong. Article 356 did not allow for such dismissal. But then again, this is part of legal history of India. We can only look back and say wrong things were done by all governments of the center, and the law was set straight in S.R. Bommai's
Okay,
case.
so you admit in a way that there was this overreach in the 1970s when Mrs. Gandhi was in power. You're admitting that. We'll now come from there to the present.
You're making it as though I'm in the witness box and you're a prosecutor and you want me to make a confession. I'm stating a view, a legal view.
Okay,
the law was differently understood. The law was later better understood.
Okay, I was stating facts. Let's come to certain facts of today. One concern, for example, particularly in the southern states where we are and increasingly across the country, and we saw a Supreme Court verdict on it in Maharashtra a couple of weeks ago, is the role of the governor. In your home state of Tamil Nadu, there is a growing friction between the DMK-led government there and the governor. Governor is allegedly sitting on legislation, even wants the name of the state to be changed. In Maharashtra, government was allegedly toppled with the help of the governor. How do you see that? Is that all part of what you're seeing, a breakdown in trust and the misuse of constitutional functionaries?
No, you are making it a legal issue. It's far more sinister. The BJP's agenda is one India, centralism. Centralism of the kind we find in Turkey, we find in China, we find in Russia. They believe in centralism. And centralism has a history in world political history. The BJP does not believe in states being near equal partners with the center. Therefore, what is happening over the last 4 or 5 years is, I think, far more sinister than saying misusing this power or misusing that power. They are moving towards a one India concept, which with a dominant principle will be centralism. One voter list, one ration card, one language, one syllabus, one history, one culture. We are all rebelling against that strongly, and at the grassroots level, at least as far as the southern Indian states are concerned, there is very deep concern about this marauding BJP.
So you're saying the governor is only a tool to push this idea of one India, this sinister idea that you're calling it.
The governor you mentioned is clearly part of this game. The governor of Tamil Nadu is clearly a part of that design.
No, but Mr. Chidambaram, the question emerges, will there be a pushback? will the states, there are powerful chief ministers as well, will you see a pushback, and will that pushback deepen the friction? We had the Prime Minister, for example, have a meeting the other day of chief ministers. Only the BJP ruled chief ministers attended it. The opposition ruled chief ministers, Congress and its allies did not even attend that meeting. We've seen even when the new parliament building was inaugurated, the opposition boycotted it. Are we seeing, therefore, a complete breakdown, in a way, of trust between the center and the government and unwillingness to talk to each other?
I hope it doesn't lead to a complete breakdown of trust. There is a pushback. I can name at least half a dozen chief ministers who are pushing back. Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Kerala, some other states, Chhattisgarh, Himachal, they are pushing back. And if some regional parties get elected or re-elected to form the state governments, they will also push back. The BJP won't push back, but the BJP structure has already adopted centralism.
You see, it's very interesting you're saying there will be a pushback. One of the chief ministers you didn't mention just now is the Delhi chief minister, Arvind Kejriwal, who claims that this latest ordinance of the center taking over services against a Supreme Court judgment is designed for complete control of the center over Delhi. He's going across the country seeking support. The one party that is ambivalent over supporting a Kejriwal is the Congress party, because Congress has its own problems with Mr. Kejriwal. So is this a principled fight, or is this an opportunistic fight?
The issue that you mentioned has two dimensions. One is legal and one is political. The legal view, I've already expressed myself. The legal view is that this ordinance, which eventually will become law, may not become law, I don't know, is clearly contrary to Article 239 AA. So I think this ordinance is bad. It will be struck down. 2018, there was a 5-judge bench delivering a judgment. 2023 was another 5-judge bench delivering a judgment, reiterating the principle. And there will be another 5 judges bench which will pronounce on that. The political conclusion, the political lesson that has to be drawn and the political step that has to be taken is beyond my competence. I can't say that. It can only be said by the Congress president after consulting all the stakeholders.
No, what is your view? Mr. Chidambaram, you can't escape that by saying the Congress president will... Because you see, then I say it's not a matter of principle.
No,
if you say an ordinance has been brought in illegally, wrongly, why doesn't the Congress stand up and say it's illegal and wrong?
Listen, you are accusing me of not expressing my view. I will express my view in an inner party forum. I cannot express my view in an India Today forum. How can I express my view? I still am a member of the party.
Okay, we thought this was as important a forum as the Congress party forum for a moment.
I wish you good luck.
But Mr. Chidambaram, let me give you another example from the center's perspective. And this is in the context of Tamil Nadu, your home state. The NEET exam. Tamil Nadu says, we don't want one common, you say one India. The BJP says there will be one common entrance exam, medical exam for the country. Tamil Nadu says we are moving in legislation, we will be out of the NEET system. So states also are rebelling in a way, virtually saying even for the manner in which a national exam is to be held, we will take the call, not the center.
What is this national exam you're talking about? Great doctors of Tamil Nadu, Dr. Rangachari, Dr. Gurusamy Mudaliar, Dr. Lakshmanasamy Mudaliar, they were all admitted to these very colleges by the state government, and they became world-famous, distinguished doctors. Why can't you trust a state government to admit competent, qualified students to state government colleges? In a central university, let the center's writ run. But I am the state government. I build colleges out of my funds. It is largely meant for the domiciles of my state. Why can't I select the skilled, qualified students and admit them? Are you saying all the doctors who made medical services in Tamil Nadu famous at least throughout the country, where all incompetent doctors and only the NEET-selected doctors will be competent. What kind of an argument is? It's an argument that should be stated to be rejected.
One of the other friction points, for example, is the alleged misuse of the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate. That the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate are swooping into states run by the opposition to target opposition politicians. ED raids jumped 27 times during 2014 to 22 compared to the previous 10 years. Do you believe that these enforcement agencies are also part of this growing center-state conflict? Because the center says, look, we are targeting those where we have found prima facie instances of corruption, of money laundering. Why do you accuse us of simply targeting opposition-ruled governments? That's the part of the ED and the CBI's remit.
Do you believe in any principles of statistics?
Do I believe in?
Any fundamental theories or theorems of statistics as a
Yes,
science?
facts.
How is it that the accused, alleged accused, 95% of them belong to the opposition party? How do you explain that? If the law of averages, if the underlying principles of statistics will apply, I hope it applies in India, then there should be a certain proportion of the BJP ministers, BJP MPs, BJP MLAs, BJP party leaders who should also be raided, isn't it?
But the BJP turns around and says, please tell Mr. Chidambaram to go to the court. If Mr. Chidambaram believes that the ED is being misused, that there are cases which are not being investigated against BJP-ruled states, please go to the court and get an order.
Listen, we are not talking about involving the court. All I'm saying is, if the agencies are completely independent, not goaded by somebody, not nudged by somebody, why is the numbers so skewed against the opposition and so skewed in favor of the BJP? And then, worse, people against whom raids took place, notices were issued. You go through that washing machine, the giant washing machine, all of them become innocent. What happened to the notices? What happened to the raids? What happened to the searches? You want me to give names of people who were raided, notices issued by ED and CBI, inquired, and then all those cases have been buried? You know them as well as I do.
No, so are you suggesting, therefore, given what you're saying about enforcement agencies, CBI, who should step in? If you believe that this has resulted in a situation of a complete misuse, in this case I'm using the word misuse of central agencies to target opposition state-ruled governments, do you have a solution? Who should step in to ensure that every case which is followed follows due process? Should it be the courts? Who does it?
See, the courts interfere by exception. The court can't run the administration. Court can't run the agencies. That's not the business of a court. It's only when a case comes to the court can pronounce a judgment. You are giving executive powers to the courts to supervise investigations, to supervise the agency. It's not so. That is the duty of the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, and the Minister in charge of the agency. Now, those ministers bow down to the wishes of the Prime Minister and nudge agencies to go after the opposition leaders. It's a complete breakdown of the system. The only way it can be corrected is for the people to decide, this is not on. This will lead to disaster.
What is not on?
This kind of misuse of agencies at the instance of the political executive.
Many will say, many observers of politics will say that all of this is because, as I said, a fundamental mistrust between the government and the opposition, as evinced in your decision to boycott parliament. Here is a new parliament building coming up. The opposition says we will not attend a ceremony because the Prime Minister is not we don't accept the Prime Minister inaugurating it, the President has to inaugurate it.
No.
What's the message again?
Please don't mix up the non-participation in the inaugural function with the misuse of agencies. They are very two different things. All right, I'll give you an answer.
No, I'm just looking
I'll give
at
you an
the...
answer.
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
Has anyone got a copy of the Constitution? Read Article 79. What does Article 79 say? Parliament shall consist of the President and the two houses of Parliament, called Council of States and House of the People. We are focusing on the first 10, 12 words. Parliament shall consist of the President and the two houses of Parliament. Now, the two houses of Parliament are brick and mortar, of course, but they have about 750 members, including me. We all got an invitation. Inviting the 750 members is inviting the two houses of Parliament. Why was an invitation not sent to the President of India? I'm not talking about inaugurating. Why was an invitation not sent to the President of India when the Constitution says Parliament shall consist of the President and the two houses of Parliament?
The argument again there, and I'm sorry to do whataboutery here, is what happened when the Congress was in power. What happened when the Parliament Library, for example, was being inaugurated, or the Parliament Annex, Rajiv Gandhi and indeed Mrs. Gandhi at the time.
I expected the question.
Good, I'm glad.
I'm ready with an answer.
Oh, I'm glad.
Unfortunately, there's no Article 79 capital A, which says Parliament shall consist of the Parliament Library, Parliament shall consist of the Parliament Annex. I mean, these are additional buildings. We are talking about Parliament House. We are talking about the two houses of Parliament enshrined in the Constitution, along with the President. When you invite the members of the Lok Sabha, we invite the members of the Rajya Sabha, why did you forget to invite the President?
A senior BJP leader told me that the real problem is many Congress leaders, he didn't mention you specifically, have not come to terms with the fact that Narendra Modi is a two-time Prime Minister. That is fundamentally the problem. He isn't seen by your leadership as someone, therefore, who deserves to be in that post, and in some way, therefore, there is this boycott almost of Prime Minister Modi.
Completely wrong. Wherever I've written referring to the Prime Minister, I refer to him as Honorable Prime Minister. Wherever Mrs. Gandhi has met with in a Parliament's Central Hall function or any function, she has been extremely deferential and greets him. Congress President has been in conversation with him. We have seen videos. We accept the fact that Mr. Narendra Modi is the elected Prime Minister of India. Nobody questions his legitimacy. What we are questioning is his actions, his decisions, like the recent Tughlaqian decision of introducing a 2,000 rupee note and withdrawing a 2,000 rupee note. On the day it was introduced, I said, this is a foolish decision. The withdrawal is a good decision, but a good decision that corrected a foolish decision.
So, Mr. Chidambaram, the reason again this is asked for, if you were in Mr. Modi's position, if you were advising him, what would you tell him? How would you repair this divide? It is a gaping divide. It's a friction point which you say is only going to get worse. What, therefore, would you advise him?
Well, the first caution I'll tell myself is your advice will not be accepted. One. And nevertheless, if you want me to advise, I'll say, listen. Governments are elected. Governments are also unelected. Everybody who's occupied that chair will have to vacate that chair. Maybe 5 years, 10 years, 12 years, whatever. I wish him well. So you must always remember that these are temporary seats of power, which is why I believe in limiting the term of chief executives, like the US president. Is there any job in this world more complex, more difficult than the President of the United States? Why did they impose a two-term limit? Because I think it's important to impress upon every elected leader, listen, you are elected, no doubt, you are legitimate, but one day you'll have to vacate the seat. So I would tell him, Honorable Prime Minister, let's proceed on the basis that one day this seat will be vacated by you and somebody else will occupy the seat. And keep that in mind before you take a decision.
So you're saying 10 years, maximum term, two-term Prime Minister.
I'm not imposing a term.
But you're suggesting a term.
All I'm saying is limiting the terms is good for the state and the center.
Let me come, sir, to another dimension of this problem, which is perhaps going to become more and more important in the years ahead, and particularly because we are here in deep south, or up south as we are calling it, will become more critical, which is delimitation. In 2026, there is a belief that the number of parliamentary seats from the most populous north states will increase, and the south could either suffer a loss of seats or their numbers will certainly not increase in the same proportion. How worried are you about what delimitation could do to already the fraught relationship between center and the southern states in particular?
See, my party has not yet taken a view. Therefore, you have to take my words with a large dose of caution. This is not necessarily my party view. I'm concerned because either the states which have reached a replacement rate of population growth or even less. For example, many southern states have reached 1.6. The replacement rate is 2.1. They will suffer either by a loss of seats or by their seats being frozen. Whichever way, relatively, as a relation to each other, relatively, the northern states, the states where the population is growing at more than 2.1% will gain. This, I think, could become a cause for friction. How it will be resolved, I have not thought through it. I'm thinking about it. I have not thought through it because I think the unalterable principle which is in the Constitution is one man, one person, one vote. Now, therefore, one has to think through. And I think it's good if all the political parties sit down and calmly think it through. I don't want a situation where nobody thinks it through and then 2026 dawns on you and then the thing gathers its own momentum. That will lead to serious issues. I think all political parties should start thinking about it even now, what we should do in 2026.
What you're saying is whatever decision is taken must be by consensus, not unilateral.
Absolutely, absolutely. This is far too sensitive an issue for a government with a majority in the Lok Sabha to take a decision.
Mr. Chidambaram, in conclusion, your leader Rahul Gandhi is in the United States, and as always, every time he goes abroad, he creates headlines for some reason or the other. Today's headline is he was in Washington, where he has said the Muslim League, when asked a question, and presumably it is a reference to the Indian Union Muslim League, which is in your state and in Kerala, is a secular organization. Do you concur with his views that the Indian IUML is a secular group?
I know the structure of the Muslim League in Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Many of them are known to me. Tamil Nadu leaders are known to me. I believe they are secular.
You believe
I believe they are secular. I don't know about the Muslim
What's your
League.
definition of secular?
Secular is that you don't indulge in hate against any other community. You don't inject a dose of religiosity into every statement, action, and you don't create a communal divide between the Muslim communities and the non-Muslim communities.
But now you are referring to the Muslim League in Tamil Nadu, not necessarily in Kerala.
Those are the only two units I know. In many states, the IUML is not a very very significant organization.
Would you see Mr. Owaisi's organization differently?
Owaisi is not the Indian Union Muslim League.
I know, AIMIM, but you see him as not secular?
I don't agree with Mr. Owaisi's thinking or speeches.
Okay. In conclusion, as we end, the southern Indian states also feel that they account for 30% of the country's GDP as per RBI figures, around 30%. The 5 states, some of them could become trillion-dollar economies on their own. Do you see that also becoming a point of friction going ahead? You've been the finance minister of the country. Many of these states feel they are contributing disproportionately to the national exchequer and getting disproportionately less.
See, I believe in a united India. I believe that the more prosperous states must take some part of the burden of the backward states. That's my belief. But there is a serious concern in the southern states that when it comes to the Finance Commission, their share of the revenues is dwindling from one commission to another. When I was finance minister also, the share dwindled.
Yes.
Share dwindled and everybody protested. Therefore, we have to rethink the Finance Commission's mandate. That is one. Secondly, there is a feeling that in the grants and aid, which are not necessarily Finance Commission directed, where the central government has a large area of discretion. The grants and aid also, and in the borrowings, right to borrow. For example, Kerala Chief Minister is protesting that his right to borrow is being severely restricted. I think there are serious issues. I know the language of the Constitution provisions, but they were written at a different time. They were different, they were written in a different scenario. So we'll have to review those provisions of the Constitution so that the more advanced states don't feel that they are being shortchanged compared to the less advanced states. I won't call them backward, they are less advanced states. I think it's absolutely necessary to look at the center-state fiscal relations chapter of the Constitution and take a second look at it.
So what you're saying basically, whether it's center-state fiscal relations, whether it's delimitations, try and build consensus, try and work together, have more all-party meetings, hopefully attended by both sides.
I'll give you an example.
Yes.
We built a consensus on a GST. In fact, if our government had been in office, the GST law would be a very different law. More in line with the paper put out by Arvind Subramanian. But the animal that's come out today, the GST, has no resemblance to the consensus we built. Remember, Yashwant Sinha constituted the group of ministers. And I took over and we worked with them for 7 years building a consensus on GST. We successfully built a consensus on VAT and all the states fell in line. Nobody has any grievance about VAT. Next step was VAT to GST. We were building a consensus. The consensus was ready when Arun Jaitley took over as finance minister. And what has this government done? It has completely distorted the consensus of GST. GST today, many finance ministers have told me, non-BJP finance minister, and even one BJP finance minister has told me, and this is not the consensus that we arrived at when we agreed to sharing sovereignty as far as taxation is concerned. This is completely now dominated, dictated by the center.
Even though decisions in the GST Council are to be taken by consensus, Mr.
That
Chidambaram.
is on paper.
You're saying it's on paper?
That's on paper.
Okay, so we need to embrace the spirit of consensus. And in that spirit of consensus, I hope your idea of a united India and Mr. Modi's idea of one India can merge.
United India is very different from one India. Don't conflate the two. Okay. United India has a very different connotation. One India has a very different connotation. In fact, I would say United India is a noble idea. One India, I'm afraid, is a rather sinister idea.
We leave it at that. Mr. Chidambaram's vision of United India and Mr. Modi's vision of One India, you choose which India is the India of the future. Either way, what we do need is some element of collaboration above all else. Mr. Chidambaram, I hope in the same spirit you'll write a letter and send that to Mr. Modi and tell the Prime Minister of the country that these are my suggestions for a united India. Thank you very much, P. Chidambaram, for joining me here on the news today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajdeep Sardesai and Mr. Chidambaram. I'd like to invite Ms. Sushmita Nag, CMO Fenesta, on stage to hand over a token of appreciation. All right, the next session is judicial overreach versus executive intervention, how to strike a balance. And I'd like to invite the session moderator, Mr. Kaushik Deka, Executive Editor, India Today, to introduce the speakers on stage.
Judiciary in India, in many ways, have functioned from the independence as the protector of our democracy. It's actually the safeguard for our constitution. That's the provision we have made. And yet, judiciary has many flaws also. And there are judges who have never shied away from candidly talking about these flaws. And today, we have with us two of the Supreme Court judges, very renowned judges, who have often been labeled as rebels as well. So I'd like to introduce first Justice J. Chalameswar, former Chief Justice, former Supreme Court judge, and Justice Kurian Joseph, former Supreme Court judge. They were both colleagues, and if you all remember, they were part of that famous press conference on January 12, 2018, which was unprecedented in many ways. I'll first come to Justice Chalameswar, and the topic today, as we are talking about judicial executive overreach versus judicial independence, the current debate is about judicial appointment of the judges. And interestingly, you were the one who actually supported that executive law, that law passed by Parliament about appointment of judges, National Judicial Commission appointment. And interestingly, Justice Joseph later, who said that he regrets opposing that bill or that act. So first question is to Justice Chalameswar, how do you see the current situation? Now, the current situation that the debate is going on, and the way the former law minister actually levels some of the Supreme Court judges as anti-national, and this... okay, he didn't name anyone, but if you are trying to take...
I said I topped the list perhaps.
But how do you see this debate? What's the way out now? Because the government is delaying many appointments. They are even picking up peculiar reasons like the sexual orientation of a judge to negate the appointment. So under these circumstances, do you think that you did the wrong by opposing that bill?
No, I don't think I did anything wrong in writing the dissenting judgment. Please remember, it was a bill passed by the parliament unanimously. If I remember right, only one vote went against that bill. Ms. Chidambaram will correct me. I think it's Ram Jethmalani who voted against that bill. Rest of them, including Ms. Chidambaram, supported that bill. No, this question is not one of party, this party or that party. In constitutional law, as a student of constitutional law, I found it difficult to believe that an elected government, irrespective of the hue of the government, which party it is, which name it carries, would have no say at all in the matter of the appointment of judges of this country is something as a student of constitutional law I never understood in a democratic country. Forget about less democratic countries, is a different, this kind of a debate would never arise. Even in a democratic country, to tell them that you will not have any place in the matter, and I fail to understand that they are abusing that position. Some party or some minister is abusing or some minister is abusing individual judges is a different story. But on a principle, I still believe that is a correct legal position and I have no reason to change my views.
But the current Chief Justice, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, he says that collegium system is the best. And you actually declined to be part of the collegium.
Yes.
Once you wrote to the CGI that you do not want, you cited lack of transparency. So could you elaborate? One incumbent Chief Justice is saying this is the best system. You alleged lack of transparency.
Yes, I did.
But why? Means how do you respond to this statement that it is the best possible system, that collegium system is the best possible system for appointment of judges?
Sorry, and it's not very clear. Can you come and keep it slightly away?
Yeah, I am asking you, how do you respond to this statement that collegium system is the best possible system for judicial appointments?
I don't agree with it. I never agreed with it.
But why?
I gave the reasons because the process is absolutely opaque. Quite a large number of decisions, nobody understands why they are taken. You want concrete example, but that will annoy a lot of people, a lot of unpleasantness will be generated. I can take one, anyway, I don't want to put others in.
Please go ahead, please go ahead.
See, this is once again, it happened all the time, not only in the last 10 years, earlier also. Notwithstanding the declaration that the Supreme Court judgment, collegium is the last word, quite often we see that some recommendations are made, they are not acted upon. Time later, the collegium withdraws the recommendation. Now what does it indicate? What does it indicate? So therefore, do you still think it is the best mechanism available for appointment? There is something fundamentally wrong with the logic. So what is more important is the process is made more transparent. There will be some amount of accountability. That transparency is missing. That's my complaint. Therefore, I abstain from that.
Justice Joseph, do you still regret that decision, sir?
You are right, Mr. Kaushik. I said in a platform which I shared with Ms. Justly that I would rather start regretting now. Reason was that I firmly believed, and I do still believe, that the independence of judiciary will be better protected if the collegium system is followed. But how does this collegium system function? That is the big question. In fact, if any one of you would have read the last paragraph of my separate judgment in the NJC, both of us were part of the NJC, I've said that the system requires a transparency. There should be a secretariat. It's all in the hands of just one assistant, one who is now a registrar now, one person who has been the secretariat in the collegium I think, for over 20 years now in the Supreme Court. Only one person. Nobody else knows. As to
30 years, 93.
Maybe around 30 years. Justice Chalmers says, only one person. He handles all the files of all the judges in the country, and only he is. We said, no, in fact, Justice Lokur, Justice Chalmers, Justice Lokur, and just me. All three of us said, no, this is not the way they should function. But having said that, and having upheld the independence of judiciary and struck down the National Judicial Appointment Commission, the picture I saw in the country was certainly disappointing. Disappointing in the sense, I agree the government should have yes say, but the say is the problem. Every decision that was taken by the collegium was just a farce. I really understand that the decision actually was taken some other quarters, and it only simply endorsed by the collegium. This is where I said the commission that was suggested would have been better. In that sense, I said, I regret. It would have been more independent. It has become absolutely under the control of the executive, which was, according to me, 100% overreach.
And how do you see that famous press conference? Do you think you achieved the goals that you wanted to achieve through that press conference, or you think that was unnecessary, or you missed the main objective? To both, sir. First, Justice Joseph.
I don't mind starting, absolutely no problem. To me, it's a story of, it was a story of great expectations, but it turned out to be a story of lost expectations.
Justice Yalamaswari.
So far as I am concerned, there was no purpose to be achieved by this press conference in that narrow sense of it. We believed that there are certain things which were not going right. We tried our best to set the course correction. We realized it was beyond our ability for various reasons which I may not be able to discuss now. In which case, the thing is, I thought at least the people of this country are required to know that something. Well, afterwards it's for the people to decide what to do with it. Ultimately, all these institutions, all these offices, in my view, exist for the people of this country. And in fact, there's an old this thing, I don't know how many of us remember it. In some meeting with the Viceroy told Gandhiji, Bapu, this requires a confidential discussion. Gandhiji asked him, what is so confident? Matter of state affairs. Gandhiji asked him, whose state is this? He asked. That is still the relevant question. The state is not a mythical animal. It's all of us together constitute the state. And these are the affairs of the state which are required to be known by the people of this country. Now, my views may not be the right views. My views may not be the final views. Today people may accept it, today people may reject it. But as a free citizen of this country, which I believe I am a free citizen, I am entitled to put my views on record. I placed it on record, and my brothers agreed with me that day. I didn't force anybody, of course. The picture was being painted that I dragged these innocent people to that press conference, because the venue was my residence. In fact, I offered that day that let the venue be some other place. I don't want to mention the name. And then everybody said, no, brother, you are the senior most among four of us, it's your place. I said, fair enough. That doesn't mean I drag these people against their wish there.
But is everything all right in the Supreme Court now? Is everything all right in the Supreme Court now? How do you see the Supreme Court and its role?
I don't know. I'll tell you something, Mr. Dekha. It may not be a very wonderful thing to tell you people. I don't have a TV at my residence. It's 12 years since I watched the TV. And I stopped buying newspapers 5 years back. Of course, I still watch the important pop-ups in the telephone. So, you ask me how the Supreme Court is now, I perhaps may not be the right person to answer. Ask the
Justice Joseph, would you like to answer the question? Is the Supreme Court all right now?
Yeah. Both of us were Chief Justices in the High Courts of states. Justice Chalamesur was in Kerala and I was in Himachal for 3 years and the brother was, I think,
18 months.
18 months, yes. See, there is something called Master of Roster, the Chief Justice. He decides which case should go before which bench. This is a very important jurisdiction of the system. I don't want to say the Chief Justice. To me, I was quite clear when I went for the press conference that this will send some message as to how the system should function in the Supreme Court and in the High Court. Unlike the High Court, where you have, little more homogeneity, where in the Supreme Court, people come from different states, and though we call each other brother and sister, I don't know how much that collegiality and fraternity and warmth, affection, etc. are there. And so it's a big question. You can read from the smile of my brother. Yes, we function in our own spheres there, unlike the high courts, where we have regular meetings, etc. You won't believe, Brother Chalamesur, in your 6-year term, how many full courts were there? Maybe 2, 3?
In the Supreme Court?
Supreme Court?
Supreme Court, 3 or 4.
Maybe 3, 6 years. Whereas in the High Court, in the state, there will be a full court at least
once in 2 months?
Once in 2 or maximum 3 months, yes, definitely. Even in the largest High Court of Allahabad also, I checked, there are full courts. Because, see, these are institutional decisions which we have to take. It does not and should not depend on one person. If it depends on one person, then it's called arbitrariness. Which is something that we should avoid, particularly in that institution. So that was one thing which I strongly advocated and I hoped will be there be corrective measures. And for your information, which we have not shared anywhere else, post this press conference, we had meetings several days where we included all the incoming Chief Justices, including the present Chief Justice was part of our in-house meetings as what could be the corrective measures which we could take to put systems and practices in the place of a person alone taking a decision. There were several suggestions and all suggestions, of course, there's no question of somebody taking a decision, but we thought these discussions would help all the incoming Chief Justices thereafter to streamline some sort of a system in the Supreme Court as far as this distribution of work is concerned. There have been judges, you won't believe, who despite being in the Supreme Court, the normal term of a judge in the Supreme Court is maybe around 4 years. Brother had 6+ years and me 5 years and 8 months or so. There have been judges who never ever had a chance to head a constitution bench, who was never part of a constitution bench. And there have been judges who have been heading the constitution bench, benches in the Supreme Court successively, or quite a few times also. So this is something which we need to streamline in the interest of the institution. This was one great thing and one most important thing which I had in my mind when I won that, because that was the triggering point also. The way decisions were taken in the distribution of work in Supreme Court, it was absolutely in the hands of one person. There was no consultation at all, which I said is not good for an institution like judiciary. But I regret I did not see, and rather I'm sorry, I did not see any signs of change thereafter. I hope and pray that the present incumbent in the office, who is well aware of our discussions and who himself had mooted certain ideas, would keep in mind what he had suggested and take the institution forward in the interest of administration of justice.
I may just add a couple of sentences. Over a period of 75 years in the institution of the Supreme Court, a great paradox has come into existence. The highest court of the country, in my view, in fact, I stated so on more than one occasion, should sit as one body while laying down the law. on the other hand, we have 16 or 17 Supreme Courts today, division benches, 14, 15 division benches. And then what happens thereafter, the lawyers know the conflicting views, and for every conflicting view, there is a reference to a larger bench to 5, 7, 9 judges. I think there are quite a few matters which are to be adjudicated by the 9 judges for the last 2 decades. That bench was never constituted. On the administrative side, though originally under the letter of the Constitution, the Supreme Court had hardly any administrative functions in the sense of high courts by an express provision have administrative superintendents over all the courts and tribunals within the territory over which the High Court exercises jurisdiction. Such a provision is not there. It's not a supervising court over the High Courts. For various reasons, historic reasons, it so happened quite some power came to be vested in the hands of the Supreme Court, quote unquote, whatever it means today. There, my belief is the minute the court is exercising administrative powers, like transferring of judges, appointing of judges, so on and so forth, it is the wisdom of the whole court that is required to be taken into consideration, not one individual. I can give you just one example, which is now it's all irrelevant today. When all that turmoil was going on, there were some complaints about a particular judge of a particular high court. A lot of things happened. It appears that the then Chief Justice of India ordered for an in-house inquiry against that particular judge. None of us, I was number J1, he was J3, none of us knew that such an inquiry was ordered. Would you accept this kind of a system on the political front if the Chief Minister were to decide everything or the Prime Minister were to decide everything? Now, the members of the cabinet are so subservient not to discuss things with their Chief Minister or Prime Minister, as the case may be. That's a different matter. But are we willing to live in a country like that, where all the decisions are taken by one individual? On a principle, it is wrong. The time-tested statement for millennia all over the world is concentration of power is always dangerous to the people. All the constitutional systems are designed to avoid that kind of a concentration of power. And then we come up with this formula. Where from it came, God alone knows. Of course, it requires a whole debate. Half an hour is not possible to finalize. That is the basic paradox in the thing. What ought to be done by the entire court is done by one individual. What ought to be done by individuals is done by the entire court. All kinds of things happen. That's all.
Now, about judicial overreach, recently the Supreme Court is hearing that same-sex marriage case. And the government is saying that it's a kind of judicial overreach because the parliament needs to legislate on such issues. What's your opinion? Do you think that it was a judicial overreach or the CGI did the right thing by hearing those petitions?
Well, I don't want to talk about same-sex marriage because it's a pending case, but on a principle I can talk. See, the Prime Minister is saying, present Prime Minister, past Prime Minister, politicians, with due respect to Mr. Chidambaram and his friends in politics, they talk in different tones when they are in power and when they are in opposition. As Mr. Chidambaram was pointing out in the previous session, the watershed from his point of view is Bommai's case. Till Bommai's case in this country, nobody believed that the decision of the President to dismiss a government is justiciable. For the first time, the Supreme Court in Bommai's case said something. But what happened, even after all that, it's a long judgment. Finally, none of the 4 or 5 states, the governments were restored. And we know all this thing. Same thing happened in Maharashtra. After the Grand Declaration, the factual consequence didn't follow. Now, when the Supreme Court gave that judgment in Bommai, those who were not in power that day welcomed it, saying that this is a very progressive judgment, this is the high constitutional principle is upheld. And I'm sure if somebody else were to come to power tomorrow, the story would be the same. So therefore, let us not get into this Lakshman Rekha business, it's all rhetoric. The only Lakshman Rekha which I know is the Constitution itself. Constitution has made clear provisions delineating the functions of each one of the 3 organs, the legislature, executive and judiciary. It is there in the Constitution. How we understand it and how we twist, but you don't go by this ad hoc statement, somebody has crossed. When I don't like something which the executive does, I say, when I presume I'm still in office. Anyway, I say the executive has crossed the Lakshman. These are all rhetoric statements.
But as a former judge of the Supreme Court, how do you see this? The Lakshman Rekha in this case has been breached or not?
Which case?
In this same-sex
I told you I'm not going to comment on it. It's a pending matter. I don't want to.
The question is whether the Supreme Court had the right to hear these petitions.
Well, certainly it has the jurisdiction. But question is whether the priority... See, if I were to be the judge or the chief justice, hypothetically, what would be the priority? I know, as a matter of fact, there are appeals preferred by convicts who are suffering life sentence for the last 10 years. The appeals are pending in the Supreme Court. If we believe really in the constitutional values, my principle is top priority should be given to that, because nothing like personal freedom. After 10 years, let us say in a given case, the Supreme Court comes to the conclusion the person, the man or woman, is innocent. What benefit it is, those 10 years are lost to that person. Priority should be given. How do you prioritize the hearing is the question. On that ground, I have reservations about this matter.
Justice Joseph, you have very strong views about issues like abortion, divorce. In this case, do you think that the Lakshman Rekha was breached by the Supreme Court in trying to hear these cases, these petitions on same-sex marriages?
Kaushik, you yourself gave me a hint saying that I have my very strong personal views about it. I do have. But disassociating myself with what is now being handled by the Supreme Court, of course, is a matter pending consideration by the Supreme Court. I would say that, marriage has a different purpose altogether. Marriage is a union of man and woman, basically, essentially. Now, there is an association and united forever for purposes of the nature, procreation and recreation. Well, that is my personal view about it. So I'm 100% against this same-sex marriage. It can be a union, it can be an association, it can be whatever, because it's not a fundamental right. Marriage is not a fundamental right of a person. So you can have your own choice as to whether you want to be living together, to be a friend, close friend, intimate friend, particular friend, living together forever, etc. Those are all different concepts altogether. The moment you touch on the concept of marriage, it is taught. It's actually the basic unit in the society. So when we speak about the unity, if we speak about the integration, etc., it's all something which affects the roots of the issue. That is my personal feeling. But since you asked about the jurisdiction aspect, I do not say that there is no jurisdiction. But I agree with my learned brother that, jurisdiction depends on the discretion that you exercise as to which you should exercise your jurisdiction and which you should refrain from. Because ultimately, as an institution, your role is to have a judicial review on the law, policy, and conduct of the legislature and the executive. And of course, the judiciary also, because there is a judicial review of the judiciary as well. There are several provisions in the procedure laws and the constitution also. As brother pointed out, the High Court jurisdiction under Article 235 is to oversee the administration of justice in the state, unlike the Supreme Court, which does not have any such jurisdiction. So there, in the matter of administration of justice, this institution should function on that manner. So your primary duty is to see whether the law is constitutional, the policy is constitutional, the conduct is constitutional. If you want to examine that, then there must be something which has been made either by the lawmaker or introduced by the executive, and then you have to see whether this is a policy which is constitutionally valid and to be upheld. That's scrutiny that you don't get. And you don't get a platform there, because what is law? Law is actually, we call it a mirror of life. It's actually meant to order the society, to create order in society and prevent disorder in society. So this is actually a province. I always say people's court. not the judiciary. It's a court of the people where they should have debate. They should know, because India is such a, the diversity of this country where we have religions, cults, because this essentially has a lot of intimate and intricate relationship into the culture, into the religion, into the beliefs of people. So all these are to be, according to me, debated, and then a policy needed to have been taken. That would have been a better way of looking at it. But since the matter is now in the court, I do not want to comment any further on that.
My last question, as we are running out of time, so brief answers. My little understanding of law says that bail is the norm and jail should be the aberrations. But now we see that in most cases, the bails are denied, and the executive in many cases, irrespective of political dispensation, they use this provision not to grant bail to make the process itself a punishment. We have, and it's being used now politically also. There are several examples. We have one example here, Mr. P. Chidambaram ji. So this is happening increasingly from the common citizen to political opponents. The executive is taking advantage of this judicial disinterested in giving bails. How do you see that can be solved? What would be your suggestion for the judges, particularly in the lower courts? They just do not give bails, where the provisions say that in most cases it should be the norm. How do you see that can be solved, sir? Justice Salam, sir.
There is no provision which says it should be the norm, barring a judgment of the Justice Krishna Iyer, which said bail is the rule and jail is the exception. The point is, apart from those high-sounding words, a system which takes number of years to adjudicate the guilt or otherwise of an accused person, bail should be the norm, agree, logically. Now, the only other way we can get rid of that norm is improve the efficiency of the system, that trial in no case shall be pending in any court for more than 2 months, 3 months, or whatever it is. If we can raise the level of the efficiency of the system to that, which is, is a huge task. Mr. Chidambaram is smiling at me with all his experience as a lawyer, lawmaker, parliamentarian, and so on. But that is the problem. In fact, there are some high courts, without meaning any disrespect to them, where criminal appeals of life convicts are pending for 2 decades. In fact, in one case, when I was sitting there in the Supreme Court, we called for reports and we asked certain reform and whatever it is, things is going on. Unfortunately, the kind of prominence which is given to these same-sex marriages and so on and so forth, they are more, I don't know, one wrong word, I might get into trouble once again. But these are the things which gain a lot of prominence and publicity. The problem of these people who languish in jails under trials for a number of years, that's not being addressed. I think that's something more important for the nation, for the common man of this country. Now, instead of addressing it now, in a particular case, bail is granted, not granted, it is being used. But naturally, everybody tries to take advantage of the existing system. That's what happens.
Justice Joseph, final answer. Same question.
Yes, see, we must have a clear distinction as to this concept of why a person should be in jail. Of course, post-conviction, if he is sentenced to imprisonment, yes. But pre-trial, there are definite norms, because this affects the civil liberty and the dignity of the person. This is where people, unfortunately, the system does not understand. The moment a person is pre-conviction and pre-trial, somebody is arrested and put in jail, it affects his dignity, it affects his liberty, it affects his psyche as such. So unless there are compelling reasons for somebody to be kept in jail before trial, one should not, according to me. But there are a system, there are people who used to say, ultimately these people will get away. But this is the only thing they should be getting rewarded. This is a very wrong approach. This is definitely should not be encouraged at all. There should be systems and practices, right from the Supreme Court up to the magistrate level. People should know what is the value of liberty and what is the price that this country has given for liberty. Then only we will be able to understand how precious it is and how seriously we must safeguard it, protect it, and promote it. Unless for absolutely compelling reasons, one should not be put in jail pre-trial stage. It is in that context, Justice Krishnaiyer very emphatically said, bail is the norm and jail is the exception. But as Kaushik said, it has become a tamasha now. It is the other way now. It is jail. It appears even to the system, the judiciary also. Jail seems to be the norm and bail seems to be an exception. The way the prosecution also sometimes presents this story that there are very serious things to be investigated. Yes, you do, but why should you interfere with the personal dignity and liberty of the person if you want to investigate? I don't want to say anything further on that. I would have said, but for the presence of somebody here, I would have said many things about that.
Thank you, Justice Chelameswar and Justice Joseph. As usual, you are both forthright with your views. Thank you so much for being part of this conclave.
Thank you very much, our panelists, for joining us here. It was truly an engaging session. I'd like to call upon stage to felicitate our guests here. Sandeep N, Shyam Steel, and Suresh M from Shyam Steel, please up on stage. A big round of applause. Justice Jasti Chelameswar, former Supreme Court Judge. Justice Kurian Joseph, former Supreme Court Judge, with an enriching conversation with Kaushik Deka. A big round of applause. All right, up on stage next is our Kerala State Minister, Minister for PWD and Tourism, Mohammad Riaz, PA Mohammad Riaz, who will be giving enough and more insights on Kerala's tourism, an industry that seems to be booming forever. In fact, Nagarjun Dwarkanath to be moderating the session for us. Nagarjun South Deputy Editor for India Today. I'd like to welcome on stage PA Mohammad Riaz. A big round of applause. Kerala State's Tourism Minister joining us.
Okay, and then you can do the speech. Then I will go because the meeting is important meeting. Okay, live program.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the God's own country, and the man handling the portfolio for the same topic is Mr. Mohammad Riaz, Kerala Tourism Minister. Welcome to India Today South Conclave, sir. The minister would deliver a keynote address as to why Kerala is the tourist hub for the country. Mr. Minister.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome you all to Kerala. Indeed, travel and tourism sector, the worst affected one when the pandemic created havoc on human life on this earth, has shown incredible resilience to bounce back. The revival is not complete in all respects, yet it could show the valor and vigor for a speedy recovery. Akin to the global scenario, Kerala tourism too faced harsh realities when the movement of people got started. The sector suffered job loss, revenue loss, closure of business, and the like. Yet Kerala tourism could regain the confidence earlier than rest of the tourist destinations in the country. The government and the industry joined hands together
and took varied measures to overcome the unforeseen consequence of the COVID-19 pandemic. We took no delay in responding to the issues of the tourism sector, and the results are in front of us. We progressed at a tremendous pace. By the end of 2022, Kerala could bounce back extremely well by posting incredible growth in tourist arrivals. The state could receive 1,88 lakhs domestic tourists during 2022, which shows remarkable and unmatchable growth in tourist arrivals in the post-COVID era. Number of foreign tourists is increasing gradually. While the recovery was progressing within months, Kerala tourism could bag laurels, bringing yet another feather to the cap of Kerala tourism. God's own country has been featured in the 52 places to go in 2023 by the New York Times. The Kerala has been ranked 13th in the New York Times list, which lauds the responsible tourism initiatives of Kerala tourism. In addition, Kerala has been declared the best wedding destination for the year 2022 by the leading magazine Travel Plus Leisure, India and South Asia. Also, Kerala tourism has bagged the prestigious Responsible Tourism Global Award at the World Travel Mart held in London for its street project. Also, Kerala tourism has bagged the Popular Gold Award of Pacific Asia Travel Association for 2022 in the printed marketing campaign category. Before that, Condé Nast Traveler recognized Kerala's AIMIM village as one of among 30 best places to visit in 2022. The year was capped with India Today ranking Kerala as the topmost performer in tourism in the big states category. Moreover, Kerala has taken the stride to be the first women-friendly destination in the country. As part of it, a comprehensive project to encourage the participation of women in all tourism activities and attract more women tourists to the state is being implemented. Kerala always attempts to diversify its potentials that can be offered to the tourism markets. We ensure quality human and physical resources for tourism sector. The attempt for innovation is always there, and that instills dynamism in the tourism sector in the state. We are a multiple USP destination which forms the core of our marketing and promotion. For instance, backwaters have been our most important USP for the last decades. We added Ayurveda into it by having Kerala's unique traditional Ayurveda treatment types. The quest for innovation has been continuing. Recently, we added caravan tourism, which could add flowers to the tourism potentials of the state. Also, heli tourism is in the pipeline. We have a wide range of resources and attractors include physiography, climatic condition, culture and history of destination, mix of activities being carried out, special events, superstructures, and the market ties. They are vital in attracting tourists from far and wide. In addition, in order to enhance competitiveness, we strengthen the accessibility and related infrastructure greatly. For instance, our NH, National Highway widening, will surely benefit tourism in the near future. From one end of the state to the other, the NH66, which has 45 meter wide, it will be completed in year 2025. The connectivity and the speed of movement among the destinations within the state and with outside the states will certainly be improved. This is a state with international airports at every 200-kilometer distance. The role it plays in enhancing the accessibility is great. Moreover, the road infrastructure and corresponding connectivity is being improved greatly. We are in the process of introducing a design policy which is applicable for tourism as well as public works and infrastructure development. The constructions in the state need to have a common and aesthetic background and maximum utility. Tourist destinations will have better attractiveness by implementing the new design policy. The state design policy will bring about a qualitative change in this crucial sector by turning the entire spectrum of physical infrastructure into tourism and people-friendly and optimizing the unutilized spaces. Our marketing efforts tend to be more oriented for promoting, positioning, branding, and selling destination. We focus on both domestic as well as international marketing strategies. With regard to inbound tourism, our major source markets are from European countries, and we understood the importance of such countries for the state's tourism. Therefore, we regularly undertake much focused promotion efforts in those regions. Recently, we started focusing on Russia as well, along with the GCC countries. During the year, Kerala made a deep impression at major tourism and travel fairs in India and abroad like BIT Milan, IMTM Tel Aviv, ATM Dubai, and WTM London. Also, we organized series of road shows in major source countries. As part of product diversification, we are committed targeting premium tourists. We are planning to introduce heli tourism, connecting popular tourist destinations in the state. Heli taxi services, connecting Kochi with popular tourist destinations such as Thekkady, Munnar, and Kumaragam, are being finalized. The necessary infrastructure shall be in place of a PPP mode. Moreover, we are working on an integrated plan to give a major boost to cultural, food, monsoon, wellness, and beach tourism for the entire state. Cultural tourism calendar is getting ready. 10 most popular beaches have been identified to organize events on the lines of the highly successful Bepur Waterfest. Also, Kovalam is going to be developed at par with popular international beach destinations. It will be a model tourist destination very soon. The second edition of the IPL Model Champions Boat League, CBL, snake boat races, received greater domestic and global attention. The Kochi Musris Binale is back in full swing. Bepur International Waterfest was held on a bigger format. The first edition really spurred the revival of tourism's confidence in the state. Heritage tourism has been strengthened by phased development of projects like Travancore Heritage Tourism Project. Furthermore, Kerala tourism has been promoting adventure tourism, MICE tourism, and farm tourism, in addition to the introduction of literary and biodiversity circuits. It is the first time in our country a state government is announcing a literary and biodiversity circuit in its budget. Of late, activity-based tourism is being promoted. Our vision is to have experiential tourism all over, which can benefit more the people of the state. Also, the tourists can enjoy the visit better. Sustainability and inclusiveness do underpin the tourism development model while living up to the expectations and demands of the modern tourist. Economic empowerment of the local societies are being incorporated as vital component of tourism. For effective destination management and molding our young generation as tourism ambassadors, tourism clubs are being formed in higher education institutions in the state. Another opportunity in the hospitality sector is to establish more quality accommodation facilities in Kerala. Joint venture efforts will be promoted. Each and every part of this land is gifted by nature's bounty. To identify and promote tourist spots in every Grama Panchayat destination challenge initiative was introduced. To sum up, I would like to inform the distinguished audience that Kerala Tourism is planning to conduct an investors meet shortly to showcase the opportunities in the tourism sector for the investors. In this backdrop, it is also important to note that the ministry is taking all the efforts to uplift the status of tourism industry by declaring industry status. This will benefit the tourism industry and its stakeholders in multiple ways. I am not extending any further. Being a land of scenic beauty and rich cultural heritage, we would like to promote Kerala sustainably, provide high-quality tourist experience, and to generate utmost benefits for the people. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Wishing you all the best for the investors meet for the tourism. The minister is running out of time, so we'll have to cut short our session. He'll have to head out for an important meeting. So I'll right away conclude the session. I'll now call upon Mr. Ashish Nair, Vice President Corporate Affairs, RP Group, to hand out the token of appreciation to the minister. The next session is of India's startup ecosystem, the success and the challenges. I'd like to invite the moderator on stage, Mr. Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing, India Today Group. Also the speaker, Mr. Chris Gopalakrishna, co-founder, Infosys.
Let's give Chris Gopalakrishna a very warm round of applause and welcome. He's the billionaire tech guru and who currently, apart from being the co-founder of Infosys, has his own venture capital and startup accelerator called Axelor Ventures. He's also chairman of Itahasa Research and Digital Evolution that is looking at the evolution of technology, and the author of a book, Against All Odds, the IT Story of India, which I advise everybody, not just youngsters, to pick up, because here is a man who knows everything, and we are very fortunate that he is here to talk about startups and the challenges that are there. Now, many of us know that Mr. Modi in 2015 started the whole startup movement in some senses. It was there much earlier, but he gave it a prime ministerial, let's say, stamp to it. And after that, we've seen startups sprout enormously. We've had, the last figure I saw was there something like government-registered startups around close to over 90,000 of them. We've also had unicorns. We have seen on our own backyards, my city and your city now, Byju's, a whole range of Unacademy, Zomatos, all of them turn not only just unicorns, but also some of them decacorns. It seemed like a great story. I mean, and Prime Minister Modi described it as the backbone of India. The startups is the backbone of India. Unfortunately, after the boom that we experienced during the COVID period, startups began to have a certain, I wouldn't say fall down, but if you look at the funding that this quarter, it has decreased drastically as compared to, say, $30 billion that startups were getting in 2021. They're down to $10 billion this particular quarter, and they don't expect it to grow. So let's begin with this. Are we seeing the fall down of startups, or is this a temporary phase? What's your view on that?
So first of all, thank you, Raj, for having me. And thank you for bringing this conference to Trivandrum.
It's your hometown.
As a son of
This is his
Trivandrum.
hometown. Please give him a... he grew up here.
So, Thiruvananthapuram jenichu valarna oru kutti. Thank you for bringing this conference to Trivandrum. I feel this is the ideal place to have an intellectual discussion. So thank you very much. Your question about is this a permanent decline, or is it something temporary? I believe it's temporary. These are part of economic cycles. The entire world is going through an economic slowdown, and the funding is in some sense a reflection of the money that's coming in as investable funds. And investable funds have come down. See, interest rates have gone up, so it really attracts investment, and investors, when they have multiple avenues for investment, they look at what is safer. So now the money is going to debt instruments and fixed income products and things like that, whereas equity investments are lower. So startups are seeing a slowdown because of that. Second, we have also gone through some significant downfalls. The FTX in the US, and we have had a couple of scandals here in India also. And when this happens, again, the investors pull back, right? And they say, let me review everything thoroughly. Let me take my time to figure out what is really going on. So to me, it's temporary. I am very, very bullish on India's startup ecosystem over the medium to long term. India is the best place for a new business because this is going to be the fastest growing economy in the world. We will go from 3.5 trillion to 20 trillion, 30 trillion, maybe even 40 trillion, which means that lots and lots of new businesses have to be created. A lot of these businesses will use disruptive technology to create a impetus, a acceleration. And so I believe India is the best place to be.
No, that's very reassuring, except for all those people who lost their jobs. There's been a huge cutbacks in an academy. It's been you've seen all the big companies sort of knock off people quite ruthlessly. I'm not sure if Infosys also had a cutback a bit, but not as,
Fortunately, the IT services industry has not had a layoff. Maybe, some people who are not performing, when things slow down, you let go.
Right.
But, I want to address this head on. In a dynamic economy, in an economy that needs to support new business creation, just like investors are taking a risk, you need to understand that employees who join startups are taking a risk. Everybody who gets associated with a startup is taking a risk. So let's say if 9 out of 10 startups are expected to fail. Now, if you join those 9 that fail, how can you expect the job to be there?
Well, Infosys was a startup when it happened. And if you look at a lot of the companies here, they were formed only 50 or even 30 years back, as you were mentioning earlier, whether it was Microsoft or any of these companies, they were originally. So if you look at the startup waves in India, Infosys, let's give it the grant that it's mid-90s was the first wave. Second and third, were there better waves, or why didn't we see the same fallout that was happening in those times?
There were fallouts. When Infosys was started, many other companies were started, right? Only few survived, Infosys, Wipro, TCS. But many that failed, we don't talk about today. I don't want to name any company because they're all friends. But many didn't succeed. Many didn't succeed as much as an Infosys or a Wipro or a TCS. So I consider that as the late 70s, early 80s as the first wave. The second wave is when Mindtree, Cognizant, that's the late 90s. The third wave is the 2008, so immediately after the financial crisis. Flipkart is an example of the third wave. And the fourth wave is the 2015 onwards, when Prime Minister Modi supported startups right from the top. And that's the fourth wave. And these are, waves, and, many fail, but some survive. Many may not make it to the same level of growth. They may turn out to be MSMEs and things like that. And that's the nature of the innovation ecosystem. And we need it because these are the, the disruptions that bring new technology to the society. And these are the businesses that create an acceleration in the growth of the economy. So if India, grows at 5 to 6%, to take it to 10%, you need a robust startup ecosystem because they will grow very fast.
Now, if you look at what has happened, I mean, firstly, there was a boom because of COVID. COVID didn't allow us to go outside, so we started ordering food. So all the food startups really did well. Education startups, because you couldn't really go to college or school, so Byju's and everyone flourished. Suddenly, after COVID ends, you see this huge dip. Now, is there a need to broad-base startups beyond the obvious sort of things that happen in society? Innovative. Where do you become the kind of, Oyos or whatever it is that's there? Olas
so there are opportunistic businesses. These are businesses that take advantage of something that happens in the short term. So if you look at COVID, the remote tutoring, right? Stay at home and tutor students, etc. I believe that's a temporary phenomenon. Now, a permanent phenomenon is online education, especially for continuing education, people who are working, etc., or people who want to take their own time to graduate, etc. So that is a long-term phenomenon. So you need to differentiate between these two, and any business that wants to create an institution has to have long-term value proposition and must stay continuously relevant. See, if I look at the IT services industry, and we've extensively researched this for our book. When Infosys was started, we were working on mainframe computers. COBOL was the programming language. Look at today, right? It's mobile phones, and the programming languages are Python and things like that. Very different. But these companies have stayed relevant. They have made sure that they can find solutions to customers in all these technology transitions. So the technology transitions from mainframes to PCs to internet to mobile telephones, now IoT, cloud computing, but these companies have stayed relevant. So when you build a long-term institution, you have to stay relevant. India today, right? Has stayed relevant through the ages.
Despite the fact that everyone's gone digital, we are still there.
Yes. So you have to create the relevant social media handles and all that stuff. So this is what is required to create a long-term business.
I think that's lesson one for startups, is it must be relevant to whatever's happening and a certain long-term.
There has to be a long-term vision of what your solution is going to bring value to your customers. So that has to be there.
Now let's do lesson two, since you're the guru on this. First you need a great idea and a long-term vision and, something that is relevant to that.
And the stamina to run the marathon.
Sorry?
And the stamina to run the marathon.
Very good one. Lesson two is, don't think startups are startups that you get money immediately and you'll be okay, that you have success. Yeah. I know for a fact that Byju's, I spoke to him.
Let's not take any names.
No, I'm just giving you a very positive story. I interviewed him a couple of months ago, and he said he was in a village in Kerala and he was great at tutoring. And then he took that idea, but it took him something like 10 years to really think. It was not overnight that he became a success.
It's not over.
Yeah, but yes, continue, yes.
Yeah. So, see, making money is the outcome of providing value to somebody called a customer. If you don't provide value, if you don't create a valuable business, don't expect money to come.
Very interesting. So
because
that's lesson three.
You don't create a business to make money. You create a business to serve your customer.
Wonderful.
Yeah. And a result of that is, hopefully, if the customer is very happy, they tell other customers, and you grow very rapidly, you make money.
So you have relevance that you said, lesson one. Lesson two is?
Marathon.
Marathon man. And number three is?
Long-term value creation.
Right.
Focus on serving your customers, money will come.
Okay, the other lesson we'd like is, where do you go and get the funds from? Does the government give? How do you go out actually and ask people, look, I've got this idea, how do you shop around?
Yeah, so any person who wants to start a business must be a salesperson, must have a good knack for selling the idea.
Lesson four is selling.
Selling is very, very important. I think we have to become good at it. I was definitely not good at it, but over time I've become better and better at it.
The pitch that
yeah.
you make.
So of course, there are quote-unquote venture capital funds. These are funds that invest in risky bets, which is what startups are, right? They are willing to lose most of their money because the 1 or 2 companies that succeed will give them immense returns which cover up for all the losses. So a fund in its lifetime will invest approximately in 40 companies. Out of those 40 companies, 20 will lose money. 0 return. Wow. Maybe 10 will give you some return. 5 or 6 will give you maybe 2 times, 3 times what you invested.
So what is the...
And 1 or 2
right.
will give you 100 times return. That makes up for all other losses. So that's how you structure a fund.
If you have to understand a venture capitalist, and I'm a startup, what is lesson 6, let's call it, of trying to... One is to make the pitch, right? But what is it that he's looking for that you must go and touch his core and says, look, I like what you're doing?
So, what you look for is, do they have the passion? Do they have the depth of knowledge? Do they have the energy to run the marathon? Is it a plausible idea? Is the market size large enough so that they can exponentially scale up? Is it a disruptive idea? That means it has to be a better mousetrap than what exists today. So you look at all this. Are they leveraging technology? So you look at, and do they have prior...
I like the word you use, mousetrap. What do you mean by mousetrap?
I'm saying, what exists today, this has to be an order of magnitude better.
Okay. When you say mousetrap, you mean that you
better
don't
product.
get trapped in a little...
Better product. No. I'm saying it's a better product.
A better product. Okay. I thought it was that you get caught in your... Yeah, but coming also to the government, I think that's also very important. The government did show a lot of interest in startups. What is it that the government of India and government of Kerala has done? And how would you assess their contribution to the startup? And what would you advise them to do more?
See, it has to be led from the top.
Right.
This is my personal belief, where the chief ministers have come forward to support the startups personally. Those states have actually done very well.
Right.
So, if you list Kerala has done a good job, I believe, in startups. The startup village concept that Kerala created. They have a maker village in Cochin. These are all, very innovative ways in which to promote startups, etc. And in Trivandrum, it's estimated that in Technopark alone, there are some 3,000 startups today. So Kerala has done well. Of course, Bangalore is a good example. Now, the NCR region, it's just that I think it's the center that's driving that to some extent. Then you have Hyderabad,
right,
which is the Telangana government driving. So it's not any party that's doing it. I feel it's that where the chief minister is supporting from the top, they have done extremely well. These states have done extremely well when it comes to creating a startup ecosystem. And overall, India has become the 3rd best location for startups in the world, after 2015, when Prime Minister Modi said, we need to support startups and announced the Startup India program.
But that's a good lesson. I mean, I've lost count of must be lesson 8, which is that the government must have a good person on top too.
Yeah, if India has to become a 20-30 trillion economy, it has to be because some of these startups become multi-billion-dollar multinational corporations. Right. They have to. We have to create a Tata, we have to create a Reliance, many of these things in the next few years, in maybe new industries. Where are they going to come from, right? Existing companies grow at 5, 6, 10%. These are the companies that grow at 100%, 200%, etc. They also leverage disruptive technologies. And we need those companies.
Now, just to say, if you look across, because you look at so many companies, which would be the promising sectors now that you think, look, this is a place you must rush to, there's a lot of vacuum and you can fill up?
Fortunately for us, India has lots and lots of opportunities. So we are going through a transition to electric vehicles in the automotive sector. Right? And that entire supply chain is ready for disruption. Whoever is making internal combustion engine parts and things like that, supplier to that ecosystem has to now transition to electric. We need new battery technology, so on and so forth. If you look at the entire consumer space, retail, e-commerce, digital commerce, now ONDC is disrupting these things. Sometimes it's these digital public goods, digital public infrastructure that allows new innovation to happen. And it's a very India-specific model. The entire fintech space got disrupted by UPI. We are waiting for a disruption in healthcare. Because if you have to provide quality healthcare at affordable prices to the remotest corner of India, it has to be on top of technology. During COVID, we did teleconsult. We did so many things. Now, we need to scale these up. And we need to leverage these new technologies and these new business models. And those that leverage this will become very successful businesses later on. And those existing businesses, hospitals, embrace, for example, teleconsult and make that part of their regular processes will succeed better.
Now, is age a factor? Is it too young to start? Must you start? Is it too old to start? Where would you?
It's a mindset. Sam Walton started Walmart at the age of 65.
65.
Right. So I now say that at the age of 60, please think of you as a startup founder.
Right.
Start a second career if you want to. I reinvented myself after stepping down from Infosys.
Right.
Because I now do nothing in IT services space. Right? I support startups, I support research, I work with industry and government, philanthropic investments.
So you're neither too old nor too young also. What age should you actually, is there a...
Age is in the mind, in the mind, right? Today, you are healthier when, 80 is the new 60.
80 is the new 60.
That's
I'm
what
sure
everybody
lots of people
says,
will be
right?
happy to hear that.
Right. So you have to work till you die. Don't retire. And start a business whenever you feel, whenever you have a good idea, whenever you feel like good. So I feel that just after education, when you pass out, that's
Right.
first opportunity. When your children go to college, that's the second opportunity. That's probably around 40. The third is around 60. When you finish your career, so-called career, start a new business, and then...
And just before 80, you can still do.
I think you'll stay young if you do that. You'll stay young.
We had a guru in the morning. Now there's a new guru here who's telling us about things. But another point that...
Neuroscientists will tell you that social interactions are key to being young.
Right.
Being healthy. And challenge yourself, right? Mentally stimulate yourself.
That's true. That's true. No, I wanted to talk a bit about incubators. And how do you see that as a major role? Because you do need a mentor. Right? Everybody who has a great idea needs someone to pull him. Now, how do we get those? And what is the, do we need to do something about that? Is that an area?
Yeah, so the ecosystem is extremely important. And that's another reason why certain parts of the country do very well. Because they have mentors. These are people who have founded companies, either succeeded or failed. It doesn't matter, but they know those lessons. They can help others who are starting new businesses. Then incubation facility is one where all the services that a startup requires can be brought to bear in one place.
Right.
Rather than distributed. So you don't need to run around and find all the different services that you require. You can find it in one place. You can also get advice. You can get funding. So incubators are very important. Incubators are also very important in the academic scenario because students wanting to start a business need some support in terms of space, etc. So incubators are important. There are incubators within corporates. So now if you talk to ICICI Bank or HDFC Bank, they all have an incubator now to create startups in the fintech space. So take advantage of these things. Find a mentor, find an incubator. Some funds have incubators themselves. These are all structures that you need to take advantage of. If you're anybody, if you are challenged, if you find an issue, ask for help. Correct? So startup also must ask for help if they stumble.
That's about lesson 13 or 14. Okay. But the other thing that is there is that once you start up, you've got private funds, you want to go public. What is the advice on that? Many people, we've seen Paytm and others go public and suddenly it looks all bad. Sorry, I should name names. They've picked up since then, right? Okay.
Yeah, see, I have always believed that, every stakeholder must benefit from your success.
Right.
Right? Now, in private space, so there are two things I want to talk about here. In private space, the valuation is decided by 5-10 people in a room.
Right.
These are the VCs. Right? In a public space, your valuation is decided on a per minute basis. Every time somebody buys your share,
right,
your valuation is decided at that point. That's a very different way of setting valuations, and people don't realize that. Because the 10 people who decide on a valuation can decide they can dream about a valuation. But in public space, you have many choices. You can invest in a mature company, you can invest in a competitor, you can invest in another industry. There are many choices. So they have to benefit from that. Second, you never maximize the valuation. Don't take, suck everything out.
Right.
Then for the new investor, there's nothing left to gain.
Right.
Right? Leave always something on the table so that the new investor also feels happy that they bought your share. They must see the next day the price going up. So leave
Wonderful.
something on the table.
Right. The way to success on IPOs. But we have a lot of youngsters I can see across in our audience. They're sitting behind. But what would your advice be to them? Look, they must have done college, just coming out. They've got bright ideas. What would you say?
So, as I said, India is the best place to start a business. Opportunities are huge. Disruptive technologies allow you to reimagine businesses. Second, it is cheaper to start a business in India. That's the reason why the entire world is coming to India for innovation. Entire world is coming to India for innovation. Because it's cheaper to do innovation and we have talent in abundance. Our talent is second to none. Second to none. Okay. Third, governments are realizing that they need to support startups. So there are lots of government programs that you can take advantage of. Academic institutions support startups, etc. What you need is, you need to make sure that for the next 5 years, you can live on a shoestring budget or zero income. Because starting a business is a risky business.
Right. You must be willing to rough it out.
You have to willing. Now, I say if you're going to get married, don't do a startup also. You can't take two challenges at the same time.
They're not happy with that thing. Don't get married too quickly, he says.
Right? Because you can't take multiple challenges at the same time.
Right.
So you need to be very clear that you are able to rough it up for some time. It's very important. You are able to take risks. If a family is dependent on you, they are looking at you to get a good job and support them, do that. Maybe at a later stage you can do a startup. So then, of course, you need an idea, you need a team, you need to have a story, you need to pitch it to venture capitalists, and there's a lot of luck.
I'm going to also, I'm sure this will be interesting to you all. We are looking at artificial intelligence. We have now ChatGPT. I'm sure all of you all try to do this for your marks and try and get them to answer your papers easily, sneak in some also. Where do you see artificial intelligence go? Is it a bane, or is it something that is going to be highly good for society? Where does it? Where do you look at the artificial intelligence debate?
See, it's a tool, right? Just like a computer is a tool, a mobile phone is a tool, a car is a tool, right? These all augment human capabilities. If I want to go from here to Bangalore, I have to take a flight. Well, I can drive, but it will take me 12 hours to get there.
But this is much, much higher sort of intelligence.
Because more and more you are getting into what is called knowledge work, intellectual work, what we believe to be human, right, capabilities.
Right.
White collar work and things like that, which require thinking, analysis, etc. But the thing is, computers are becoming better and better at human tasks. I can probably add 10 numbers in 1 minute or something like that.
Right.
A computer will add million numbers in
Zillions,
1 minute. They have been becoming better and better. As I said, if I take a flight, it's faster than me running to reach Bangalore. So machines have been becoming better than human beings for time immemorial. It is for us to take advantage of this technology and use it effectively. Right? It's the plane that went and hit the Twin Towers. So a technology can be misused and will be misused, will continue to be misused. It is for us as a society to understand the benefits, put in a railing around these technologies to make sure that we use it for the benefit of humanity. And the benefit is huge because with AI, machine learning, we can probably help people perform tasks better, simplify things. We can, provide better secure society. There's so many things that are beneficial to us because machines are faster and better.
But all of them must be really worried about the fact that machines, our generation has sort of at least gone through the entire thing, and the machines were not that clever at that time. They're getting better and better. But let us look at the other fact. Why can't we, India, be on the top of the curve of artificial intelligence? We always did BPOs, we always did back office stuff. Is there an, okay, not y'all, okay, software development.
I'm looking at how much time we have for
We've
the
got
next
3
debate.
minutes, okay, or 6 minutes, if they permit us. What do you think India needs to do to become the AI capital of the world? Can we do it?
So first of all, before I leave it, in IT services, we have become world's best. Okay? Being focused on something and becoming best requires tremendous work, and do not put it down.
Done, okay. Take it
The
back.
top 5,
we are the world's best.
top 5 companies in the world in IT services are Indian.
Right, okay.
Right? So
I'm not looking down at it. I'm just saying that we
so BPO,
can't we be the
BPO
Microsoft that does.
It's a work that needs to be done, and we became very good at doing it.
Right.
Now, when it comes to how can we become better in disruptive technologies, we have to invest in R&D. As a country, we are investing 0.7% of money, GDP, on research. And private industry, and I tell my colleagues in the private industry, abysmally low. Out of the 0.7%, 0.6 is government and only 0.1 is industry. We have to take it to 3%, 1.5 from industry, 1.5 from government. We need to have private industry involved in academic research. We need to do research more. Because artificial intelligence didn't come out of thin air, right? It was an outcome of research that happened from 1960 onwards. So many years of investment. Research is something that you cannot predict when you will succeed. You make multiple attempts. Look at Elon Musk. He blew up a rocket. After 4 minutes, it blew up, right? They cheered it because they know that there are lessons learned, and the next time they will not make those mistakes.
But I always ask this question, why can't we get a Google? Why can't we get a Microsoft? Why can't we get an Amazon? Why do we always have to be copycats?
So we have product companies in the application side. The best logistics companies here in Trivandrum. People in this room will recognize IBS software, right? I don't know, VK Matthews is here or not. He's the founder of that. So, when you go to Dubai airport, the software that runs...
But the fundamental question, why can't we reach that level quickly?
Google came out of the research at Stanford, right?
So universities are important.
Universities are important. Investment in research is important. Sustained investment. These don't happen overnight. Our best talent is going out because they're not getting opportunities here. These are the same people. Who is the CEO of Google?
That's true.
Of a person of Indian origin, right? Of Microsoft. So it's not about our capability. It's about that environment.
Ecosystem.
Ecosystem and the investment that's required. US is investing billions of dollars. So just like, in AI, for example, President Biden announced 140 million, if I'm not wrong, 140 million immediately to say that let's understand the pitfalls of AI. Overnight.
So shouldn't the government now, like it said, Startup India, AI India, maybe AI could
So
be...
we are increasing slowly as our GDP grows, our investment in R&D is going up. But as a percentage of the GDP, we need to increase that. Right? It's increasing, but it's, we need to accelerate that. So government has announced quantum mission, AI mission, but we need to implement it on the ground. Unfortunately, our academic ecosystem doesn't have the capacity to absorb so much money. It's not built for it. This is a topic for another discussion.
I think so,
no,
yes.
We did a study at IIT Madras. This is one place, and don't blame IIT Madras for this. 95% of the research proposals are less than 1 crore because they publish a paper and everybody is happy.
Oh.
Now, that is not going to create a Google or a Microsoft.
Right.
You need to look at multi-year, multidisciplinary research programs like Isro, right? Isro is supported by the government for how many years? Again, Trivandrum is where the Isro started. Tumba Equatorial Rocket Launching Station, TERLS, is where Isro started. That was in 60s. Right? It has taken so much time.
Chris, I don't have AI to turn the clock and make it to 5 minutes. So firstly, this has been a fantastic masterclass for all the youngsters here, for all of us. So many lessons. Let's give him a very warm round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Chris Gopalakrishnan, tech billionaire, guru.
Thank you so much, sir. I'd ask Mr. Chris to stay back for a minute so that we can felicitate him. I'd like to call upon Dr. Manjunatha SV, DGM Sales, Venkis, to hand over a token of appreciation to Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan. Up next, we have State Finances, the Tightrope Walk. I would like to invite the session moderator, Mr. M.G. Arun, Executive Editor, India Today, to introduce the panelists. I'd like to call upon the stage Mr. K Balagopal, Minister of Finance, Kerala Government, Pinaki Chakrabarti, Economist, Mr. K.M. Chandrasekhar, former Cabinet Secretary of India.
Good evening, everybody. In June last year, the Reserve Bank of India came out with a scathing report flagging the deep financial distress in some states. It cautioned against the precarious finances of a few indebted states in the backdrop of Sri Lanka's economic crisis. In August, Prime Minister Modi questioned the remedy of freebies culture in some states and said poll freebies would increase the tax burden and prevent the country from becoming self-reliant. Again this January, the RBI cautioned that debt consolidation at the individual state level warrants urgent attention. States like Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Rajasthan, Bihar and West Bengal are those where the debt to gross state domestic product or GSDP continues to be above 30%. So are we staring at the risk of states falling into a debt trap? How precarious are states' finances? To discuss that, we have today a very eminent panel with us. We have Mr. K Annamalai, the Minister of Finance of Kerala, Mr. Pinaki Chakrabarti, who is an economist and fellow at the National Institute of Public Finance and Policy, and Mr. K. M. Chandrasekhar, former Cabinet Secretary of India. Against the background which I just explained, let me come first to you, Mr. Balagopal. You had stated in December last year that the state is going through a very unprecedented financial crisis, with the COVID pandemic making it a lot worse. A few days ago, you said the center has drastically cut down the state's borrowing limit to 15,390 crore, etc. So we would like to know from you, what exactly is the financial situation of the state? How fragile it is? Is it a situation where you have issues at the one end? And also, is there a further squeezing of funds from the center? We'd like your views on this.
There is a recent report from the AG that the finances of Kerala is improving and there is a very good fiscal consolidation that is also there. Actually, we are facing a lot of decisions by the union government which squeezes our financial resources. There is a serious crunch is there. And if you take the services which we are giving, the facilities which we are giving to the people, the largest percentage in ratio to the population, the PSC appointment, we have the maximum number of employees, we are not making it contract. We have a very big number of schools, around 13,500 schools, which is the largest pro rata ratio, it is the highest. We are giving 60 lakh people social security pension, 1,600 per month. Around 11,000 crores we are spending every year, which are getting 5 lakh. These are the social sectors. At the same time, if you look at capital expenditure and research and development, I think just the session concluded. They were saying about, Mr. Chris was saying about 0.6%, only 0.6% is the R&D expenditure in the country. But we can claim that we are having the highest expenditure in R&D with substantial data we have. And in the infrastructure sector, new kind of employment generation, everything we are doing a lot of things. So the question is not about the spending or beneficial spending for the people. The question is how the union government is looking into the aspects of states. For example, I can say, in the case of borrowing, our Honorable Prime Minister said that some states may go like in the path of Sri Lanka. I can give one detail. In the last year budget and this year budget, the union government is taking around 42% of its total receipts through borrowing. 42% of the total receipts of the union government is through borrowing. And 6.4% is the deficit borrowing. See, actually, if you take states like us, yes, we are also taking, we have borrowing, but around 20% only. And we are, our revenue deficit is within 3% now, or related to that. Because we cannot take any money more than the stipulated sanctions for the approval of, without the approval of the Reserve Bank. The issue now is coming that those money which we are taking under some special public sector or special entity like KIFBI, Kerala Infrastructure Investment Fund Board, or some pension company, which government is giving only guarantee. That nowadays they are taking it into, they are calculating it under the borrowing. That is the issue. So these issues are there, and I am not taking much time. One thing I can say, for the total revenue receipts of Kerala, we are making 71% our own. But at the same time, many of the states in the country, out of the total revenue receipts, they are making, they are taking only 40%, 25%, 30%. If you need the states list, that also I can give.
Okay.
So why this is happening? After GST, the total taxation structure is changed, and their collection is going to not controlled by the state. Then the borrowing they are controlling. There is a stepmotherly aptitude to the states, which they are not politically supporting. That is there. So grants also, there is a sharp decline in these years. Kerala state of Kerala is facing that. Many other states are also facing that. That is the issue. It is not a matter of the way where we are going. We are going with a strong financial consolidation path.
Okay. So the point to note is, of course, that Kerala's situation is not as bad as it was earlier. It is improving, number one. Number two is that whatever you are spending is not just some kind of freebie expenditure, but then actual schemes that are required for the state. And number three is that even the center is doing the same thing and going into high borrowing. I want to bring in Mr. Chandrasekhar into the picture at this point, because so you have been a bureaucrat, you have been in the system for the past 4 decades and more. You have seen various governments come in. Do you agree with Mr. Balagopal that whatever the state has been spending are on actual measures that are required for public benefit, or do you think there are areas where the state could rethink on the spending?
No, I will reply to your question, but basically I think I have a problem with this very concept of fiscal deficit of 3% determining whether a state is economically viable or not. Because this you've taken from the European model, the Maastricht model. That Maastricht model was for nations. It was not for subnational entities like the state governments. Now, the Maastricht model has 2 elements. One is the fiscal deficit of 3%. The other is public debt should not exceed 60% of the GDP. Now, if you look at it, are there any states in India which have 60% public debt? Kerala, which is supposed to be probably the worst among the southern states in terms of public debt, that has 37%. There are other states here which have 25%. Now you take the government of India, we had around 60% in 2014. That has gone up to a whopping 90% today. So how do you say that the states are stressed? I think we need to change our very thinking in this regard. You see, many things that you would say are welfare schemes, like say the first Namboodiripad government in 57, they brought in things like free school education. Now, what a lot of change it has happened, because when the Gulf boom happened, people from Kerala went there because we were educated, we had spent a lot on health. They were healthy, educated youngsters who could make use of that opportunity. And from what I could hear of what Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan said last few minutes, here again the potential is there and we have grown that potential. So you can't just dismiss it by saying that there is a 3% and there is a 60%. Now the fact is, I feel, and now even the European countries are feeling, that certain expenses particularly infrastructure expenses, expenses that would lead to greater production in the future, that should be outside this 3% gap. And there should be, and Mr. Pinaki Chakrabarti will mention that point, they had said it in the 15th Finance Commission, they had said it also in the 14th Finance Commission. We are not looking at fiscal aspects, fiscal and budgetary aspects have to go together. And we need to make a combination that will lead to highest potential growth for the whole country. You can't stick to figures taken from here and there. So I have a fundamental difference of opinion regarding that. And I think what the 15th Finance Commission said, formation of a fiscal council, which will look into these aspects, look at how we are, what do we want? We want growth. Mr. Gopalakrishnan was saying our R&D is only 0.6%. Every political party, you read their manifestos, they're all saying we'll do 2.5%, 3%. But it's still remaining at 0.6%. And unless we are able to change that, China is about 2.6%, Korea is about 4.1%. That's where the change is going to happen. Let's think differently.
Okay, so I think the basic question, the basic argument that states should be more cautious when it comes to their finances came with the Sri Lanka example, because it's a neighboring state and we have country. We have seen what's happening in Pakistan. I think that is where the debate has come in. So as far as you are concerned, it is more of a redefinition of the way that we structure this kind of borrowing itself. But you are not putting too much blame at the doorstep of any particular government. Maybe I'll bring in Mr. Pinaki Chakrabarti here. What, according to you, is the truth? Is it something like something in between, or what is your view when it comes to whether the states should be tightening their belts?
Thank you. The first point that I would like to make here is that we should stop comparing both the union government and the states with the crisis in Sri Lanka or in some other country. There are two reasons for that. I'm not saying that because we should not compare, because it is something that has happened which is not good fiscally. First thing is, our states cannot go the Sri Lanka way because states are not allowed to borrow externally. That's a constitutional provision, and it's part of the constitution. So states cannot borrow externally. So the external debt crisis that led to a macroeconomic crisis in Sri Lanka cannot happen to an individual state. Now let me come to the government of India. So if you look at government of India's debt, government of India's 99% of the fiscal deficit is financed from domestic sources. So it is the people of India who finances government of India's deficit. So our savings that is invested in state government securities as well as central government securities. So I don't see reason why we don't have large exposure to external debt, so we should not be comparing India's macroeconomic situation, be it states or be it center, with the crisis that has happened recently in Sri Lanka or is happening somewhere else, including Pakistan. Now, second point that I would like to talk about the issues related to state finances, I think we need to step back and see what has happened during COVID. During COVID, there was an exponential increase in both debt and deficit of states and the government of India. And if we look at the trend after COVID, that is 21-22, 22-23, and 23-24 budget, I looked at state-wise data. Overall debt to GDP ratio has come down. Fiscal deficit is around 3% of GDP. What has happened is, quality of government expenditure, if you say that capital expenditure is better than revenue expenditure, that itself is sometimes debatable, because revenue expenditure also leads to huge increase in human capital development, which is the case with Kerala and many other southern states. That has gone up because there was a revenue shock because of COVID, economy was closed, but that things are improving. But what is important going forward is to probably reduce revenue deficit, create more space for capital expenditure. so that it generates more growth. More growth will give more revenue, and in turn, a virtuous circle will set in. The last point that I would like to make is, I think it's very important that we look at the big picture. There are states who are at different levels of fiscal capacity. So comparing Kerala's fiscal situation with that of a state, say Arunachal Pradesh, will not be fair because their base itself is very different in both the states. So I think when we talk about state finances going, having serious problems, I think we need to take more nuanced view. Secondly, as far as revenue expenditure is concerned, we also have to look at the constitutional assignment. Constitution actually allows states to spend more on redistributive spending, be it education, be it health, be it rural development. Most of the spending is at the state level. So if we say that these expenditures will have to be cut, what are its implications also needs to be studied. So that's very important. Last point that I would make is with regard to freebies. I think that if we take the terminology apart and step back and see, I think freebies are a debate which is about conditional cash transfer. So what are those cash transfers that you have to give which will deliver that particular outcome? I think that is what should be looked at rather than saying that this should be done or this should not be done. I think that's a question of fiscal autonomy, and that autonomy should be left to the state. But design, of course, we should discuss how the money can best be spent. That's an issue that always should be discussed. That is an issue of public financial management. I think the debate should move there rather than saying that it should not be done.
Okay, so the expenditure should be more result oriented, and there should be perfect parameters to gauge whether they are really worked or not. I will come to Mr. Balagopal here. When it comes to the latest issue where the center has lowered the borrowing limit of the state, how is it going to impact the state's finances going forward? Today morning, Amitabh Kant was here, the former CEO of Niti Aayog, and he said that the center, you should read the center's policies in a different way, in the sense that the center is incentivizing good policies, like, wherever the states are spending more on capex, they benefit. So do you think it should be, maybe it's time to look at a different approach? Or do you think here the center is at fault when it comes to not allowing you to borrow enough?
It is not a question of borrowing alone. Actually, why this borrowing, this demand for this stipulated FRBM Act borrowing limit? We cannot go beyond FRBM Act because it is 3% this year. In the 3%, they are saying that the money which you took under some organizations like IFI or some other organization, even the Vijayan port now, which we are giving some guarantee through KFC or some other organization. Vijayan port, it will be one of the biggest port in the future. Even that capital expenditure, some guarantee state is giving, they are saying it is also coming under the borrowing. These kind of conditionalities are coming. And you take, when looking into the financials, the state COVID period, it was a very drastic economic problems were there. So just after the COVID, in 2021 March, our total tax and non-tax collection was only 47,000 crores. And within 2 years, last 2 years, we improved it up to 71,000 crores. That means around non-tax and tax, it is around 26,000 crores improvement, increase means 50%. Increase in these 2 years it happened. So this kind of improvement is there, and reduction of other borrowing is there. And if you take our capital expenditure, both KIFBI and through budget, it is also, plus the human capital aspect, Dr. Pinaki was saying. So that is there. It is not an issue of that. But you look into the details of income. Actually, we were getting at the time of 10th Finance Commission 3.9% from the divisible pool. In the last 14th Finance Commission, we were getting 2.5. Now it is only 1.9. So 50% of the 10th Finance Commission's time division, we are getting only 50% of that. That is one thing. Then earlier, only 10% of the total income of the union government was from cess. and surcharges. Now it is 20%, 20 point something. Around 5.5 lakh crores the central government is collecting through cess and surcharges. They are not giving any single penny to any state government, according to their whims and fancies they are giving. Then, if you look into the total expenditure, central government is getting around 62.7% of the total revenue of the country. And the state governments together is getting balance. And if you take the expenditure, the state government have to spend around 62.4%, state governments. So this is the imbalance. This imbalance is there. So if we are, and plus the GST, the last five years back GST came and there is a very huge loss, and the compensation period, even amidst the COVID period, it is also stopped. So these are the issues where states are suffering. But all the states are trying their best to improve. I am not saying only about Kerala alone. We don't have any confusion that we will be in a very, we cannot proceed like that. We can forward, we can proceed, we can do all these things. But the eligible amount which is due to the state, if you take last year, our grant, there is a reduction of 9%. 3 years back, it was from 31%, it reduced to 10% like that. So there is a sharp decline of the grants. And the last year, Kerala reduced 9%. If you take Maharashtra, Karnataka, and other states, South general states are not getting much. Other states are more. Even those states are getting high, and Kerala is the only state in this part where this much of sharp fall in grants. So where Amitabh Kant is a good friend of all of us. We respect him. Good points or good projects they are supporting. We are having very good projects. We are doing a lot of things. So it is not a question of good project or bad project. It is a question of cooperative federalism. The eligible right of the state governments have to be protected, because the tax which is collected from the country, it should come to the states. Means part of that should come to the states. So a lot of discussion is coming there, and then they are blaming that states are not functioning well. That is not correct.
Right. Let me bring in Mr. Chandrasekhar here. You listen to what Mr. Balagopal said. You have watched the state very closely because you have worked here also. What is your view? Are there some areas where the state can be a little more cautious on their spending?
No, there are certainly areas. I think particularly in respect of public sector undertakings, there are too many public sector undertakings, and many of them are loss-making. That's one area. I don't know whether politically it is possible to do it, but it's an area of real concern where a lot of money is leaking out. I suppose many of these pension schemes, now with the introduction of Aadhaar and linking with Aadhaar, a lot of saving would be coming there. That was another point of leakage. So there were leakages. But again, I come back to the fundamental question. I don't agree with the view that the center should be incentivizing us to do the right things, because the center does not know what Kerala needs. Kerala knows what Kerala needs. UP knows what UP needs. What is good for UP is not necessarily good for Kerala. We have our own priorities. Let's go ahead with our own priorities. So the entire concept of federalism, cooperative federalism, as the minister said, that should be reconsidered, and that can be done only through consultation. You have to talk to the states. The states have to spend more. The states have to spend in the right way. And then you get the overall growth picture. Don't just stick to formulas developed in somewhere in Europe and say you are not good, you are wasting money. That doesn't make sense to me. If you need to spend more, you need to spend more. And how do you spend more? Yeah, for example, if you take 3% as the fiscal deficit norm fixed today, suppose we put 2% for infrastructure, will we not save? Because the cost of infrastructure today will be a lot less than the cost of infrastructure 5 years, 10 years hence. So we are going to develop faster if we give more room to the states. And the states have no room now, because fiscal deficit is revenue minus the expenditure. And revenue, income tax is entirely with the central government. Now GST, hardly any room. Now they are depending on stamp duties, excise, customs, and so on to do it. Is that, I mean, they don't have much room for that, and they have an expenditure already. So I think we need to see how we can make the states more self-sufficient.
Okay. And maybe, sir, you can also, if Mr. Chandrasekhar, if you can also tell us, what are the ways in which states can shore up their revenues? You know, because at every point they seem to, yeah.
Shoring up revenues, as I told you, I think there is very little room left. Now you've got GST. Now you can do more, better GST implementation. Make sure the GST, because GST is self-policing. The ultimate thing is that everything will be, your information system has to be pakka and everybody has to be part of it. That's one way of doing it. But where other, then the center has to think in terms of, do we need so many centrally sponsored schemes? Can't we pass on that money, more of it to the states, under certain conditions? And you have some body, not Niti Aayog, but some fiscal body, which will look at the taxation structure, which will look at the expenditure structure, which will look at the budgetary structure, and how you can spend your money better for the growth of the country.
Okay.
I think that's what I feel.
Okay, Mr. Chakrabarti, your views on how the states can shore up the revenues?
Well, I think what is most important to look at is the structural change in the tax base itself. So there has been an amalgamation of tax base because of GST. So it's a joint responsibility of center and states, and this is decided in the GST Council. And if we look at the GST when it was introduced in 2017 and the GST that we have now, there has been a significant improvement. So the GST design improvement is a continuous process, and it should give us more and more revenue. That's the large chunk of it. On the question of state revenues from other taxes, the only tax that is left is petroleum products and other things as stamp duty, motor vehicles. These are all minor taxes, of course, contribute a large sum of revenues, but compared to GST, it is very small. So I think there we also need to look at what incentivizes growth. So if we are talking about stamp duty and registration, so it is a direct tax when you are buying a house. So can that be rationalized? Would that give us more revenue? These are the issues that at the state level also we should look at. At a very high stamp duty may not give us great revenues. Such rationalization is important. I think a comprehensive understanding of that would give us more ideas about what can actually be tapped as revenue, more as revenues going forward. And last but not the least, I think when it comes to revenue mobilization, overall India's tax to GDP ratio is 17-18%. And in the long run, if we really have to spend 6-7% in the capital expenditure, our tax to GDP ratio should go up more than 20%. That's the national goal I think we should have. And there both center and states have to work together.
Okay, Mr. Balgopal, a final word from you. You heard Mr. Chandrasekhar talk about, maybe some of the areas where you can reduce wastage. When we talk about shoring up revenues, also, to reduce wastage. He mentioned about the state PSUs, etc. Maybe you have some fine examples there of revival, but how do you respond to that? And what are the steps the state government is taking in terms of ensuring its financial acumen going forward?
See, wastages we all join together for that point, because wastages we have to control. We are trying for that. And in the area of collection, improvement of the system, GST department is improved, a lot of changes is coming. And that is why I said 50% increase in 2 years that is a remarkable thing. And collectively we are discussing with all our other stakeholders, even to the union government, we are discussing about how to improve. And the PSUs, it is not a major thing, but even PSUs we are trying to reduce the losses, and we are streamlining the thing. But the recent issues are coming. The last day, 2-3 days, it was a very big decision. The latest details about borrowing plan. We are eligible for 32,500 crores this year, as per the condition. Letter came. Then immediately one day, another letter came. Your borrowing for this year is only 15,390. Generally, it will come with some details of what will be there, how they calculated, nothing is there. So these kind of attitudes are there. I am saying this is the recent discussion last through.
So there's no consultation. You
so
mean
no
to say
consultation and no statistics. We have our own accounting, all the details we have, and if some confusion is there, we can discuss. Nothing is there. These are issues. And actually, every state government have to improve, and we are also trying for more investment in infrastructure, science and technology. Recently, when our Honorable Prime Minister came here, he came for inaugurating the Vande Bharat flag of he. Same day, we had two big programs. One is a digital science park. Around 1,500 crores is the estimated plan. And then Kochi Water Metro. These are all our own programs. So we are spending for these kind of issues. And science park, we are planning for 3 science parks. Around 3,000 crores will be the cost. So a lot of things we are doing for more investment, for more employment, and back home and work near home schemes are also there, because we have a lot of people who can work, who are going to many places, and we have to make an infrastructure and we have to make an ecosystem where a lot of things can happen. So these areas we can together work, there is no doubt. But when your state is having only liquor, petrol and registration and motor vehicle tax, only very minimum taxation powers, the entire taxation powers is with the union government, means it's a GST council, it's a GST council. So actually we are, our power is very limited, our chances are very limited, our workspace is very limited. So this is the issue. So a cooperative federalism aspect should be promoted and protected by the union government. They have to take the lead. That is the issue.
Okay. So it's a very intense debate, and it's not one topic which we can end with in one debate. But thank you so much, gentlemen. We have come to the end of the time allotted to us. Thank you so much, the Minister, Mr. Chakrabarti and Mr. Chandrasekhar, for joining us. A big round of applause to them.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Balgopal. Thank you, Mr. Chakrabarti. Thank you, Mr. Chandrasekhar. I'd now like to call upon Mr. P.B. Nu, Director Marketing, Kerala Tourism, to hand over the token of appreciation to the guests. Thank you so much, gentlemen. All right, our next session is on Tourism Destination South. I would like to invite the session moderator, Nabila Jamal, Anchor, Deputy Editor, India Today Television. I would also like to call upon stage Mr. K. Srinivas, Principal Secretary, Kerala Tourism, Mr. B. Ravi Pillai, Chairman and CEO, RP Group of Companies, Professor K.V. Thomas, Kerala Special Representative in New Delhi.
Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome on stage Mr. Srinivas, Principal Secretary for Kerala Tourism. We also have K.V. Thomas, who is the Kerala representative in New Delhi. Really appreciate you joining us here on this India Today platform. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me start with a straight question to Mr. Srinivas. If one has to, I will. I know there's a presentation that needs to be played out, but let's break the ice with the audience here. If there are 2 reasons to why people should come to Kerala to visit, what would that be in your view? I want to ask 5, but let's start with 2.
The 2 important reasons why people come to Kerala is, number 1 is the natural beauty, the greenery, and especially see when you are coming to any of these airports, when you are landing, then you see the lush green areas. So definitely, I don't think any other state will have this type of a picture. So I think this is one attraction, one major attraction for which I think people come from all over the world to see the Kerala.
Number 2?
Number 2, of course, this is the hospitality here, the Atithi Deva Bhava, and the kind of the culture and other cuisine. So these are the things for which I think people come here.
Well, I totally second that. The beauty and charm of Kerala is unmatched, and the food, I cannot resist. Every time I come to Kerala, and 1/4 of me is from Kerala myself, so I have all heart to this place. Let me cut across to a small presentation that the Kerala Tourism Department has put out for us to see. Let's have it. Please play up.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I will take about 10 to 12 minutes of your time to talk about Destination South, why people should come to South, and what is the current scenario in the tourism industry with whatever limited knowledge I have with the last 1 year of experience. And just bear with me for next 10 to 12 minutes. Tourism industry is, as you know, is one of the major industries in the world with almost 126 million jobs worldwide that is going to be created in the next 10 years, according to the World Travel and Tourism Council. And as you know, many people are depending on a tourism industry for employment. And you know, the COVID pandemic has affected tourism like anything. And then after that, it is coming back, and then it's called, some people are calling as a revenge tourism. So it is coming back strong, and then according to some figures, it is already touched, the tourism receipts has already touched USD 1 trillion mark in 2022. That shows the importance of the tourism industry in the world. Coming to Indian tourism industry, we are almost 6% of our GDP. It contributes to 6% of our GDP. In 2020-21, about $178 billion was contributed to the Indian GDP, and one of the fastest growing economic sectors with significant impact on employment generation. And we had around 31 million tourists visiting India and fetching a revenue of foreign exchange of $30 million. That is the power of tourism in the country. And coming to South India. South India, you may be knowing that only about 30% of foreign tourists, they reach South India. This is really very bad, because most people, they touch upon only the Golden Triangle. The Golden Triangle, the famous Golden Triangle of India, that is Delhi, Jaipur and Agra. After seeing these 3 places, the tourists are going back. So our endeavor would be to bring them to South India also, and then all these 5 states, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, they have wonderful locations, wonderful destinations, but 70% of the tourists are not visiting these places. So we need to do something for this. And as I mentioned in the slide, there are multiple tourist attractions, and then they have about 13 international airports connecting different domestic and international destinations, and a good rail and road and rail connectivity. Then coming to this, these are the, we tried to do something in the last 10 to 12 years. We tried to create something called a South India Tourism Council, and a lot of meetings have also taken place. but it has not come to a fruitful discussion. So we would like to have, this is what I am proposing. I spoke to some of the other tourism secretaries, but they're also of the view that we had to do something and then create something called South India Tourism Council to attract more and more tourists to southern part of India. And we need to develop that, because once we have a South Indian Tourism Council, definitely there can be a comprehensive marketing plan to attract more and more tourists to South India. And just one example, see, the connectivity within the southern states is not much. For example, I hail from Hyderabad, and Hyderabad to Thiruvananthapuram, there are only, I think, 2 flights in a day. So I don't think this will be a good factor to promote tourism between Telangana and Kerala. So we need to have more and more flights, otherwise the tourism is going to be affected. So these are some of the circuits, famous circuits in South India, and covering different states like Chennai, Mahabalipuram, Trichy to Kochi, Ooty, Mysore, Bangalore. So about 3 or 4 states are covered in this. Similarly, there are different South Indian circuits, and these are all very famous and all the important places one can visit. And my presentation cannot be complete without mentioning about Kerala, because I represent Kerala tourism, and this is Kerala, very small part in such a big country. And the beauty of this is that it has got many airports, 4 international airports, and there are flights to, and one side is the like Gulf, Abu Dhabi, Dubai and all that, and the other side we have Malaysia, Singapore and all that. And I am also very happy to announce that very soon we are going to have direct flights from Vietnam to Kochi, from Ho Chi Minh City to Kochi, thanks to efforts of some of our people like our Mr. Venu Rajamani, who was here till now. I think so. There are many people who are trying to do many things for Kerala tourism, and as a result of that, Vietjet is going to operate some flights to Kochi from Ho Chi Minh City. Then this is about the recognitions and accolades Kerala tourism has been getting in the past, and these 2 are the latest ones, one from the New York Times and other from the Time, and these 2 are the, needless to say, the most respected and recognized newspapers in the world. And these 2 are saying that Kerala is one of the best places to visit in 2022-23. And here some figures. Up to 2019, no problem, but due to the pandemic, it has come down, and we are now picking up. If this is about the domestic arrivals, I am very happy to say that we have crossed the highest figures of 2019 in 2022. So tomorrow, this year is going to be more. And here about Kerala, there are so many products, in my opinion, except desert, which nobody wants to go. We have everything. But due to paucity of time, I am only talking about Ayurveda and backwaters. And here, Ayurveda is a way of life in Kerala, and many people, they go for only Ayurvedic doctors, and advantages, and there is a long tradition, more than 5,000 years of tradition of Ayurveda in Kerala. And authentic, if you want to have an authentic treatment in Ayurveda, and you have to come to Kerala, there is no other place in the world for Ayurvedic treatment. And of course, this is the largest pool of qualified and trained manpower. I would like to play a small video about Ayurveda.
Matt has always had a back problem. I had been telling him about Ayurveda. I guess he was a bit hesitant due to the pandemic. But once he reached Kerala, all his worries vanished. When he came to know that Kerala has an unbroken tradition of Ayurveda, and it is the home of this 5,000-year-old system of healing, Matt was literally floored.
And I end my presentation with another slide on the backwaters. Backwaters is one of the greatest inventions of Kerala people, because you know this, they are called, the houseboats are originally called ketuvallams. Ketuvallams are used for transporting rice and other provisions from one place to another through canals. But due to the transportation revolution, these ketuvallams have become useless. So they have converted these ketuvallams into houseboats, and that has become one of the best attractions for tourism industry. So I would like to conclude my speech with a small video about backwaters, and is a basic...
Travel for the bend in the road, the rush in the head, or the crazy treehouse. Travel for the wildlife, for the adrenaline high, and the 200 feet drop. Travel for sadhya on a banana leaf, for sizzling fish fry, for steaming puttu, or for parambari. Travel for a brand new start, for a bright new day, and a better world. Travel for good.
So please come to Kerala, come to South India and explore South India. Thank you
Travel
very much
for the
your patience. Thank you very much.
That was so lovely, K. Srinivas. Thank you very much for that presentation. Kerala tourism has been working towards boosting tourism in the state. I'd like to ask, in fact, when I was jokingly having a conversation with Mr. Srinivas, I did tell you that Ram Madhav had mentioned Karnataka could be one of the best. Amitabh Kant as well. What would you say to that?
Yeah, I think Amitabh Kant sir is one of the pioneers of tourism industry in the country, and he was my predecessor. So he said Karnataka can be one of the leading states, but in my opinion, Kerala is already the leading state, and we will strive to retain the leading position in the country.
Fantastic. So tell us more. You know, I'd like to ask you, as much as you're boosting tourism, a bunch of us wanted to get to the beach last evening. At 8 p.m., we weren't allowed to go to the beach. So it was closed. How do you do this? I mean, to ensure safety, security is of course paramount, but at the same time, you know, when one goes on a holiday, you expect to get to the beach, want to hit the waves towards the night. 8 o'clock is not so late, isn't it?
Yeah. I think many people have talked to me about this. Due to safety and security reasons, we have put the timing as 7 o'clock, or maybe sometimes they will allow, the police will allow up to 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
So, but many people are asking about this. We will definitely think about it, and then we'll try to increase the timing up to maybe 10 o'clock, and also very soon we'll think about it.
Like, for example, Goa has no restriction at all. You can hit the beach at whatever time you want. So in compared to that, Kerala beaches are so beautiful. It's so clean, it's lovely. I don't know if it is so clean because you have restrictions, but it's stunning, and you're so tempted to hit the beach at, post-8, post-dinner, have a walk. But there seems to be a restriction there. But otherwise, tell us more about your boost towards tourism, especially adventure sport. We see a lot of scope and potential here in Kerala, but infrastructure-wise, we don't see the finish as international as yet. How would you approach that, adventure sports?
Yeah, adventure sports is one of the important sectors we have identified, and we have a society also for adventure sports. And my director is sitting here. He is also one of the important members of that society, and we are promoting, and not far away from Kovalam there is a place called Varkala, and Varkala is known for adventure sports, and So especially the surfing and all that, so they are doing. And also there's a place called Thermala. In Thermala also some adventure sports is going on, and we are now working on with the Tamil Nadu administration now, so that a gliding can take place between Idukki in Kerala and then Theni in Tamil Nadu. Suppose you start from Idukki and then you land up in Tamil Nadu. So this type of new project is also is on the anvil, and very soon we'll be able to start that project.
All right, we're totally looking forward. But Mr. Thomas, when people anywhere across India think of Kerala, the instant thought is backwaters, the beauty of Kerala, the beach, and of course the food. It's such a beautiful memory when you think of Kerala. And those who've been to Kerala, it takes a while for you to come out of that mood. So Kerala has inherently been one of the most stunning tourist destinations. At this point, we see an extensive push by the tourism department to invite a lot more people. As you represent the state in Delhi, what's the perception there? What's your push for the state of Kerala? What can possibly be done for this state? What more can be done?
It was in 2001. I took charge as the Minister for Tourism and Fisheries in Kerala. After my 3 terms in the Parliament, as well as a Professor of Chemistry for 15 years. So when I came to Kerala and took charge of these 2 portfolios, many of my colleagues said, "What a foolish man are you? If you have taken health or if you have education, you are a professor." But I took that decision because I took these are lighter portfolios. And at that point of time, the state budget of tourism was just 40 crores. You have to look after the minister's travels, the bungalows, etc. And Amitabh Kant was the secretary with me. We worked together. We had T. Balakrishnan.
Yeah.
But we moved very fast. One, we thought we will develop the infrastructure of the state. So in 1997, when we took the decision to have a new airport in Cochin, there were criticisms. Already you have got a small airport in Wellington Island, Naval Airport. Why should you go for that? But that started a new era of cooperation among the Malayalis. That is, Cochin Airport is the airport of the Malayali community. Now we have got Kannur Airport has come, Sabarimala is under proposal. So that infrastructure development gave a boost to Kerala. Second, we concentrated on our own way of advertisements. We had small road shows in different parts of the country and even outside. And we made use of our Malayalis. There are about 15% of the Malayalis outside Kerala. So we made them our ambassadors. We called them for meetings, just like now these shows have been made, we also had shows. And there were questions on how we are going ahead.
Yeah.
I still remember in one of the road shows in Bangalore, and we thought with all these small entrepreneurs coming up, Bangalore may be a good place for Kerala. They can come in the after Fridays and go back on Mondays. So one question, T. Balakrishnan was the secretary, asked to us, okay, we can come to Cochin, but those were the days of lightning strikes. Anybody can have a light strike called and their transport system will come to a stop. Then they asked me, how can we come to Kerala? We don't know when your strike is going to start. I said, please come to Kerala, experience our strike. So this way, all smaller and bigger things we started, giving advertisements. Then we also decided to have a better infrastructure. So that goes, for example, in our houseboats. Our first idea was to go to Jammu and Kashmir and find out how they are managing it.
Yeah.
But then we thought, why don't we have our own Kettuvallams, our Nadan boats, make use of them. From that we developed the present Alapi, where you have got the houseboats. So Kerala has grown faster. It's as I said, it's a small state, highly educated, and literate, and media is also very powerful. No small and bigger things, media will open their eyes.
Yeah.
So with all these conditions, Kerala has grown. And there's got further scope in not only in tourism, in education, in health, etc.
You know, I believe, is tourism your biggest industry, Mr. Srinivas? Would you say that for Kerala at this point, looking at your exponential rise post-COVID, would you say this is the biggest?
It can become one of the major industries in Kerala. So definitely.
Yeah, I heard there is helicopter tourism in the state of Kerala, and that's fascinating to me. Would you want to brief us on it?
Sure. See, I mentioned in my presentation, the air connectivity is really important. Suppose there are many people here who would like to come from different parts of the country. They land in Kochi. They want to go to a place called Tekadi or Munnar or even Komargam. They don't want to spend 7-8 hours of journey. So if they want to go straight away without checking into any hotel in Kochi and then next day morning to take another taxi to these places. So we are now thinking of having helicopter services between Kochi and Tekadi, Kochi and Munnar and Kochi and Komargam. And then once it is still on the policy level, I'm sure this year we will announce this policy, and then very soon you will find an RFP in the newspapers. I'm sure somebody can do it, and then because we don't want to do it from the government side, we'll give all help to the private entrepreneur, and then it is going to be on PPP mode.
Oh, that's amazing. Karnataka, Bangalore actually has a helicopter ride from the airport to the city. Because that's long, how long it actually takes to get to the city because of traffic. But this is great. Helicopter tourism is something that we haven't heard. I think you could be setting precedents with that. But otherwise, technology in the use of tourism. Again, since connectivity-wise, what kind of technology are you using to boost?
We have launched recently, it's called Maya. Maya means it's a WhatsApp chatbot. So you have this chatbot with you, and then you want to know about any destination, particular. Just type about Tekadi or Munnar or anything. No, then one voice will call you, and then you can interact with that person, and then that person will give you about all kinds of facility. What are you looking for? You're looking for a hotel. Yes, they will say these are the hotels. And then looking for a taxi, and these are the available, and then all kinds of things. So this is one thing we are now trying to popularize more and more among the tourists here. So it is getting a lot of hits. Yeah. So it is getting, and then we want to more people to use this Maya WhatsApp bot, and then I'm sure it is going to be useful to public.
That's lovely. So I wanted to ask you, and I was in fact pondering on that thought. No Uber, no Ola, no cab aggregators here in the state of Kerala. So to move around, unless you know a local guy, an auto rickshaw. In fact, I took a number of a taxi driver right at the gate. So that's a personal connect that I'm able to get public transport through. But are you thinking on those lines as well? Or is there something local in terms of a cab service that you are looking forward to provide?
Yeah, it's true. We don't have much of Uber and the services here, but we have to think about it. See, you are giving a new idea to us, so definitely my director is also listening here. So I'm sure he will come out with a new concept next month, and then we will be able to do something. Right now, we don't have. There is
is there a reason
deficit is there. Yeah, there is a problem there. Yeah.
Okay. There's no particular reason to why you've not invited. All right. You know, Mr. Thomas, as you're representing Kerala in the center, what's the relationship between the center and the state? Are you getting adequate help? Is there a proposal that's waiting to be approved? Tell us more on that front. Your communication with the center on projects for Kerala. Mr. Thomas?
We have got always, irrespective of the political parties functioning in Delhi, we have got a better relationship. And now it is a CPM-led government in Kerala and BJP-led government in Delhi. But when the relationships are very good. The problem is, can we implement the projects in time? One of my experience as a central minister, when Dr. Manmohan Singh was the Prime Minister, we were all called to PM's office. Then there was a representation from Kerala, along with the Chief Minister, leader of the opposition. And when the representation was given to the Prime Minister and when Manmohan Singh started reading it, he stood up and laughed. The reason is, this was a representation where Kerala needs only 30-meter width of roads. You know, these are some of the problems which we have to impress Delhi. Because when the entire country is moving, we also have to move together. For example, the national highway in Kerala, it has taken a longer time. That in Alleppey, that flyover, it takes more than 30 years. So it's not the question of central alone, but how we are going to function together with the central government, and I'm happy that forgetting the political differences on development activities, Kerala and Delhi are going together hand to hand.
Okay, that's lovely and good to hear.
Can
Sir,
I add?
please.
We are working very closely with central government, and central government has got a project called Swadesh Darshan.
Right.
So under Swadesh Darshan 1.2, we got some projects, and under Swadesh Darshan 2.0, also we are getting 2 more projects, and one project in Bepur, other one in Kumaragam. These 2 projects are coming up now. So that way, we have a very good relationship with the central government.
You know, sir, from statistics, I just saw that Malaysia, Singapore, places like Thailand and Bali, etc., have tourists extensively from the southern part of India. They're flooding their tourism there. So it seems like underwater spotting activities is so robust internationally. Anything that we're looking at for Kerala. The beaches are beautiful. I'm assuming you have great you have great ecosystem underwater. How are you exploring that?
Due to the paucity of time, I'm not able to show you all those videos here. But we do have many videos on adventure sports, underwater sports, etc. I'm sure if you search the YouTube, we have a YouTube channel, and then I'm sure you will be able to see some of these videos. And here in Trivandrum itself, in Kolam itself, such facilities are available, and there are people who are running it.
Any few destinations that you want to, suggest to us, the audience here and those who are watching us, where in Kerala is, according to you, is the most stunning, best places to visit and tour?
Yeah, okay. You see, Kovalam is very popular, and you are sitting in Kovalam, so I don't want to suggest Kovalam. And maybe Varkala is also, many people might have seen. But I think many people have not gone to the Malabar area. Malabar, I mean, I worked there in Malabar many years, about 5 years as a district collector there. So maybe the Wayanad could be a very wonderful destination. If you are looking for out of the world experience, I'm sure Wayanad will be one of the best destinations. So that is what is coming to my mind immediately.
Absolutely. Wayanad is stunning. Oh my God, it's stunning. Mr. Thomas, as we speak, pushing Kerala tourism across the country and the globe, with all this expat crowd that you have in the state of Kerala, is there any benefit in terms of tourism, any push that your expat community is bringing to the table for your state?
I said in the beginning that Keralites abroad, they are our ambassadors.
They are your ambassadors?
They are our ambassadors.
Okay.
We consider them as ambassadors. And Kerala has some special contribution. For example, homestays. In Kerala, there is a large number of homestays throughout these backwaters. You can stay with the villagers. I invite you to Kumbalangi, my home village in Ernakulam, which is the model tourism village in the country, inaugurated at the time of Vajpayee. The similar villages are there. Then art forms, food. Kerala food is so tasty, our sambar and all those things. So these are some of the items where Kerala is moving ahead and our tourism is moving ahead. And it is not very expensive, Kerala. Compared to many other places, Kerala is reasonably, you can go stay with the people.
Absolutely. Surely moving around in Kerala does not burn a hole in your pocket. That's something I've noticed as well. Mr. Srinivas, finally, Ayurveda you spoke about, and that's really your rich heritage and your asset, I could truly say. While the world now is talking of Ayurveda, you have the central government pushing Ayurveda through their Ayush ministry. Kerala's contribution there, and how are you inviting people to come in and experience solutions with Ayurveda?
Yeah, see, wherever we go, be it WTM in London or Berlin show, we are projecting Ayurveda as one of our USPs of Kerala tourism. And if you may be surprised to know that there are people who are coming every year after year, to the same resort in Natika, same resort in Puvar, and same resort in maybe in Palakkad district. So they are coming. They are very particular about going to the same resort, same room, and get treated by the same person. So this is how they have developed the kind of bondage with the local hotels, resorts, and all that. So it's really because so many people. I mean, especially there are. I have seen from Germany. Germany is perhaps the #1 country which is sending many of their tourists for Ayurvedic treatment. Is amazing. They are coming every year, year after the year they are coming. So we are projecting Ayurveda as one of our major
pushes and attraction for tourism. And as we are out of time, I have one last question for you, and this is certainly youth-centric, which the youth really wants to know, a discussion amongst our circles as well on tourism. Yes. Does it come hand? How are you inviting the youth? Apart from adventure tourism, like Goa has a lot of shacks, a lot of clubs. Kerala seems to be bereft of that. Is there anything that you're doing towards that? Something more fun for the youth?
Yeah. Kerala is definitely a different destination compared to Goa or any other thing. So we would like to retain its original complexion. But these days, Kerala is attracting a lot of people, especially when you see in the aircrafts. Many couples are coming to Kerala for honeymoon.
This is a family destination. Yes.
Yeah, it's people are coming, and then of late we are promoting Kerala as a destination wedding for the wedding.
Right.
Is one of the best destinations here, and where we are sitting here, the Kolam itself. It is one of the best destinations for weddings. So you might have seen in the YouTube, there are many advertisements where we are giving in the last 1 month or so, asking people to come and get married here in Kerala. So I think that's why I think many people who are not married, my request them is please come here and get married, and I'm sure that will be a great experience.
Mr. Srinivas, any concession for married couples who come to Kerala for a wedding?
We will come out with a project for that.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. Thank you very much. And I love your answer when you say that you want to keep and retain the true nature of Kerala. Whatever it is, it's got a different feel to it, and you intend to retain that. Thank you for that. Thank you so much, Mr. Thomas. Thank you, Mr. Srinivas, for joining us.
Thank you, gentlemen, for taking us through the God's own country. I'd request Dr. Manjunatha SV, DGM Sales Venkis, to hand over the token of appreciation to our guests. We'll be now breaking for tea. It'll be a 15 minutes break. On the other side of the break, we'll have Aishwarya Lekshmi, actor, and Mahesh Narayanan, editor and director. And today's showstopper in the evening will be Mr. Kamal Haasan. I hope all of you would enjoy his session as well. So we'll break for a short 15-minute chai break, and then we'll reassemble here. Thank you all.
test of your grit and versus nature. No GPS. Danger lurking every turn. Season 22 coming soon.
We've been watching this for 21 seasons.
Has more adrenaline.
तुम्हारा कितना लीड बचा है?
You gotta go zigzag, deep back your back, get your swag, get away. You gotta go, you gotta go, you gotta go.
Make up for lost time. Back up for Kerala.
Yeah. Just hold on. Yeah. Sure.
Really, Dad? I'm not 5 anymore.
You know she's off to college next year, right?
You gotta go zigzag, deep back your back, get your swag, get away. You gotta go, you gotta go, you gotta go far away.
Make up for lost time. Back up for Kerala.
You gotta go zigzag, deep back your back, get your swag, get away. You gotta go, you gotta go, you gotta go far away.
Make up for lost time. Back up for Kerala.
Only the impossible is worth doing. Amrita Hospital. 25 years of doing the impossible.
All right. Our next session is the bold type. Why Malayalam cinema is the hotbed of fresh, fearless, and path-breaking storytelling. And the session is sponsored by Kalyan Jewelers, and I would request the session moderator, Nabila Jamal, anchor, deputy editor, India Today Television, to come on stage and to introduce the speakers, Aishwarya Lekshmi, actor, Mahesh Narayanan, editor and director.
Thank you. I was actually having a nice chat in Hindi with Aishwarya Lekshmi. We aced it. Both of us South Indians, we managed Hindi. I'd like you to please come on stage, Aishwarya. Thank you very much for gracing our event. We also have Mahesh Narayanan, who's an editor, director, a name to reckon with in the Malayalam film industry. Please do have a seat. A big round of applause. I'm sure all of you have seen Aishwarya Lekshmi. She's been rocking it in different languages. Now you're doing Telugu, Tamil, Malayalam, of course. So proud of you, Aishwarya.
Thank you so much, Nabila. Good afternoon, all of you. I hope this session is enjoyable, and I hope I don't say anything, say some nonsense, that's all. But thank you for having me here. I am honored that I could be here and represent Malayalam cinema and the amazing scripts and cinema that we produce.
Absolutely, and we're really happy to have you, Aishwarya. Tell me more about your move from saving lives to entertainment.
I was just learning to save lives. By the way, the context is that I'm a doctor. I finished my MBBS and then I started acting. It was God's decision, I would say, because I never thought I could be an actor. And my family was very oriented towards education, nothing else, have a career in which is well respected by the society, because they did not think acting was one of that. They still do not. But
I do want you to delve into that a little more. You know, to be doing MBBS and then jumping into modeling is, well, we've heard of stories, but coming from Kerala, I'm sure your family is traditional. You have, and like you did mention, a mindset where education is paramount, entertainment is not looked upon as a lucrative industry or a safe one.
Yeah, it's more. I think it's more like a safety concern, because they've heard very different stories about the entertainment industry. And I come from a very middle-class background. My father was working in Secretariat and my mother was with the central government. So for both of them, cinema was not something that they thought of as a career option at all for their only daughter. So when it happened, I did face a lot of opposition from home. They did not want me to choose, because they were, even now they are worried, what film are you going to do next? According to them, I have done all variety. Now it's time. Time is up. Please come home. Yeah, so it's not easy. It's not easy to be in cinema as such, because every day is a struggle. Every day you have to find, not every day, but at least the next script that I do, next character that I do, I have to make sure that the audience still likes me. And as for a heroine, we always say we have a shelf life. So it is a constant struggle. It is.
You know, I take this question to Mahesh on the safety part of it. Mahesh, does that,
okay, I just want to elaborate, add one more thing. Now they know it is very safe. Now they are happy on the safety part of it. It's just the financial security part that they are concerned about now.
Financial security?
We'll talk later.
One would assume stars get paid.
We'll talk later.
Yeah, Mahesh, why don't you give me a perspective on that? Safety, financial stability, women for women.
See, apparently, first of all, thank you for having me here.
Thank you.
For this session. Thank you, Nabila. So, my point of view is that still cinema runs on the shoulder of male actors. Certainly, that's a truth. Everywhere, it's not only in India. They are the people who brings money to the table. So that's a hard reality. So as content creators, we still have to, like, what to say, like, blend things together and try to balance everything. Like, I often believe that I belong to an industry which is called the midstream, where, neither we do this masala, big spectacle things, but nor into that zone of very arty. Like, at times, we also have to feed ourselves. So, some films will make for the sake of our own appetite, but things will also fail. But end of the day, business really counts. So, yeah.
Mahesh, you are a stellar movie, producer, editor, and a director.
Yeah.
Give us the struggles when you work in the industry here in Kerala. Any specific struggle that you want to highlight here today?
See, struggles are everywhere, but only advantage what we have in Kerala is we only have independent producers. So, independent producers in the sense, like, we don't need to convince a lot of people. Like, just like when you go to Bombay or some other industry where, where like big studios are functioning.
Yeah,
it's
I was actually coming to that. What I wanted to highlight here is the funds.
Okay.
We believe that the Kerala industry, the film industry, is grappling with less money. Is that true? Funds not sufficient enough to make big budget films?
See, like, I will tell you a small example. Like, my first film, it was on the nurses' rescue from Iraq. It was titled Take Off. So that film, we had only like 5.5 crores. So we made an arrangement that, like, this is the money we have. And within that money, we have to build Iraq. We'll have to build war. We'll have to build all those, infrastructure and everything. That's the limited budget. So we can build, like, it's all about the proportion. How much, like, earlier there used to be a proportion where, 20% of the total budget will be the remuneration.
Yeah.
Now it's close to 95. In some industries, it's up to 95. So imagine, 5% is what we are getting to make films.
Yeah.
So, so still Malayalam cinema survives because, because that ratio is balanced.
I think Malayalam cinema survives because your storyline is unmatchable. Or the best cinema, at least by far, and that's the perception that India has, that a cinema that comes from the Malayalam film industry, be sure you can watch. It's going to be different. It has a rich storyline.
Like, I have to add something to that. It's about, like, however local you go, like, the route, like, like when you say a story about a northern Kerala environment, a person sitting in Calcutta is relating to that. Why? Just because, because the story has a soul and people are all getting connected easily. Just with watching the film with subtitles, they are easily understanding. So the good thing for us is that now films are being subtitled in all languages. So with the platforms coming into the scenario. So I have to really thank them for that. So that's the only reason, because earlier it was very difficult. Like, even for Malayalam cinema, like I don't think, in the early 90s or even in the early 2000s, like, cinema used to have subtitles in theaters. Now it's not that. We have subtitles.
Yeah. Aishwarya, tell me a little more about your journey again. I'm going to get back to your MBBS transition towards acting. And today, do you feel like a successful star? Do you feel like you've arrived? Is this your space?
So ever since meeting Mani Ratnam sir, my definition of success has changed. I feel like success is something that you feel you have achieved if you can balance your life and your work. It isn't necessary that you have to have the next big project. You have to have achieved every, 5-star review from every reviewer. It's not necessary just that is success, because your personal life could be struggling at that point of time. If you can balance both, I call that success. And I feel like I'm very successful. I'm very happy. I'm at peace with myself. And I feel like my perspective has changed towards cinema. I'm not in it for the money. I'm not in it for the fame. I'm in it because I feel very happy as an actor in front of the camera.
Yeah.
And I will feel happier if I can find the next story that I find that I should be in, that I should tell the story. I should bring this character towards the audience. A few days back, I had called Mahesh sir asking for work. That's when we connected again. I had connected with him long back when he had narrated one script to me. We couldn't make it.
You called him asking for work?
Yes,
Okay.
because I love all of his films. I love the way he approaches cinema and the type of cinema he brings to the audience. So I wanted to be part of his films, and I asked him for work, and he said he's writing something, and he let me know if and when he has a character that suits me.
Right.
So I am okay with the waiting period now. I am not at all any more desperate. I used to be very desperate in the first 2 years maybe. I wanted to do more and more cinema, more and more characters. Right now I want to do only characters that are memorable, that wants to stay
And
with
we
the audience.
see you, rightfully so, we see you doing a lot of women-centric films, roles that have
Well-written female characters,
well-written
yes.
roles around you as a central character,
Yes, yes.
as opposed to having a big male star. We've seen that working for you.
See, the thing is, to be honest with you, I don't believe in stories where only females are the, central characters. Because in our lives as women, everybody plays an important role, male and female. I'm not just talking about, so
sure.
I want cinema, right now, currently, what I think of is that it should be a good balance. Well-written female and well-written male characters. Otherwise, there's no point, because cinema is supposed to be a reflection of society, our lives, and in our lives I feel like the balance should be attained on screen as well. And just to add to what he was saying, the notion that Malayalam cinema is well written is more popular now. But if you go back a little while, Bardhan sir, Padmarajan sir, we have had amazing cinema, and because of internet I'm able to see those films again as part of the latest generation in Kerala who's in cinema.
Classics.
I feel like we are just trying to up our levels because we have been given the best cinema before, so we have to rise up to that. And well written cinema is the demand, because I don't think our audience is stupid.
Absolutely. I think audience in Kerala are very intelligent, and they're very quick to decide whether it's a hit or a flop. But what's upsetting now for the industry is also the OTT. Mahesh, would you agree? A lot of the cinema going crowd, those who flock to cinema halls, now you have cinema hall owners, multiplex owners who are really bleeding. OTT has really taken off that business, but as a director, has that really affected you in terms of content generation? How have y'all handled this post-pandemic scenario?
Yeah, so my thing is like both these things are going to coexist. It is not going to run away. Like, there is a very beautiful statement made by Mr. Kamal Haasan, which is about like, you have temples. So just because you keep an idol and pray in your houses, that doesn't mean that a famous temple is going to lose the revenue. The revenue in the temple is going to be there always. So see, collective viewing or mass viewing is always required. It's a part of Indian culture. It is needed. Only thing is that, like, how much space we are getting. Like, for example, like number of films, how many number of films are being produced from a particular industry. That is definitely a thing which we have to address right now, because now it is almost like, say for example in Malayalam, it's almost like 180 to 190 films censored on a yearly basis. So out of it, like, every week, sometimes in a week, we have like 9 releases. So ideally, I'm not talking about cinephiles, but a normal cine lover. He will watch a maximum of 20 films a year. So you have to be in that 20. So being in that 20 is the biggest challenge right now. That is what I'm we all discuss. And something we should have that, what to say, there should be the USP. What's the USP in that story? Because I often keep a theory right now with my friends that it is that like an idea gets expired very soon. It's not that earlier, because people have got lots of other, places to see that, and, an idea conceived here can be similar to others. So, like, it's not that, like, you put something on development for 3 years or 4 years and you're still not making it. Then my thing is that please don't make it anymore. Like, you should either reconceive it in a different manner or, script, like, just leave the film aside like that. So, like my last three films are part of digital platforms.
Yeah.
So I'm thankful to them actually.
Yeah.
That's what actually like See You Soon is the first film to be produced for digital. It was taken by Amazon Prime. So that actually made us those people, those actual figures actually gave us the confidence to make more films for them. And it is not that it's commercially also giving us a new exercise or a new platform to, I'm not against that. Only thing is that we also have to feed the regular cinema, regular theatrical.
You have to feed it.
Yeah,
really. You've got to keep the system alive.
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
We know that Malayalam cinema, and how do you feed it? Malayalam cinema gives a lot more importance and precedence to the storyline, less to a star. And to that effect, we've seen a lot of movies actually throwing up superstars. Prithviraj's first film also, we believe, the storyline was so solid that he became a star. So we know Thomas, his movie as well. I mean, it's the storyline that really makes the star. I hear the directors in the Kerala film industry don't really keep the actor in mind. It's the storyline in mind. Tell us a little more about that concept, because that makes the actor less glorified as opposed to the other industries that we see, and the director a lot more powerful.
So, like Malayalam cinema had a great literature background. So earlier days, since she mentioned about Padmaraj and a lot of other directors, even KG George, lots of people used to take literary works and then adapt it again. Just like how Manisha did Podiyan Selvam. It's a long dream for him. He was trying to make it from 80s, I think. They were discussing it with Kamal sir, Rajni sir, and everybody. So now, coming back to Malayalam cinema, we still believe in that. Whenever this process starts, so I'll say a small example of how a project is green lighted here.
Yeah.
So this green lighting happens in a day or two. So in Hindi cinema, it is 3 years, 4 years sometimes. People sit on that, develop it, and then multiple ideas come in, multiple drafts. And I'm seeing writers stuck with doing it. I am on the 21st draft, man. I don't know what to do next. So we look at it in that manner, we can't hold like that. So that's a great advantage here, and that is only because of independent producers, because they have that trust in the project, and still. There is a back of their mind when we become ambitious, then there comes all these figures. Okay, there is this 100 crore club, there's a 200 crore club. Where do we want to land? After all, my point of view is that we basically need to entertain people. The crore club and everything is they're all figures. That's it.
Basic idea is entertainment.
Yeah.
But what about
and also there should be a definition for entertainment. Entertainment means something which is engaging.
Yeah.
It is not that just a slapstick comedy or a star, glorifying a star or something. Is that entertainment? Doesn't count. For me, entertainment is something which is engaging. People say that a film is...
Whichever genre. It could be comedy, horror, emotional, whatever it is. Engaging is, of course, your focus. But Aishwarya, how important is it for you to have commercial successes? You could have movies which could have positive critical, acclaims that you get from critics, positive reviews, etc. But unless you have a commercial success, that you won't have, I don't know, the kind of fan clubs, the craze around you. We see these heroes with a mass following, or actresses with a mass following as well.
Yes.
But are those days gone?
Not at all. I believe that is one part of the system. There is also the part where we have to produce more and more cinema that actually talks to the person while they're watching it. I was giving this example a while back as well. So I watched Good Will Hunting very recently, and there is a scene where he talks to the therapist, and the therapist talks about the scene where his wife actually farts. That scene where when Robin Williams' character laughs, I laughed with him. While I was watching it, I laughed with him. I want Cinema, like again coming to the point of engaging, whatever be it, it should be engaging to the audience from scene to scene.
But look at the movies in Bollywood that do so well. I'm not going to name them.
I'm not against
no, I'm just saying, I'm asking your perspective on that. They do so, I'm not going to name the movies that have done really well in terms of crores of earning. It could really satisfy the whole industry for a year or more. Crores of earnings, but absolutely no storyline.
But they were
just big
engaging
stars in the picture and women dancing around trees. That still works. Would you ever do a film like that?
I would love to. See,
that was my question.
If it is engaging. So, like Sir said, entertaining and engaging is the same thing.
Right.
From scene to scene, if you can visually captivate the audience, if you can interest them with the songs, with the fashion, because as women, we are drawn to things like that. As human beings, we love a good album, something that we can listen to on your day-to-day basis. Like you break down it into simple pieces. If you can take and assimilate few things from that into your daily life, if you can remember a scene when you're driving. Like for me, the Goodwill Hunting scene is something that I still remember. There was a conversation with Mani sir that I had recently. I was very confused about a script. It was not the same template as how we usually, when I take a film, the central character has an arc, there is a conflict, then there is a resolution. There was no conflict in the film. And I was like, there's no conflict. So I was so confused because everything else I liked, but there's no conflict. I was looking for conflict all through the narration. There was no conflict. Then I was so confused. So I asked Mani sir, this is what the thing is. There's no conflict. So I'm in two minds now. I want to do that because there is no template, but I'm also worried there is no template. So sir said, is it engaging? Is it engaging scene to scene? Are you captivated as an audience? And I was. So that was my answer. And I hold that close every time I'm listening to a narration or I'm choosing something. I hold that very close because if it is engaging, I feel like I'm in the right track.
All right, engaging it is, but what about you, Mahesh? Would you ever direct a movie that involves dancing around trees?
No, see, at industry...
With just big star faces, but hardly a... I mean, for commercial success, even that works with audiences.
See, primarily, everything has to be there. Recently, if you look at the Oscars, Everything Everywhere All at Once, it was made as an indie film. It was made as an indie film with very low budget and everything, and finally look where it achieved. So the thing is, like,
no, a low-budget film does really well because somehow the storyline is solid. But imagine crores of rupees spent on a movie to make a movie without hardly any storyline. Not great to watch. You would possibly tune off in 20 minutes. But the crores it earns.
No, I will tell you a different example. When I started as an editor, So we used to do a small exercise where when the scenes are there, when the draft is there. So normally Malayalam cinema, there are also writers who used to write on location also, improvise mostly on locations. So when this draft is ready, we basically look into that in that perspective that we randomly remove scenes. In between, without even looking at it, and then reread it. So read it again. So after a second time, third time, we are not feeling anything which is lost. So after a point, the script is just 10 pages. And still we are finding it then we will tell them that better not to shoot that. so this is an exercise which we practice always. So that's what, anything which has to have that soul. The soul is very important, the connect is very important. Why a song like Nattu Nattu, even though it's a commercial film, why it is getting connected? Because there is a connection in the basic logline of the film. You have to understand that. It's a commercial film.
Correct.
It's done for the masses, but still, it has got a connect. So that connect is very, very important.
Well, do you believe that stars still have that appeal, like a Mohanlal, Mammootty, the kind of mass following these stars have, like a Rajnikant for that matter? Today, has that ecosystem changed? Are audiences spoiled for choice? With OTT, you have so many stars now, just so many talents that we've discovered. Gone are those days, you believe, Mahesh?
See, stardom will always be there. Because, imagine in Bombay, you have Prithvi Theatre. So I believe that...
I can't think of a few more stars. Like right now, the Khans enjoy what they're enjoying, but the next generation, I don't see that kind of ardent blind following at all.
No, but they will come up with something else. Like, they have to come up. It is not about...
Basically, now it's all come down to your talent. You don't have talent, that's it. You're written off.
My comment is always that you should not go with the templates or the Excel sheets. Those are the things which we kill, like the tick marks. Okay, whether this is there, which is the reference of this thing. Like, okay, this worked. Just because of that, we will follow that, and this will again work. It's not that. So everything, on daily basis, people are used to different things. That's why, what's the USP? Why am I going to watch it in theater? That is a specific, that question we have to be answerable. A director has to address that.
Yeah. So it comes down to the script and the talent and all of that. Industry has changed, people have evolved, you've come down to watching quality stuff on TV and cinema as well. Aishwarya, tell me, what are you looking forward to? Is there anything that you're really keen on doing per se, anything particular that you're working towards?
I'm always looking for the best script that can come to me. I am very greedy as an actor. I feel like I want to do every well-written script that is there in any industry possible. But yeah, that's in an ideal environment, ideal world.
Scenario. But
yes.
Can I ask you, I was told by somebody, women-centric roles and movies that have women as the main protagonist usually draws less crowds to theaters, or the response is, timid. Not as much as a male star or a big face. Both of you, the question to both of you.
No, see, it all depends on the film. Say, for example, a film like A Dirty Picture. It is a massive hit.
Right.
A film like, Kangana's Queen. Tanu
Queen, yeah.
All are big hits. Like, even in Malayalam, we have hits like that.
Yeah.
Only thing is that, like, where we are addressing, where we are going, like, are we pitching on the right line? You should, like, the balance has to be there. The essence should like, you have to be always make sure that the idea of what you're trying to communicate, it should transcend, properly transcend. Otherwise, it is lost. Like, if it's lost, it's lost.
Right.
And I believe a well-made film, and that which doesn't come under the category of, run-of-the-mill, same template story, well-written, every character should be well-written, engaging, entertaining, then it works. And also when you term it as success, it is on the cost of production of the film. So if it is making, I feel like if the producer is safe, if you have done the business, that film is a success. You cannot say that the film is not a success. If you're trying to say about the 100 crore, 200 crore club, then maybe not. Then the question is different. Only a few female-centric films have achieved that. Also, only a few normal, hero, heroine, all those films, only a few films have achieved that. So definitely the proportion is lesser. It doesn't mean that that cannot happen. Tanu Veds Manu is the female-centric film that has had the...
But mostly we've seen, Bollywood successes, the money, revenue they've earned also is phenomenal. From the South, are we going to see a movie on that scale, especially the Malayalam film industry? Could you tell us a movie like Ponniyin Selvan, the kind of investment and just the magnanimity of that film production and the sets? Mahesh, we're looking forward. Are you going to come up with a film like that?
See, we are
on
all
that
trying.
scale?
We are all trying. Only thing is that territorially we are very small. So we have to look at the business also, the angle. Like, also audience here are in a way, like, they need to see something which is very relatable. So they're used to that. So we always try to it's not be like, go with a giant leap, slow, like, go with a small leap, slow, like, try little, push it little harder, then we'll understand how it is going to function. So here, like, I have to add one more thing, like, making a film for digital is the more challenging part. Why, because people have this thing called remote. Because every time, like, I used to say, like,
so switch.
Yeah, you can switch.
So easy.
And you can forward. And, like, somebody can, like, I'm not interested in this particular area. I can go and see what is in the end, just like reading a book.
And so the natural response or reaction, I think, in a director's mind is, I might as well make good quality, small budget productions rather than go into magnanimity of it. Because, I mean, I can't even imagine the kind of people and the the number of people you need for a production like that. But with this kind of, with Kerala as a state itself having such an expat crowd, do you believe that investment on that, in that front is coming
Actually,
your way?
now, like, it's only after 2017, I think, like, I will tell you an example of my first film. So it was sold to Middle East for 75 lakhs.
Yeah.
The total collection was more than 10 crores. But it was sold already. But the benefit is not to the producer. It was for the film title Takeoff. So because it deals with the diaspora over there. Now people from here, like producers from here, are also trying to distribute it independently over there and monetize that revenue over there. So that is a need.
Well, all right, Aishwarya. Every actor has a Hollywood dream. Do you have one?
I want to act in any and every language possible. I'm just waiting for the right script.
How are you, if Hollywood is your dream, anything that you're doing in particular? Give us your daily routine. What's Aishwarya's life like on a regular day?
Okay,
I mean,
the two questions are connected.
not aiming at Hollywood all day long, but I'm just
right.
saying, what's your day like? Let us know.
Okay, so it's very simple. I just be. Like, whatever I want to do, I do. I don't restrict myself. I want to eat chocolates, I eat. I want to work out, I work out. I want to read, I read. So I feel that is success for me right now because I'm not tied up to anything. I'm safe, I'm secure. So I can do what I want. I have responsibilities, but not major ones. No major financial constraints. So I'm free to do what I want right now.
You've done most of the southern languages. Anything in Hindi that we're looking forward to?
I've heard scripts, but I'm waiting for the right one. I think that's a story of my life right now. I feel like I've become too choosy. I think that's a good thing. Yeah, I want to be too choosy because I feel like in this world where if you open your phone, you have entertainment, you have something or the other that catches your attention. I want to be there in your memory. I want to be there as like that's the impact of watching good cinema.
And this is Aishwarya in 6 years of her career.
Yes,
Has also turned producer, I hear.
Yes, and with every movie that I watch, with every good film that I watch, I want to be more and more like the best scenes that I see. Like as in, I want to be part of the best scenes that I see. I want to be part of the memorable scenes that I see. Otherwise, I don't want to be part of it.
Ponniyin Selvan, your character itself in the book is the most crucial and important character.
Yes.
But in the movie, the character was really small. You had very little airtime, but surely noticeable. You were lovely in it. But we hear that Mani Ratnam asked you not to read the book.
Yes.
Because you'll be disappointed that your role would...
No, he didn't want me to have any preconceived notions about...
Don't look at it because then you'll be disappointed that your role was reduced to...
About the whole film, not just my role. Yeah.
So you still went ahead with it?
Yes, I did. That's why I think he likes me. But because I already started reading the book before I met Sir. After I met Sir, I told him I'm reading the book. He said, don't read it. I went back and read it. He asked me, you completed it? I said, I completed it. So he had no problems with it. He knew I was going to complete it. I also feel like I was able to differentiate the script from the book. I was in no way amalgamating both of them, so I was fine. But it was only when, if I was very strict that what has to be in the book has to be in the film, then there's a problem. I read the book.
But your character in the book is so important.
Yes,
but in the movie, it was a small role.
Yes,
you were fine by that.
Very much. I just wanted to be part of Mani Ratnam sir's one single frame. So I'm getting a character that is there in 2 films. I'm happy.
A big round of applause for that. Unapologetic, Aishwarya Lekshmi, so lovely. It was such a delight to have a chat with you, and I'm only wishing you all the very best for all the future endeavors. Mahesh as well was super lovely. Aishwarya, can I ask, do you sing?
I don't want to try that right here. I'm guessing they're here for a lovely evening. Kamal Haasan sir is coming soon. Why do you want to do that?
I hear you do.
I don't actually. I can, but not now.
Okay.
Some other time.
No, I can't force you now. All right. Thank you very much, Mahesh and Aishwarya. Such a pleasure to have you with us. All the very best.
Thank you.
Big round of applause, please.
Thank you so much, Nabila. Thank you so much, Aishwarya and Mr. Mahesh. I'd request the guests to be on stage for a minute. I'd like to invite Mr. Ashok Verghese, Pro Vice Chancellor, Hindustan Group of Institution, to hand over the token of appreciation to our guests. This session was also sponsored by Kalyan Jewelers. A big round of applause for the guests. Up next, we have Industrializing Kerala, Opportunities and Challenges, and this session is sponsored by Sham Steel. Let me invite the session moderator, Mr. M.G. Arun, Executive Editor, India Today, and I would like to call upon Mr. P. Rajiv, Minister for Industries, Law and Coir, Government of Kerala, Mr. Rajesh Jha, MD and CEO, Vijayan Port, Mr. S.N. Raghunathan Nair, President, Trivandrum Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Kerala is ranked at the top among states when it comes to social development indices, but had several challenges in becoming an industrialized state, unlike its neighboring Tamil Nadu or Karnataka. One major factor has been the limitations of the land itself, as CM Pinarayi Vijayan highlighted at this forum in his keynote speech yesterday, where only 30% of the land is available for human use. Kerala also had a troubled past with trade unions too. But a lot of things are changing within the state. To hear more about this and discuss some of the opportunities as well as challenges the state is facing, we have an eminent panel here comprising Mr. P. Rajiv, the Minister of Industries, Law and Coir, Government of Kerala, Mr. Rajesh Jha, MD and CEO of Vijayan Port, and Mr. S.N. Raghunathan Nair. He is the President of the Trivandrum Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Let me come to Mr. Rajiv first. Kerala had seen some unprecedented challenges in the recent past, starting with the 2018 devastating floods, followed by the pandemic. After that, there are certain policies you have initiated, especially the Rejuvenating Kerala, and as well as the recent Year of Enterprises initiative, etc. Are these sufficient enough to change the perception about Kerala as a non-industry friendly state?
Thank you, Arun. Actually, this propaganda is far away from the reality. But we have certain limitations. This presumption, yes, it was there, but I think now it has been changed. That is true, you have mentioned about the difficulties we have faced in the recent past, that is 2 floods, thereafter 1 pandemic, and also in addition to that, the constraints from the union government with regard to the financial support and borrowing limits. After recognizing these objective realities in the state of Kerala, we have adopted a new plan. Kerala model is well known for its advantages in the social service sector, education and healthcare. But we could recognize some limitations for Kerala model of development. That is stagnation in the primary and secondary sector, that is agriculture and industrial sector, and also infrastructure development. The last government has taken that responsibility to strengthen the advantages of Kerala model, that is quality education, quality healthcare, in addition to strengthen the infrastructure and also improve the agriculture and industrial sector of the state of Kerala. Then now we have improved our position in ease of doing business. Earlier it was 29th. In 1 year, we could improve our position from 28th to 15th in this year. But that is true, the most of the media in the state of Kerala is looking for negativity. This is not a big news. We could achieve this 28th to 15th in a year. That is not a big news in the state of Kerala. If you fall to 29th from 28th, then it would be a big debating, breaking news for several days. That is the normal nature of the Kerala media. And in addition to that, the economic growth of the state of Kerala, that is 12%, 17.3% of the industrial growth rate. That is first time in the recent history. The significant feature is out of this 18.9% is the contribution of manufacturing sector, the industrial sector. Kerala is well known for the service sector. Manufacturing sector, we are below 5 or 6%, but this year we could contribute 18.9% in the manufacturing sector. You have correctly mentioned about the year of enterprises. You have quoted our Chief Minister, the limitation of land. That is the major issue, land scarcity. We have only 1.1% of the land of the country. One side belongs to Western Ghats regulation, other side belongs to CRZ regulation, in between wetland regulation. The recent Supreme Court judgment, thanks to the new judgment, it has been made some alteration to the earlier judgment. According to that judgment, High Court of Kerala, that is in the metro city of the state, that Kochi, that is in the eco zone of the one Mangalavanam is there. That is the reality. Then big industries are not suitable for state of Kerala. But we have a big advantages, that is availability of highly skilled human resources. Then we have decided to observe the last financial year as a year of enterprises. Our target was to establish 1 lakh enterprises in a financial year. We could achieve that goal within 245 days, micro, small and medium enterprises. And 1,39,000 new enterprises were registered in the last financial year. One interesting factor is, out of these 1,39,000 new MSMEs, 45,000 entrepreneurs are women entrepreneurs and 17 are transgenders. This is a good achievement for state of Kerala. Recently, Prime Minister has recognized this is one of the model in MSME sector.
How many of these are in manufacturing? Is it mostly manufacturing or services?
No, as per the definition, trade also included in this. But manufacturing sector, due to this, we could achieve the 89.9% of the contribution in the manufacturing sector. Around 35 or 36,000 are in food processing sector. And also some industries in the electronic sector and IT sector also.
Okay. Okay, so we'll come in detail there. Despite the fact that, Kerala does not have a great track record so far as far as being industry friendly, I mean, it could be a matter of perception also, like you said. But the fact remains that, there are large corporates have shied away from investing here. But the Adani Group has made it possible that, such a large investment could be done. And the Vijayan port, which is going to be one of the largest transshipment ports in the world. Mr. Rajesh, you would have a lot of experience dealing with the government and taking this forward. And it would have been not easy because so many challenges from various sides, including the pandemic. If you can just briefly give an idea of the experience you went through.
Thank you, Arun. Let me first thank India Today to bring the South Conclave to Trivandrum. It is a lovely decision, and I really thank you for this, because Trivandrum is a happening city. Not only you see this port, in fact, one small incident comes to my mind. Initially, during the announcement, it was said Vijayan. Then Arun spelled it right. And when I was coming to take charge, say around 4 or 5 years back, so I was asked by my fellow passenger as to what responsibility I'll be taking. I said, I'm here to do Vijayan project. He said, the day you will be able to pronounce Vijayan properly, you'll be able to complete the project. And I hope I am able to pronounce it properly. Coming to the question specifically, yes, it is a mega project. And any mega project, by the very nature of the mega project, it is a long gestation project. It takes 4 to 5 years because there is so many jobs to do. And let me tell you that our journey has not been simple. We got impacted by practically everything that could impact us. 2017 November, we got impacted by Cyclone Oki. 2018, it was by super flood, once in 100 years. 2019, again, it was a very severe flood. And 2020, mother of all problems, pandemic, struck us. In spite of that, if we are talking about completion of the port, this September end, the vessel will be coming. In fact, Honorable Minister Rajiv came last month. It cannot happen without the very active involvement and support of the state government. Let me tell you, I have done projects in many states, Odisha, Jharkhand, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Bengal. We have a Minister of Ports who comes every month to the site and reviews the project. In fact, this simple action of spending 1 hour at the project site goes a long way in pushing the confidence of the people who are doing the project. So that is the kind of support that we are getting. And this project, we are very fortunate that we are getting support from central government in terms of VGF, in terms of outer ring road, the state government in terms of land acquisition and pushing up all the approvals. So it is a very happy experience for us.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great to hear that story from you. Let me bring in Mr. Raghushandran, because you have been very actively involved, liaising with a lot of entrepreneurs and with the government as far as investment is concerned. What do you think are still the major challenges that the state faces?
Thank you, India Today, and thanks for hosting your South Conference in Trivandrum. Welcome to Trivandrum. The fundamental thing I think we need to really know what Kerala is. Kerala is only 96 lakh acres. The state is only 96 lakh acres. 32% is forest. 30% is ecologically fragile properties. We are God's own country, so we have the coast, we have the river. 590 kilometers is the coastline, CRZ. 44 rivers, average length 64 kilometers. 2,810 kilometers is CRZ on either side. We have the backwaters, 1,950 kilometers, again CRZ. 1,75,000 kilometers of road network. Then you have 1,050 kilometers of railway network. Then you have developed cities. In fact, Kerala is overall developed, if you see. From 96 lakh acres, if you start discounting all this, today Kerala has almost less than 12 lakh acres for development. which means land is a very big issue here. This is where the government is trying to find a solution. Now, we also suffer we are victim of perception of our reputation, because there is a perception that nothing happens in Kerala, and there's a perception that the reputation is suffered because of that. That basically because Kerala has to do a lot of PR exercise to bring it back, which they have been doing. But here, over the period of time, maybe it's a blessing in disguise, we don't have polluting industries here. Because of the various situations, maybe because of there's a feeling that there's a union militancy and all that, but that is no more there. And also regarding the ease of doing business, which the Kerala government has now stepped in, and we have done well, and today we have come up from 20th rank to the 15th rank. But here, the challenge here is that to bring people, we have to bring only industries which can perform well in Kerala, which requires talent and resources. And here the talent comes, we have ample talent in Kerala. So the industries which can do well in Kerala is basically tourism, healthcare, you have education, you have knowledge, IT, and other related industries. Now these industries have started slowly coming in big way. So in Trivandrum, for example, we have been able to sell Trivandrum because this being a capital city of the state, and we have brought in all the southern districts together like Koilon, Pathanamthitta. We have been able to bring and sell this place that so much so that we have multinational investments coming in and major brands coming and investing. And the best example is the Adanis, which has come in a large way to invest in the port and also in the airport. Now the airport is also now on the verge of takeoff because new master plans have come, new things are happening, new flights are coming, new connectivity is coming, everything is coming. So this is one area. The other area which is coming is we have brands like Lulu coming in with a big mall and also like a hotel like Hyatt. So all this adds to that confidence that investors can daringly come and invest in Kerala. There's nothing there's to be fearful. And like the minister said, the MSME, the response to the MSME thing was fantastic. They had a target of only 1 lakh. They crossed that target and exceeded the target in big numbers.
Okay, so are you trying to say that the ease of doing business has really improved? Is that, I mean, when an entrepreneur approaches the government, for setting up an investment and for an enterprise, what is the experience? Has it improved from the past?
Pardon?
The experience has improved from the past?
They have improved very fast because there are a lot of services available online now. What is left now is only the one in the final stage is K-Smart, where all the construction permits will be coming on online. See, that permits are expected to be given in 30 days. And in case you don't get the permit in 30 days, it will be considered as deemed permit and you'll get it sanctioned by the system itself, which means there's no human intervention at all.
Okay, great. I want to come to you, Minister, with another point that is generally being discussed. At a time when the center has gone in for divestment in certain loss-making, or rather not only loss-making, but rather it's a stated policy to get out of, governance of these kind of enterprises, or ownership of these enterprises rather. Kerala state has been trying to revive some of these units, for instance, the Kerala paper products and the FACT, etc., can you just give us an idea of, how the turnaround has happened, very briefly, so that maybe it could be a model for other states?
Before that, I would like to add some points with regard to the ease of doing business. Actually, we have taken several legislative steps to streamlining the licensing process, simplifying the procedures, and speedy readdressal mechanism. Anybody can start an industry in the state of Kerala without any licenses for 3 years if the investment is up to 500 million Indian rupees. And if the investment is above 500 million Indian rupees, then all licenses, that is composite license, should be given within 7 days after submitting the application with all relevant documents. And recently our Legislative Assembly had adopted a new act, that is a constitution of a statutory grievance address mechanism. If you have a grievances with regard to starting an industry or running an industry, you can approach district level and state level statutory grievance address committee. This is a committee, the composition consists of the head of all departments, Actually, I am the industry minister, but I have no authority to give any license to any industry in the state of Kerala. It is with LST, fire and health, factories and boilers, not under my control. But this committee has the right to take any decision with regard to address these grievances. It should be bind to all officials irrespective of the departments which they belongs to. They should take the decision within 30 days after receiving the complaint, and the officer should implement this decision within 15 days. The failure in implementing this decision in the stipulated time, this authority has a right to penalize the officer up to 10,000 of rupees and also to recommend department disciplinary action. These steps we have taken, and we have also adopted K-shift, which Mr. Ravindra has mentioned. And in addition to that, we have a K-SIS, that is Kerala Centralized Inspection System. The software has decided which enterprises to be inspected and who is to be delegated, delegated to inspect that enterprises. And the report of the inspection should be uploaded to the website, available in the public domain within 48 hours after the inspection. These are some steps we have taken to streamlining the licensing process. And you have mentioned about the de-investment policy of the union government. I am using the union government. In the constitution, there is no mentioning of central government, only union government. Their policy is to disinvestment. They have decided to disinvestment HNL and one other company, Hindustan Paper Corporation in Assam, at the same time. 105 employees died in Assam paper mill after the closure. Kerala government had expressed its willingness to take over this central PSU, but union government had not agreed for that. Then we had participated in the bidding process and we got it. We had established a new company, KPPL, and now 23 newspapers in the country are utilizing the newsprint produced by state-owned KPPL. That is a great history for regenerating these public sector industries.
Great. Mr. Rajesh Jha, if you could just give us an idea, because not many people who look at Kerala from outside, would have, they would have certain concerns about labor unrest, and especially when you're doing a large project like this, the issue of, the locals, which, the protest from the locals which you have experienced. Could you let us know, how you tackled some of those issues? Because, that could become a lesson for a lot of entrepreneurs who are looking at, states like Kerala.
Yeah, these issues, protests are there everywhere, whole of country. Nothing unique to Kerala, but yes, this is also there in Kerala. In fact, recently we were impacted by one agitation by some motivated groups. How do we tackle that? I think it is a teamwork between Kerala government, us, the administration, and the high point of this is Honorable Chief Minister making a statement on the floor of the House that if you're talking about any other demand, yes, we are willing to discuss and we are willing to do it. But if you're talking about the stoppage of construction, we can't discuss. That is the kind of support once you get, then practically as a team you can solve any problem.
Could you also tell us about the progress of the project and when you can actually see it into business, the port? The progress of the port as far as the construction activities, etc.?
The crane which is supposed to come by September end, and the first phase, which is 800 meters length of berth and practically 3,000 meters of breakwater, that should be ready by May 2024. So the first step, where the equipment is coming by September end, actually we would love to bring it during Onam, but it has to depend on the weather condition, because you have to understand that each equipment, each crane is 100 meters height, 75-meter boom length, and 1600 tons in weight. So it is very sensitive to the weather condition. So we have to, God permitting, yes, we would like to do it during Onam.
And what is the kind of capacity as far as how many containers you can handle, if you can just give an idea of the size of the project?
So first phase, the capacity is 1 million TEU, which is expandable to 1.6 million TEU. The final phase, as I said, that from 800 meter of jetty, it will go to 2,000 meters, and the breakwater will go from 3,000 meters to 4,000 meters, and the final capacity will be something like 3 million TEU to 4 million TEU, depending on the type of vessel, type of container, the type of handling capacity, our efficiency, and we think that we should be able to handle 4 million TEU in the final phase.
Wonderful. Mr. Raghuchandran, backstage you were talking to me about decentralizing this model. Like you talk about development of Trivandrum. I mean, as far as the city is concerned, you have a particular group which sort of presses on key issues. Having that model, various other. Can you just talk about that decentralized model you have proposed?
See, under the Chamber of Commerce, we thought that just assisting the traders and our community, we should go beyond that. So we felt that we must have, in fact, the capital city or the state capital, we don't have godfathers to take us forward. It is only an initiative of all the public. So we got all the public. So what we decided, we brought all the people, the associations, under a body called Awake Trivandrum. Under Awake Trivandrum, we have about more than 100 people working with us, the retired people, youngsters. So we started listing, because that was the COVID time. So we started finding out what are the projects coming up in Trivandrum. And we listed out 125 projects. And while listing it out, we were finding out the government funding, the state funding, PPP and all that. And while we came up with the figures, it was mind-boggling. We have about 32,000 crores of work happening in Trivandrum, of which 22,000 crores of work is happening in Dr. Shashi Tharoor's constituency. 9,000 crores is happening in Adur Prakash's constituency. And out of all this, the constituency-wise, if you look at it, 9,400 crores of work is happening in Kovalam constituency, where the port is coming. And the next growth center in Trivandrum will be the Karakutam constituency with 4,800 crores. Trivandrum constituency with about 2,400 crores. The Nemang constituency 1,900, Narvangar constituency 1,900. So we have listed out and we keep track. So our job was, we have told our guys that our job is not to expose corruption and our job is not to find fault with the officials. So we just go across and untie the red tapeism in the system. So we go to each office, meet the concerned officer, make him understand and untie that thing and get it moved, so that our local MLAs, 14 MLAs are in the picture, our MPs are in the picture, the ministers are in the picture. We have 3 ministers from Trivandrum, which is in the cabinet. So through them, we have been working, and the system is working very well, and we've been able to entice more and more people to come and invest in Trivandrum. We held the Trivandrum Airline Summit, be calling all the CEOs of the airlines in the country and abroad, and brought them here and said, why you should connect Trivandrum. Which from 34 flights which we had earlier, now the flights have gone up to 84 flights per day. We are planning to touch 100 in the next 2 months. So like that, we were bringing in connectivity, because connectivity is important, because job is important. At the same time, being in the construction sector, I need to tell you that the migrant laborers, or we call them guest laborers in Kerala, we have about 35, almost about 25 lakh of them working. But the strange part is that we got unemployment of 22 lakhs. But the migrant labor sends out remittances from here to their native place to the tune of 35,000 crores. So we are trying to tell our people, why don't you take up the job so that this money gets rotated here? So in the process, we also say that Kerala cannot be depending on only the old way of revenue.
Right.
So blue economy should be the one revenue which I think Kerala government should look at it. And being a consumer state, we should be looking at circular economy. So that we are being a consumer state, we should rotate our stuff and get the economy back. So that's another economy model which Kerala should look at it.
Okay, great. Finally, coming to you back, Mr. Rajiv. There was a time when a lot of youth used to leave Kerala for better jobs. They could go to other cities, to the Gulf, that is well known. Now we have an influx actually back from the Gulf, a return from the Gulf. But the migration to the cities continue because of the lack of jobs in the state. You have completed 2 years in office last week and 3 more years to go. What are the kind of programs that you are looking at to specifically help the youth of the state to get more employment?
It's a very relevant question, Arun. Actually, we are trying to attract more youth to start investment here, enterprises here. And also we are trying to strengthen an ecosystem. Recently, Kerala has established the first graphene incubation center of the country. That is, and in addition to that, one Kerala company is produced graphene, and also it is available in the market, the trade name Grapheno, first time in the country. And recently we have established a genome data center that would be helpful for life science industries. We have very good medical devices companies in state of Kerala. The largest blood bag manufacturer after Japan company, that is one Kerala company, it is in Thiruvananthapuram, and the largest artificial teeth manufacturing company, that is from state of Kerala. And more than 1.5 crores of the Indians had utilized one consumable developed and produced by a Kerala company for D-dimer test during the pandemic. That is one multinational company from the state of Kerala. Now we have established a Center of Excellence on Synthetic Biology at Cochin University of Science and Technology. We have established the first digital university of the country at Thiruvananthapuram. Recently, Honorable Prime Minister has laid down the stone for the first digital science park of the country at Thiruvananthapuram. We have established 3 more science parks related to the state universities in collaboration with the foreign universities. And one innovative steps, we have decided to start campus industrial park. Recently, we have adopted a policy, private industrial park.
This is with private participation?
Yes, private industrial park, anybody can, individual or trust or a company can start a private industrial park. We will give all facilities, same as the government industrial park. We are ready to give 3 crores of rupees for infrastructure development. And the same pattern we are adopting for campus industrial park. Higher education institutions can start industrial parks. One condition is to give priority for the industrial production of the outcome of the research of the higher education institutions. In addition to that, they can allow other industries. If the student is working in an industry which is related to the syllabi of his course, he should get one credit from the institution, also additional wages from this company. These are some steps we are taking to attract more students to stay back in the state of Kerala.
Okay, wonderful. In fact, in the audience today, we have quite a few startups, young budding entrepreneurs. We could see a lot of them meet Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan, who was here, and take his advice on a lot of things. So it's heartwarming to see those kind of activities happening also on the other side. Thank you so much. We have run out of time. All the 3 gentlemen, the Minister, Mr. Jha, and Mr. Raghunathan, for this wonderful session. And over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. An insightful session on industry and the commerce of Kerala and the future of Kerala. A round of applause for the speakers, please. Let me now call upon Mr. Sunil P. Nayak of Sham Steel to hand over a token of appreciation to our guests. Thank you so much, sir. Up next, we have a new Congress after the Bharat Jodo Yatra. I'd invite now the session moderator, Mr. Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today, onto the stage. And the speaker is Mr. K.C. Venugopal, member of Rajya Sabha, General Secretary in charge organization, Indian National Congress, and he has a big smile after winning the Karnataka state.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Do settle down. Welcome once again to the India Today South Conclave 2023 here in Kovalam. India Today brings out a power list every year. Now, if you had a Congress power list, you would probably have the Gandhi family, you would have Mallikarjun Kharge as the Congress president, and you would almost certainly have Mr. K.C. Venugopal. Because Mr. K.C. Venugopal, according to most people who observe the Congress, there is no decision in the Congress taken without some element of K.C., as he is known, some role that he has in any decision that the Congress takes. He is looking at me very suspiciously as I call him part of this power list. But am I right, Mr. K.C. Venugopal, that you are today seen in many ways for Rahul Gandhi what Ahmed Patel was for Sonia Gandhi? You are the new Ahmed Patel of the Congress party.
Arey, this is the South Enclave you are meaning.
Sir, I am asking you, you are now a national leader. You are not confined to Kerala. I know you are in your home state, that's why you are smiling.
Whatever good words you are talking about me, okay, it is a pleasantry for me. But the real fact is, entire decision of the Congress party is taken by the Congress president. My role is to communicate that decision taken by the Congress president. Of course, whenever Congress president is asking feedback from me, I used to give feedback. This is the only thing, nothing else. All the decisions in Congress party, which in my signature is coming out, is Congress president decision.
Congress president meaning Mallikarjun Kharge, or de facto some believe the Congress president, i.e. Rahul Gandhi?
This is what we are not expecting from India Today, this type of questions. Nowadays we are expecting some channels this type of questions because of they are having only one agenda to hone Rahul Gandhi. Here you have to understand, you know Madam Sonia Gandhi also. When Congress president had been elected as the president of Congress, she is the first person to reach his house. Congress president want to go to her, but she told, no, I am coming to your house to compliment you. But media never say like that. I am not telling about the entire media, the so-called media. This decision, whichever taking in the name of Congress president, is the decision by the Congress president.
Okay, that's an important clarification you made. Any decision taken by the Congress president is taken by the Congress president. Is that one of the big changes?
No.
You know, since Mr. Kharge took over, we saw it even in the Karnataka crisis, or whatever, the leadership battle, everyone was coming to Khargeji's house. It was Mr. Kharge's house where all the decisions were taken. You were also seen there with him. Are we to suggest that, in a way, the power has shifted in the Congress from 10 Janpath, from Tughlaq Road to now Rajaji Marg to the residence of Mr. Kharge?
Congress president is Congress president in the party. power is vested in the Congress. You know that whenever Madam Gandhi was the Congress president, and also Rahul Gandhi was the Congress president, there is a procedure, there is a process of taking decisions. They never take decision in their own capacity. They used to consult with the senior leaders. They used to consult with all other stalwarts in the Congress party. Then they will take a final decision. Of course, now Kargeji, our Congress president also, whenever he is taking major decisions, he used to consult Sonia Gandhi. What is wrong in it? He used to consult Rahul Gandhi. He used to consult other senior leaders of the Congress party. Then only, this is not a dictatorship party like Modi.
So in a way, what you're telling me is that the Congress leadership today is such that it is consultative.
Yes.
And Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, their role is only to provide inputs. The final decision is taken by the Congress president. Am I correct?
Of course. Exactly. Exactly.
Okay. I will take your word for it. But let's talk, sir, about, I see in you an extra energy after Karnataka. Is this that the Congress believes now that we have won Karnataka, India next? 2024 is only 10 months away. What has Karnataka done to the Congress party? Has it revived? Has it sort of brought back the morale to a party which appeared demoralized?
Certainly. There is a perception created in this country that BJP party is invincible. Because Congress cannot win any election. This is what the perception created. We won Himachal, where the BJP national president is coming. Now we won Karnataka. Actually, Rajiv, you were, I know that. You were there in Karnataka, I think 10, 15 days. You were traveling length and breadth of the entire Karnataka. Is there a level playing field for the opposition parties in Karnataka in this election? Last 10 days, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was there in Karnataka for campaigning. What about the television space for Congress party in those days? Entire Modi's roadshow, entire Modi's public meeting, entire television is showing only that. Where is the level playing field? Whenever we want to fly to some place, to some other places, there is no airspace, and their space is booked for Prime Minister. Okay, it is up to him to travel, to have a campaign on 9 days in Karnataka. It is up to him. But we need to have a level playing field for the opposition also. Why we are putting code of conduct? Why we are putting guidelines for the elections?
You're telling me that you won Karnataka despite the fact that you claim there was no level playing field.
Coming to that point, not only despite that fact, how many Congress candidates had been raided during the election? 67.
How many?
67 Congress candidates had been raided during the period of election. How many BJP candidates raided? 0. Entire Enforcement Directorate, CBI, income tax. Our PCC president had been summoned 2 times, TK Shivakumar, during the election period. CBI, Enforcement Directorate, Income Tax Department, and even I am saying Election Commission also. Whenever we are putting a complaint to the Election Commission, nothing will happen. When BJP putting a complaint to the Election Commission, sudden action.
No, you are making a very serious allegation. You are claiming that the Election Commission of the country is no longer a neutral umpire.
No, in Karnataka, our experiment is that whenever this Narendra Modi statement, Prime Minister statement, Congress is supporting extremist. Do you hear that statement? Congress is supporting extremists. We given a complaint to the Election Commission of India. What was the reply? Whenever Priyanka Karge given a statement there, he got a notice within 24 hours.
When he criticized the Prime Minister.
Therefore, we fought not only with BJP, we fought against these agencies. We fought against these things. Therefore, we are expecting neutrality from the Election Commission. I am not criticizing them because of Government of India putting maximum pressure on Election Commission. They are trying to put pressure on judiciary also nowadays. This is the situation in this country. In this situation, winning Karnataka with 138 seats is big boost for Congress party. It's a big boost for democratic forces of this country.
You know, but sir, you will also admit that Karnataka is not India. You have more challenges coming up. You have Telangana, you have Madhya Pradesh, you have Rajasthan, you have Chhattisgarh in the winter, and then you have the general election. You also have an election in Mizoram, before I forget, in November, December. I want to understand from you, Mr. Venugopal, do you agree that particularly in the North Indian states, the Congress will find it much tougher than you found in Karnataka? Karnataka, you have a solid organization, and in Siddaramaiah and Shiv Kumar, you had two leaders who worked together, at least during the election, and a strong face in Siddaramaiah, organizational man in Shiv Kumar. Will you find that in North India? Would you agree that the Modi factor, particularly in North India, will be tough to combat, sir?
No. Fair enough to say that we need to travel a lot to reach that 2024 victory. We also know about that. Congress alone cannot do it. We need support from entire like-minded political parties. But don't think that BJP cannot be defeated in North India. Himachal is one of the biggest battles for BJP. You can take it from me, you write it now. Madhya Pradesh also we are going to win hands down this time.
I am writing it down.
You can write it down.
Madhya Pradesh, you are winning hands down.
The laboratory of the BJP. Advani told Madhya Pradesh about the laboratory of the RSS.
No, you are becoming like Amit Shah. Amit Shah also says, write it down.
No. I am not like that. We are very confident. We are getting inputs.
Okay.
Why
so you are winning Madhya Pradesh.
Why this change? This change happened because of so many reasons. One of the key trigger in this point is Bharat Jodo Yatra. Bharat Jodo Yatra. From our Karnataka experience also, I can say that we traveled 521 kilometers in Karnataka. Rahul Gandhi took that yatra in 521 kilometers. In 21 assembly constituencies, 7 districts from Chamarajnagar to Raipur.
Yes.
Raichur. Out of the 21 seats, Congress won 16. One independent independent also won. BJP got 0.
No, 1 minute. Are you saying, Mr. Venugopal, that you are going to give credit for the Karnataka victory now to Bharat Jodo Yatra and Rahul Gandhi and not to Siddaramaiah and Shiv Kumar, who are working night and day on the ground in Karnataka? No, this is the problem with the...
Yeah. Yes. Siddaramaiah, Shiv Kumar, Mallikarjuna Kharge.
Yes.
The man from Karnataka.
Yes.
Of course, our entire cadre been electrified. You can see the video of Raichur, Bharat Jodo Yatra, Raichur.
Yes, I saw it.
You saw it?
Yes.
Bellary roadshow. Bellary, this time we swept all the seats we won. This is not only, the credit is not going to Bharat Jodo Yatra. My point is, our cadre had been electrified during the Bharat Jodo Yatra. That given a big boost for Congress in Karnataka.
Fair enough.
I am coming to that point. Madhya Pradesh also, whenever we started Bharat Jodo Yatra, everybody told us, Kerala, it will be a success. Beyond Kerala, it will not have any impact. But you see in Vijayan, you see in Indore, how was the response? Basically, I am telling the narrative we try to put in Karnataka election is poor versus rich.
That was the battle you are saying now. Poor versus rich.
That was the battle we are going to fight in 2024 also.
You are telling us that the battle the Congress is fighting is poor versus rich. Post-poll survey certainly shows 11% edge among the poor to the Congress in Karnataka. You are saying you will repeat that in Madhya Pradesh. What about Rajasthan? The one state you are actually an MP from Rajasthan, Rajya Sabha. I want to understand. All I see from Rajasthan is Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot fighting with each other. It's like a long-running political soap opera. When is it going to end?
Here also, Rajiv, little justice have to be shown to Congress party. You are every time you are talking about Sachin Gehlot. Why don't you talk about Vasundhara and this Shekhawat?
So you're in good form today.
No. I am telling very, very really, very real. The BJP inner fightings in Rajasthan is in a high pitch.
And yours? Your infighting?
Our infighting, ours, I already told earlier. Our party is a democratic party. Their party, it's a one man will decide, second man will support. Nobody can say anything about that. This is what BJP dynamics. Here we have a democratic party. Sachin and Bailot both are assets of the Congress party. They have differences. They will have differences in future also. Siddaramaiah and Divkesh Kumar having differences. When the election point is coming, everybody will together. We will win Rajasthan. You can see the programs of the Rajasthan government.
No, you're telling me Sachin Pilot will stay with the Congress and he and Gehlot will be there together to fight the election.
I am confident on that.
Will you give Sachin Pilot some assurance? He must be listening to you. He wants to know what is the roadmap. Does he have Mera number kab aayega? He's asking.
How can I say entire strategies of Rajasthan Congress Party share with you?
Sir, because
something you leave to us party to decide.
Sir, this is the India Today forum. This is the forum where we like you to tell things that you don't tell others. So but you're saying that Sachin Pilot will be with
No, I think Rajasthan is going to be a good state for Congress. We will fight together. Ashok Gehlot, Sachin, and all other leaders.
How will you accommodate Sachin Pilot? What will you do?
I told us, Sachin will be the part of entire Congress party in Rajasthan. What is the point? Everything will be settled out.
Okay, so Madhya Pradesh, you have said, write it down, you're winning big. Rajasthan, you're saying Sachin Pilot and Gehlot ji will work together. Chhattisgarh?
Chhattisgarh will win hands down.
Hands down again? Again, I'm writing it down. You're really becoming like Amit Shah ji today, sir.
No. Chhattisgarh, everybody is telling. They are also, BJP also telling Congress is going to win.
Okay, so Chhattisgarh also. Then we come to the state, not too far away from here. We are in the south. Telangana. What's going to happen there?
Telangana, basically 3 months before Telangana, there are difficulty for Congress. Now I am talking to you with the latest feedback from Telangana. Clearly the fight between Congress and TRS is very close now. I'm not telling we are winning today, but we will win Telangana also. Because earlier, 3 months before, our situation was not like that. BJP is trying to have a second position. Now BJP is far away from us. The fight is between TRS and Congress. Fight is very close.
What has changed suddenly?
That we know that last 3 months we are holding Padayatras. Our PCC president and CLP leader, they are in the fields. Huge turnout all over Telangana. Immediately after the Bharat Jodo Yatra, these 2 yatra had been conducted by 2 leaders, basically PCC president and CLP leaders, getting biggest attraction from the people of Telangana.
What, if you're winning, you're saying Madhya Pradesh, doing well in Rajasthan, winning Chhattisgarh, in the fight in Telangana, what about India 2024? Anyone I speak to, any seasoned political observer says Mr. Modi is the front runner. That in 2024, the fight is Modi versus who? How do you respond?
In 2024, the fight is between Vajpayee and with whom?
2004.
We won that election. India Shining campaign was very much. Indian opposition was divided. But 2004, when election came, finally Congress-led UPA government came into power. The situation in this country is not like 2019. The people are now understanding what the delivery point of Narendra Modi. The unemployment rate is high in this country. Price rise is there everywhere. Only one answer you are giving, religion or polarization. One time it may be worked out, but every time it is not going to work out.
But is leadership also an issue? Because the Prime Minister's campaign managers will try and make the election almost presidential style. As I said, Modi versus who? Is Rahul Gandhi the answer when you say rich versus poor? You mentioned Bharat Jodo Yatra. Is that really do you really believe Rahul Gandhi can be your face to take on Mr. Modi in 2024?
Rajiv, I told the country need a change in government now. I think you are a senior most journalist in this country. What is happening in this country nowadays? Where is the freedom of press? This type of governance, whether we are expecting clearly a dictatorship, in every way of administration, government is bulldozing their fanatic religious ideas. I told you already, entire opposition party is being targeted by agencies on political ground. This is a high time to decide to remove this government from the center. So therefore, I am coming to that point. Therefore, we are very, very open. We are very, very open. Our main objective is to defeat BJP, defeat Narendra Modi in 2024.
Who your leader is? I asked you a question.
That will be emerge immediately after the election result. Within no delay, that will emerge. Who is the leader?
What will Rahul Gandhi's role be?
Certainly, Rahul Gandhi is the main campaigner for the Congress party. Who Congress president himself told in Hyderabad during the Bharat Jodo Yatra, he will be leading the Congress party. But that doesn't mean that entire opposition having that same feeling. Therefore, we will sit together. We will sit together.
No, you're saying the entire opposition will sit together, like-minded parties. I want to understand, does that mean parties like Arvind Kejriwal's Aam Aadmi Party, TRS, which KCR says I am also opposed to the BJP, Naveen Patnaik, who clearly is softer towards the BJP, Jagan Mohan Reddy, who's softer towards the BJP. Will you call all of them or only the existing UPA parties?
No. There are ways. In some states, for example, in Kerala, we are sitting in Kerala. You never invited our Kerala leaders in this conclave. They complained me. They didn't get a chance to represent for Kerala Congress Party here.
I promise you they will be there next time. But go ahead.
Only invited ministers. Therefore,
you are good enough for all of them, sir.
Here we are fighting against CPM.
Yes.
Because main fight is between CPM and Congress in Kerala.
Yes.
We cannot even imagine have an electoral alliance with CPM in Kerala. Same way, we are fighting against TRS in Telangana. This was happened in 2004 also. This was happened in 2009 also. Therefore, there will be a pre-poll alliance and post-poll alliances. This is the way to settle all these things.
Pre-poll, you're making again an important news point. Pre-poll alliances with like-minded parties, post-poll alliances much more strategic, like in Kerala, possibly with the left, because...
No, I'm not telling likely Kerala. That the situation will tell you.
No, I'll tell you why, sir. Earlier today...
Don't make it as Kerala, we are going to be a post-poll alliance. I'm clearly telling it is very difficult for us to have an alliance with CPM.
Yeah, I'll tell you why. Because earlier today, John Brittas, the Rajya Sabha MP of the left, was here. He said Congress should be rational. They should fight 150, 160 seats seriously and do very well in them. In some states like Kerala, they should allow us to lead the fight. Are you willing to allow Kerala the fight to be led by the left?
Kerala, our party is very strong. Last time, how much is our tally in parliament? 19 out of 20.
19 out of 20.
Therefore, how can anybody tell that Kerala you leave?
No, but he's saying fight. What he's saying is fight 160 to 200 seats, whether Kerala or outside. Focus on limited number of seats.
No, our focus will be everywhere. Basically, main focus will be against BJP. That they don't worry. They have to worry about West Bengal or Kerala. They can contribute it.
What about Aam Aadmi Party?
Aam Aadmi Party?
Can you have a tie-up with them?
Because I told you broadly our stand is very clear. Our principal enemy is BJP. We are very much sincerely concerning about to defeat BJP in 2024.
Kejriwal also says the same thing.
But he has to show it.
Are you willing for a tie-up? Let's say he says, I will give you 4 seats in Delhi. I will give you 3 seats in Delhi. You contest, I will contest 4. I will give you 3. Are you ready?
Oh, that things will be, this type of things, alliance
You're
discussion
open.
will be.
You're open
No, they will, we are not open. That things will be, we need a deliberation with our state units. Because this is the Democratic Party, I told you earlier. Without asking Delhi PCC, without asking Punjab PCC, how can we go with the Aam Aadmi Party? Certainly we are fighting each other. Punjab, who is fighting with Aam Aadmi Party? Congress. Therefore, we need to have a understanding with our state units.
You know, you mentioned Kerala. We are in Thiruvananthapuram. There's a huge question mark whether Shashi Tharoor will contest Thiruvananthapuram again. Is he still an important member of your party, or are you all angry with Shashi Tharoor for taking on Mallikarjun Kharge? Honest answer.
He is one of the biggest assets of Indian National Congress.
Biggest assets?
Biggest asset of Indian National Congress. Shashi Tharoor is...
There is no fight between...
Nothing is there. Shashi Tharoor contested in parliament by presidential election. Nothing wrong in it. We only told for... Congress party only installed for an election, democratic election. He contested.
Sir, one political observer in Kerala was telling me, why doesn't Congress project Shashi Tharoor for the next state election? They will win Kerala. They need to have a new face for Kerala, but the old guard in the Congress doesn't want Shashi Tharoor to be projected. Is that true?
The entire India Today conclave is to trouble Kerala Congress? Is it? Is this group? You are not giving any space to that leaders to speak. Then you are asking me this question. Shashi Tharoor, Sudhakaran, Sadishan, Mr. Chennithala, all are biggest assets of Congress party in Kerala. All are deserving personalities for any position in Kerala. But finally, party will take a decision unitedly, and High Command will also have some stand.
You know, the reason, of course, is when we raise this question, because over the years we have found that the Congress often, sir, with due regard, is its worst enemy. That you are a party that knows how to score self-goals to snatch victory, defeat out of victory. This is the perception, that even when things are going well, congressmen fight with each other, and as a result, the party loses out. Are we going to see, particularly with a new president like Mr. Kharge, a very senior man, all of this coming together? Mrs. Gandhi was able to hold it together when she was Congress president, but there's a sense that without her there, will the new leadership be able to bring all these factions across India to fight collectively?
Mallikarjuna Kharge ji, how many times he won the election, Rajdeep ji?
11 times.
11 times. Is it a silly thing? 11 times winning an election. He was one of the topmost parliamentarian in this country, as a leader of opposition, as a leader in the Lok Sabha, as a leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha also, state and center. His capability as an organizer, he was the PCC president of this Karnataka also, one of the best PCC president of Karnataka, Mallikarjuna Kharge.
But you never made him chief minister. No, he's the best
but now he is the Congress president deciding the chief ministers. He decided the Karnataka chief minister.
He decided?
He decided the Karnataka chief minister.
Final decision on Siddaramaiah was taken by Mallikarjun Kharge.
Therefore, you have to understand his path also. The way in which came from Gulbarga, how much sacrifices he has done, how much challenges he had overcome. Therefore, he is the most seasoned politician in India. He can.
No, in fact, there is a buzz, sir. Now, there's a buzz also in the Congress. Why don't you project Mallikarjun Kharge? Because one of the things we saw in Karnataka, large Dalit voters moved from BJP to Congress this time. And there is a view that if you project Mr. Kharge across India, the Dalits, the tribals, the weaker section, the poor will return to the Congress. Why don't you project Mr. Kharge?
Therefore, that's I'm telling. Whomever want to project everything, Mallikarjuna Kharge himself will decide. Don't worry about that. Congress president will decide all these things.
You see, the reason again for these questions is because generally there's a feeling that Congress party is umbilically tied to the Gandhi family. that you cannot, if you have a Kharge...
Now, can I ask a question, Rajdeep? You are every time selling Gandhi family, Gandhi family. After Rajiv Gandhi, which Gandhi family member hold position in Indian government?
In government?
Huh? Tell me.
But Sonia Gandhi was the longest serving Congress president.
No, that is different. After Rajiv Gandhi, which Gandhi family member hold the position in the government? You are telling Gandhi family, Gandhi family. Whether Rahul Gandhi become the prime minister, whether Rahul Gandhi become the home minister of this country, any chief minister.
Because the BJP keeps saying Congress is a dynastical party. They say the Congress is a party that cannot look beyond the family.
BJP is saying you people are only airing that opinion. You will never give a dissent voice. Whomever is telling dissent, they are anti-nationalists nowadays in this country.
Sir, I am called anti-national every day. Yeah. So I am used to it. I am looking now. They told me go to Pakistan. I am not getting a visa from Pakistan. But sir, more seriously, is this therefore a sign? What we sense is that Rahul Gandhi wants to change some of this. He wants to, as you say, actually try and democratize the Congress, get the party at the state level to take more decisions. Is that one of the changes that we are seeing, since our topic is Congress after the Bharat Jodo Yatra, that now you are more decentralized, decision making is not all only in Delhi with the High Command.
It was there earlier times also. Who introduced democratic election in Youth Congress and NSY? Only Rahul Gandhi. Lot many people from our PCC people, state leaders are telling, scrap this election. But he took a strong stand, do it. Well, maybe some shortcoming is there during the election period. But need to have a democratic selection in Youth Congress and NSY body decided by Rahul Gandhi only. He was for sharing powers. Decision-making body also, he need more people in the states also.
You need a Congress working committee. Where is your Congress working committee? You had said in your Udaipur summit that you will have a Congress working committee in place. We still don't have a Congress working committee in place. You said there will be one man, one post. Mr. Kharge is still your leader in the Rajya Sabha and he is your Congress president. You see, you have to start walking the talk, sir. Then we will trust that the Congress is actually changing. Why have you not got a working committee? What happened to one man, one post?
I think you will have a trust factor immediately. Because Congress working committee formation is not an easy thing. Because of so many equations we have to maintain. So many...
Have an election, sir.
No, we had already decided to have a 50% below 50 years age. 50% of the CWC members, OBC, SC, ST, minority. The Congress president is on the job. He is on the process.
There will be a working committee soon.
He is consulting the leaders. He is on the process of doing Congress working committee.
There will be one soon?
Give him few weeks. He will do it immediately. Don't worry.
I'm not worried. It's your party. You all have to be worried. I only observe what I see. But, you know, today Rahul Gandhi, very interestingly, in the US, has said a statement which the BJP has picked up and they are trending it. Rahul Gandhi was asked a question, sir, in Washington. Is the Muslim League a secular? How do you see the Muslim League as a secular party or not? He said Muslim League is secular. BJP is saying, look at Rahul Gandhi, he's calling the Muslim League secular. What is your response since you are an ally of the Muslim League, Indian Union Muslim League, not Pakistan, Indian Union Muslim League in India?
Whenever Muslim League is hosting their flag in Kerala,
yes,
BJP will tell that, oh, Pakistan flag is hosting. Muslim League flag is that. This is not a Pakistan Muslim League, which Rahul Gandhi referred. Rahul Gandhi referred about Indian Union Muslim League. I live in Kerala. Here so many Kerala politicians are there. They are no. I can narrate your instance. Muslim League is the secular party.
Give me a proof of that.
Certainly. I don't know. You know Angadipuram Tali temple.
Yes.
One of the famous temple in Malappuram.
Yes.
Fire have been happened in that temple in 2007.
Fire.
The first person reached that temple is Panakkad Sayyid Muhammad Al Shihab Tangal. Not only that, he took the initiative of renovating that temple. He renovated temple with Samudri Raja. Panakkad Tangal renovated temple with Samudri Raja. The same day when this Babri Masjid incident was happened, demolition happened. The first person came outside and called for a peace is Panakkad Said Muhammad Ali Shihab Thangal, President of Indian Union Muslim League. How can you call that party an anti-secular party?
So this is Kerala's vision of secularism, where Hindus and Muslims, you say...
Yes, sir. Here Kerala, in most Hindus, marriage is happening. In my old constituency, Kayangulam, it has happened. In temple, Muslim girls' marriage will happen. Here people are living together. Don't pour venom on that. This advice to BJP, we people used to do.
You're telling the BJP, tell the real Kerala story, don't tell the Kerala story as they show in the film.
Now they are coming here, Kerala also. Big friends of Christians.
Yes.
Nowadays, the entire BJP is telling entire Christians, what is happening in Manipur? What happened in Karnataka? Last 20 days, how many churches burned in Manipur?
222.
222
we just
churches.
got the figure. Several temples have also been attacked, but 222 churches.
Now, my point is that whether any representative of the government, when I am agreeing that Union Home Minister went 2 days before. This had happened 23 days before. They are busy in Karnataka election roadshow when Manipur is burning. When you are telling about the communities, you should have a policy to attract them. What is the BJP policy? What is the RSS ideology? Whether it is suit for Christians? Basic answer they have to give to the people. Otherwise, electoral benefit ke liye, you are going there, you are coming there. Is it the matter?
So you don't think that the BJP can make any dent in your home state of Kerala? Not possible.
Zero. You can count it 2024 also, they will be zero in Kerala. Certainly.
Sure.
Sure.
I must say this confidence, I don't know where this is what an election victory does.
No.
I mean, one election victory, Kerala of course is a different case, but I'm sensing in you, we use the word body language often, there seems to be a spring in your step, Mr. Venugopal, that suggests that the opposition is back in the game.
Little bit correction from our parties also we are doing. The way of electioneering. Whenever election happened, we used to go for election stage just 2 months before. Now we changed that entire pattern. Karnataka we started 1.5 years before. Telangana we already started, Madhya Pradesh we already started, Chhattisgarh is also going on. Therefore, our election preparation is also, we are changing.
Right down to the booth, right down to the booth level?
Right down the booth level. We are taking feedback from the common people, from the party workers. According to their feedback, we are making our assessment.
Because the BJP has right down at the bottom level Panna Pramukhs, 1 page of an electoral roll. From there they go upwards. They have election strategists, they have pollsters. Mr. Modi and Amit Shah work very hard on micromanaging an election. Do you have anyone to match them for election management?
We are several people to match them in election management. Now we are very much for that. Our election system is totally changed. Coming days, we will concentrate on parliament election seats and these 5 state assembly elections.
You'll announce candidates well in advance this time.
That's what we done it in Karnataka. That is what we done it in Karnataka. That we are going to do it in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh and Telangana also.
I'm also told that Rahul Gandhi will be embarking on another yatra, this time from either west to east or east to west, either Porbandar to Arunachal Pradesh or Arunachal Pradesh to Porbandar. Is that true?
Discussion is going on, not finalized so far. Some discussion is going on.
No, but is it likely that before the next general elections, Rahul Gandhi will embark on another yatra?
We have a plan, not finalized so far.
No, but is the yatra now the model that you have? That you want to... Because one of the criticisms of the Congress was it had become a drawing room party. That you all sit in Delhi in drawing rooms and you all decide everything, you need to go to the people. Have you all again decided, realize you need to rebuild your connect?
Certainly, I'm totally agreeing with you. You need to connect the grassroots level people and common people of this country. We will do that only.
So you're talking of a complete rebooting of the Congress party in a way, accepting that over these years the Congress party has lost out because you had lost that mass connect. That also means you have to create mass, or you have to encourage mass leaders.
Certainly.
Are we going to see mass leaders identified in every state? Because North India, sir, particularly in Uttar Pradesh, in Bihar, the Congress has virtually disappeared. Are you really going to see a revival in the next 12 months of the Congress in states like UP, states like Bihar?
Everything cannot be done through an overnight. It will come out. Certainly, I am hopeful, party is hopeful, that coming days is for a revival of Congress.
What role will Priyanka Gandhi Vadra play? There is some talk that she will be the one who may contest from Wayanad. Rahul Gandhi has been disqualified as an MP. If elections are announced in Wayanad tomorrow, will Priyanka Gandhi Vadra be your candidate? That's the buzz again.
We are not bothering about the by-election in Wayanad.
Bothered.
We are bothering about the process which they have done to disqualify Rahul Gandhi, which Indian media is not at all discussing. Unfortunately.
No,
we are worried about the process of disqualification from the parliament. Why disqualified? Why disqualified? What was the reason? That you see the sequences of the judicial process in Surat court happened. The case was stayed by the petitioner itself in Ahmedabad court. When it was revoked again, after he raised the question against Adani in the parliament, we had the records, we had the details. That day, Narendra Modi decided, when he raised the question on Adani on parliament, that day, Narendra Modi decided, this man is not needed in the parliament.
No, but Narendra Modi cannot influence the court in Surat.
I am not telling influenced, but people are all watching all these things.
No, you have to be very clear. You said Narendra Modi ji decided the day Rahul Gandhi raised Adani's name in parliament, Rahul Gandhi has to be disqualified.
Because I am telling this. There is a reason in that. I told you, this case was happened in 2019 parliament election.
Yes.
Understood. Kolar. When Rahul Gandhi was in Kolar, I was also with them at that point of time. I was in charge of Karnataka that point of time. He spoke these things. Gujarat, one MLA has given a complaint to the Surat court. After 2 years, after 1 year, the petitioner went to Ahmedabad High Court to stay the proceedings of this entire case. Court stayed. When it is reopened in 2023, I am not remembering the exact date, February. This was happened immediately after the speech in parliament. That man is a BJP man. The petitioner is a BJP MLA.
Yes, he is. Are you saying the judge is also a BJP man?
No, you don't put your words in my mouth. But I am telling this is the BJP MLA. My point is that he himself, the petitioner himself, went to the High Court for staying this case. Suddenly he withdrawn after the parliament episode, when Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of Adani. Therefore, Narendra Modi decided, those who are questioning against him on corruption, that people need not be in parliament. This is a bigger issue than Wayanad by-election for us. Wayanad, whenever by-election won't happen, I am challenging Mr. Rajeevji with humbly. We will win with a margin of lakhs of votes. There is no problem of winning Wayanad for Congress party or UDF.
You know, you're sounding so confident. The reason we sound skeptical, because in 2014 and 19, in direct fights in Lok Sabha between Congress and BJP, BJP won most of those seats. And many believe the Congress is the Kamzor Kadi in this alliance, that you're the weakling. You seem to suggest that all that has changed. Karnataka is evidence and it will spread across the country.
No, our thinking that the country's mood is changing.
Mood is changing.
This is what we are also getting inputs. I told you, we are also getting inputs, professionally getting inputs from various states. The country's mood is changing. I'm again telling Congress can alone not having the capacity to beat BJP now. Entire opposition has to be together.
So how many seats are you giving Congress in the Lok Sabha of 2024? Because last time you were down to your lowest number, 52. How much are you saying?
Kerala, Rajeevji, so many astrologers are there, but I am not one of the astrologer family.
Now you are an astrologer for Madhya Pradesh. You are saying you are winning hands down.
That is very nearby.
No, but we are coming towards the end of what has been an eye-opener, because this is the first time you've come in a way on a stage like this and you know, being so candid about the state of your party, both the pluses and the minuses. In the last few years, you moved from Kerala politics, 5-time MLA and MP.
Yeah. 3-time MLA and 2-time MP.
So 5 wins.
And 6-time Rajya Sabha MP.
6 Rajya Sabha. You moved to Delhi. What is the biggest challenge that you found? I find now that you are also starting to speak in Hindi. Questions are asked to you the other day on Rajasthan, you immediately broke into Hindi.
Thoda.
Thoda. Is that the biggest difficulty that politicians from the south find when they go up north? To adjust to a Hindi heartland, you have to learn Hindi?
It is a challenge for all of us. We have to learn. Hindi is also our national language. We have to learn Hindi.
Because when you took up this very important post, one fear was, will a MP from Kerala, experienced of course, be able to adjust to the politics of North India, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, UP, Bihar? Their politics are very different. How have you adjusted? How have you changed? How has KC Venugopal changed?
The circumstances make your position change all this thing. That circumstances will demand you.
What is easier, to do politics in Kerala? You were tourism minister, I think, here for a while as well. This hotel, in a way.
After Mr. Thomas, I was a tourism minister.
That's right. You let poor Mr. Thomas out of your party. But I want to understand, what is more difficult, doing politics at the state level or politics in Delhi? Is this the more difficult challenge in very ways?
My understanding is, those who done Kerala politics, it is very much easier for them to have national politics also.
Let's repeat that.
Those who have
experience in
Kerala politics, they will have an easy turn in Delhi national politics.
They'll have an easy turn. Mr. Karnakaran didn't find that, he was one of your most powerful Congress leaders in Kerala. When he went to Delhi, life was not as easy.
He was there.
He was there, around.
He was there very much. And Anthonyji was there very much for the long time. You know that.
His son has now gone and joined the BJP.
Doesn't matter. He is 100% stronger congressman.
Are you disappointed that so many young congressmen, people close to Rahul Gandhi, have all left you and joined BJP? Jyotiraditya Scindia, RPN Singh, Jitin Prasad, all close to Rahul Gandhi, all have gone to the BJP.
I'm disappointed that thinking about the future of that young boys, what they are doing in BJP. because Jyotiraditya Scindia is one of my best friend. Best friend. We used to sit in the same chair in the parliament. But now, when I see him, no happiness in his face.
You have become a face reader.
No. I'm telling you. You are talking about the people left Congress party. What about Jagdish, ex-chief minister?
Jagdish
Shettar. What about Saudi? How many BJP people joined in Congress also? This is also one complaint from our side to media. Whenever a Congress DCC president joined BJP, big breaking. DCC president joined in BJP. Whenever an ex-chief minister joined Congress from BJP, small shot.
No, not true. On the day that Mr. Shettar joined, our reporter traveled...
India Today done.
Our India Today reporter traveled 8 hours by car to get me a OB live with Jagdish Shettar at 9 p.m. on the day he left the party.
So you cannot make... You are different little bit.
I am different little bit. You're saying little bit very quietly, but that's okay. I can still live with that also.
If Congress party is giving a good certificate to you, it will be trouble to you a lot.
That's right. That's right. Anybody from the Congress gives me a certificate, it is troubling. We've had a completely wonderful time. Mr. Venugopal, you've opened up. I think it's the air of Kerala that makes you. I've been asking him for several months now in Delhi to invite me over for breakfast because I want to have nice dosas. What does he do? He invites Shiv Kumar and Siddaramaiah and then sends me the photograph. Look at it. They've resolved all the issues over breakfast. I said, what happened to my breakfast? I want news from you. You have to give us news also.
Certainly.
Why are you such a private person? I don't see you opening up in Delhi like you have opened up in Kerala.
No. My job is not to open up all the decisions of the Congress party. My job is to work in Congress party for the party and for the party leadership. That we are doing.
Your personal ambitions, would you Do you have any personal
Die as a congressman. Die as a congressman.
Die as a congressman. You told me something very interesting. You told me you joined politics at the age of 13, 1-3.
Yeah.
What were you doing at 13?
When I was in 8th standard in Madhamangalam Government High School, you can check. It is a very, very remote area in the state. There is no bus also at that point of time. There is no travel. We used to walk to the school, high school, government high school. And I stand a candidate of KSU, leader. Here, school election also that point of period, political basis. KSU versus SFI. I started my political career from that point of time.
At the age
I become
of 13?
become KSU's Taluk secretary that when I was 13 years. I'm telling, now it is I'm 60, 47 years I was in politics.
You don't look 60. Look at my hair, it's all gone grey and I'm 58. Huh?
You are so intelligent, therefore hair may be white.
No, I seem to have all the problems, you don't seem to have all the problems. My hair grows grey, but you know, we have still 5 minutes to go. What is it about KC Venugopal that we don't know? Apart from the fact that you started your political career at the age of 13, are there other things about you that we don't know?
That interesting things. I used to play volleyball in my school and college life. Because I am not intended to come in politics at all. My family want to become a lecturer or engineer or something. I done my PG in mathematics. Then I studied, I am interested in mathematics only. But incidentally, that during the period of education, I used to contest election in the colleges as a university union councillor, university union chairman, senate member, this type of thing. It already automatically made me a politician, student politician those days. Then, incidentally, that point of time, when party decided to contest in Lok Sabha election, my first election was Kasaragod Lok Sabha election. I lost that election for 2,500 votes.
First election? Which year was that?
91. 91.
And volleyball is your favorite sport?
Yeah.
Because volleyball is the ultimate team sport.
Jimmy George, Kerala.
Yeah, the great Jimmy George.
Jimmy George. He was the icon of volleyball that point of time for me like people. In Bharat Jodo Yatra, you used to play volleyball.
You played volleyball during the Bharat Jodo Yatra?
Evening time, we used to play.
Did Rahul Gandhi play volleyball, and Rahul Gandhi was kept out of all
Rahul Gandhi used to watch that type of World Cup football was there. We used to watch World Cup football.
That's a nice life, yeah, watching World Cup football after...
Walking.
After all that walking, while you all played the volleyball.
Yeah.
You know, that Bharat Jodo Yatra, I was I walked for part of it to report on it when it completed 100 days. That must have been a huge organizational exercise. Your rivals are asking, paisa kidhar se aaya? This is the BJP said. They put all that the Congress says they have no money, but they have money for a Bharat Jodo Yatra.
How much money we spent? That they didn't know.
How much did you spend?
Very. We didn't spend much at all. Because our state unit is doing. We never doing from AICC. Whenever we are in Tamil Nadu for 3 days, entire Tamil Nadu PCC is taking donation from the people of Tamil Nadu and they are doing the yatra. When we are in Kerala, entire Kerala PCC is capable enough. Within 30 days, they collected 5 crores in Kerala, from Kerala. Through 137 challenge. They named it as a 137 challenge. We had a system for like that. In Karnataka PCC has done.
So you deny that this was an extremely expensive exercise that the Congress overtook?
Nothing, because that was a great experience for all of us. The people from all walk of the country joined Bharat Jodo Yatra.
One final question. You and Rahul Gandhi, as I said at the outset, are reportedly very close to each other. He confides a lot in you. Is it true that you all were sitting next to each other in Parliament when you were an MP in the Lok Sabha and he was, and sitting next to each other you all became friends? That's why every congressman now wants to sit next to Rahul Gandhi after that. If I sit next to Rahul Gandhi, I'll become the next KC Venugopal.
I used to sit next to him only, but my relationship was there earlier also when I was in Youth Congress, but it was built up during the period of 2014-19 when we were in the opposition bench. We were only 43. That point of time, we were only 43 members. I think if you can witness how much energy we have there to fight against BJP with these 43 members, I am one among that 43 with great fighting mood.
The BJP has projected Rahul Gandhi as a pappu. What is the reality? Who is the real Rahul Gandhi?
That Rajiv has to give a judgment. If you have a sincere, independent view, you have to give a view to viewers now whether Rahul Gandhi is a pappu or not.
No, Rahul,
in my view,
yes.
You can see his speeches. He can speak speeches. My view, in Kerala, during the Bharat Jodo Yatra, every individual came to him and speak to him. He talked about them. Journalists are there, farmers are there, students are there, engineers are there.
He should speak to journalists also.
Journalists also speaking. Whomever is coming, he is speaking to their subject in a very, very knowledgeable way. Because I know that him. I wondered, once he talked about Narayana Gurudevan. You know Narayana Gurudevan in Kerala, greatest reformist. Whatever things he know about Narayana Gurudev is an amazing thing for me also. He know everything about Narayana. Whenever Karnataka even, Lingayat Guru, he know about him. Basavannaji. But he is a person who is listening, he is a person who is reading, he is a person who is knowing. But the life factory of BJP and RSS have one point agenda to destroy, tarnish his image through this word of Pappu. But now Bharat Jodo Yatra destroy that image also. I am very sure that now the India realizing he is not a Pappu, he is an intelligent, sincere, humble, simple politician of India.
K.C. Venugopal, this has been an education for many of us to find out who is that voice behind this powerful figure in the Congress party. Your tone certainly indicates Congress abhi zinda hai. That you believe like tiger zinda hai, Congress cannot be written off. We'll wait and see what happens in the next 10 months. You will be a figure to watch out for. But you've given us a big insight into the way the Congress functions. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand.
Thank you.
K.C. Venugopal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rajdeep. Thank you so much, Mr. K.C. Venugopal. I'd now call upon Mr. B.V. Rao, Group Consulting Editor, to hand over a token of appreciation to Mr. K.C. Venugopal. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. That was a very fiery session. After a long time that we have seen GSO, what they call in Congress party, GSO speaking his mind out in front of the media. We will now have a quick 5-minute break as the actor himself, Mr. Kamal Haasan, is reaching the stage in next 5 minutes. The Vishwarupam, the man himself, will be here in next 5 minutes. Please don't go anywhere. Hold on to your seats as the showstopper will be here soon. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, in just few seconds, Mr. Kamal Haasan will be on the stage. All of you please remain seated. A big round of applause for Mr. Kamal Haasan. The session will be now more. The session now will be moderated by Mr. Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, India Today Group.
Wow, that's quite an entry. We had the politicians, now we have the star politician. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finale at the India Today South Conclave 2023. It's been 2 wonderful days here in Kovalam, and we have with us to end this wonderful session, the one and only mega star, someone who has gone often where few others have dared to tread. Please give a big hand to the one and only Kamal Haasan. How should I introduce you today? As actor, superstar, or founder of the Makkal Nidhi Mayam? In what capacity, Kamal Haasan, are you most comfortable at the moment?
I'm very comfortable with today. And since it's India Today, we'll start with today. I'm a neo-politicalturist, so you can introduce me.
No, so what comes first? The actor in you or the politician in you? Are you at the end of the day an actor still finding his feet in the turbulent world of politics?
Yeah, I think it's not finding the feet. I think I'm financing my sojourn with my acting.
So you're doing your acting only to finance your political career?
I have chosen my trajectory, and people have been very kind to me, and they've taken care of me for more than 60 years and kept me in a pedestal, deservingly or not, I don't know. But I'm very happy for what they have done to me, and I'm returning that with thanks, with my participation in their life, in their future.
No, you're being rather modest here, because you keep saying you're only in cinema to finance your politics, but your cinema is doing bloody well, if I may say so. You've just had another big hit in Vikram. It sort of created huge waves, if I may ask. And this is for an actor who many thought, now is going to slowly fade away. You're not fading away. You're getting even stronger and stronger on screen.
Yeah, the same might happen in politics as well.
Is that more difficult, though? Is that, let's be clear, politics, Kamal Haasan ji, and I think I've asked you this when you first decided to enter politics 5 or 6 years ago, politics is 24/7. It's ruthless. Compared to cinema, you find politics far more difficult. Making a cinematic debut was perhaps far easier than making a political debut.
No, it wasn't easy. As a matter of fact, in cinema, I have to prepare, write, create the film. And then people will say yes or no. They might cross it off or give me a tick. But here, in politics, I have to work with the people. The script is written by them. I think this is a better place to be, comfort-wise and duty-wise. This is the best place to be.
But while you've had all these string of big, super hits, your political career has not yet taken off. 2021, first time you went big in the Tamil Nadu elections, you all won what? 3%, around 3% of the vote. You also lost from Coimbatore after giving a fight in the early rounds. You all didn't win a single seat. It seemed to me from the outside that here was a film star struggling to make a mark in politics. Is that how you see it? How do you see that period from 2021 till today?
Well, we now see Kamal Haasan as a star, but Keralites here will remember the beginning when Prem Nazir Sahab was ruling as the emperor of Malayalam cinema, and MGR, Shivaji were there, and they said that I had no place. I shouldn't even be here. Small bits, crumbs will be thrown at you. Be satisfied with that. And it wasn't easy and for me, the greatest teacher, professor in my life has been failures. I learned from them, and that's how I am sitting here, and that's how I produced Vikram.
What did you learn from that 2021 defeat? When you suddenly found I don't have any seats, all my candidates have lost, what did you learn?
Nothing. I've had films fail where money was at stake. Here it was only prestige at stake. But I'm still fighting for people, and I'll continue doing so.
So what role are you now? Actors change roles, and you've been remarkable in the number of roles that you've done. What's your new role? I saw the other day Mr. Siddaramaiah being sworn in, and there you were on the stage sitting next to, I think, Farooq Abdullah on one side, Sharad Pawar on the other, and there I see Kamal Haasan. What is your role as part of this anti-BJP alliance, a Congress-led alliance? What is Kamal Haasan's role now?
Let me clearly place myself being a centrist.
Being a centrist?
Centrist. My concern is about India, not about parties. I'm party agnostic, so it doesn't matter. India is very important. I think wherever I am placed, I will do my best for south of India. I'm not being parochial now. Kerala is my place, Andhra is my place, Karnataka is my place. And I can call each one of that home, and no Malayali will deny me that. And I can say the same thing in Karnataka. And I can say that I said it in Kerala, I'm saying it in Karnataka. So for me, India first, South India is my most important goal, to give it the prestige and placement it deserves.
No, but let's be honest. You're saying you're party agnostic, but I haven't seen you going hand in hand with Narendra Modi on any yatra or any visit, but I've seen you going hand in hand with Rahul Gandhi. I see you at the Congress.
I was invited by Mr. Rahul Gandhi. He called me as a citizen. Dear fellow citizen is how he addressed me. I'm yet to receive a letter like that from Mr. Modi.
No, one minute. Are you telling me, Kamal Haasan, tomorrow morning, Narendra Modi is watching the India Today South conclave and says, Kamal Haasan wants an invitation, tells PMO officials, invite him over for breakfast, let's discuss how he can put his party as part of a BJP alliance. Will you be part of it tomorrow?
No, alliance is a different thing. Breakfast is a different thing.
No, so you'll have breakfast with Mr. Modi, but you will not ally with the BJP.
No, it's an attitude, because it's an ideology. For right now, people are very important. Democracy, for me, is very important in its finest form. So there might be, we will agree to disagree.
No, but when you say you're party agnostic, you've made your party preferences very clear. Why not say that I am part of this grand alliance which is in the making, and I want to be part of like-minded parties. The Makkal Nidhi Mayam wants to be part of like-minded parties and fight the 2024 general elections as part of that alliance.
Now, more important than that is to fight for certain democratic rights for which it doesn't, I will beseech all parties to come together, to talk and have a dialogue. I mean, we can even talk about the parliament. I know you will ask questions about it.
I will ask about that.
So we'll talk about it when it comes to it. The idea is alliances are election-oriented. For me, it's country-oriented, democracy-oriented.
No, all of that is sounding well. I'm trying to understand from you, sir. The buzz is that in 2024, the Makkal Nidhi Mayam will be part of the DMK-led alliance in Tamil Nadu. Yes or no? Are you willing to be part of that alliance?
Why should I say yes or no now? Especially being a screenwriter, the story is being written and I want to know the climax. I won't do that spoiler.
No, I'm even told that they've decided to give you the Coimbatore seat. The one seat that you all will get is Coimbatore, where you will contest. Is that true?
Nice story. I like the idea, but we haven't had any discussions like that.
But you like the idea?
I like the idea, but what is liking and what happens are two different things.
But look at the trajectory you've taken. When you entered politics, you were saying that you were someone offering an alternative in Tamil Nadu politics. You were attacking the AIDMK, you were criticizing the DMK, and you effectively said you'll be part of a third front. In fact, at that stage, I even saw you occasionally with Arvind Kejriwal, and there was a talk that you also wanted to emulate an Aam Aadmi kind of model for Tamil Nadu. Now we are seeing the possibility of you being part of a DMK-led alliance led by Mr. Stalin. Have you also realized in politics, you have to make compromises?
No, I'm not even talking about compromises. I'm talking about coming together. Especially south of India coming together. That's the reason why I'm here. I want to pass on the message, to not advise, but beseech them. It's a moment of truth and you'll have to come together.
What do you mean by come together? You're telling me that all the South India states have to come together in some form of a grand coalition.
And have a dialogue with whatever you disagree with, whatever be the party, BJP, Congress, whoever it is. Let's go back to the 70s, then we'll have a different discussion about emergency.
No, but you're calling on all the parties of the South to sit across a table.
And have a dialogue.
On what?
On how the nation should move forward, how the constitution should be. And that is why I wrote in a letter to the PM and also addressing the opposition party, not to boycott the parliament, but continue the dialogue, debate.
Let's talk about that. You're saying that you believe that the opposition party should not have boycotted the parliament inauguration.
Yes.
Why? Explain that to us.
Because that's my building too. Disowning it is only stifling your voice. And your voice won't be heard. That's the best place to be heard. And there are certain things we want to ask questions about the expansion of it and why there wasn't a dialogue with us meaning all of us.
So you don't go by the opposition's view that the Prime Minister was inaugurating the new Parliament building, hence don't attend that session. You believe they should have attended it. They represent all Indians across India, and therefore don't take a hardline position.
Now, as much as they insist that the president should have been invited, I think I would insist that the party should participate because it's my parliament, our parliament.
This is your centrism. Therefore people say if Kamal Haasan continues what they call monkey balancing, you'll fall off the tightrope one day. Are you willing to sort of be very clear in taking positions? In politics, you have to make adjustments, make compromises.
Let me give you some monkey talk.
Monkey baat or monkey baat?
Not to be confused with monkey bath. Nothing to do with bathing here. So, I'm talking about monkey balance is a fantastic balance. And it doesn't balance on just the biped, it uses all fours. And even when it loses balance, it can come back up again. So monkey balance is nothing to be ridiculed about.
we are entering a phase of politics. You suggested that you believe democracy is under threat. Am I correct? Do you believe democracy is under threat, is in danger? You seem to suggest that these are challenging times for Indian democracy.
Always, democracy is not like money in the vault. You keep it there and come back and collect it later on. Democracy needs constant vigil. And that's what I'm calling for. That's what we should do, all of us. Keep vigil and ask the right questions at the right time. Have a debate, disagree, but then understand why things are being done. Consult.
What worries you most about Indian democracy today? In the past, you would speak about money, power. You've spoken to me about dynastical politics. What worries you about democracy today?
Well, I have a litany of woes. Let me make it short. I think I'm concerned about, not because I'm a lawyer's son, I'm concerned about the judiciary. I'm concerned about the number of seats we are going to get as South Indians in the parliament. If it's by population, we must come and have a discussion on it. Because just for good behavior, we shouldn't be punished, because we are the highest taxpayers in the country, the south of India. And for that good behavior and controlling of fertility rates and keeping the population down, we shouldn't be punished.
So you're also coming out strongly against the possibility that delimitation in 2026 could result in more Lok Sabha seats for the Hindi heartland states, which have higher populations and fewer for South India. I mean, you almost seem to be now playing on a South Indian identity. You're moving from a Dravida identity to talking about a wider South Indian identity.
Let me surprise you with one more line.
Please do.
The Dravidian identity does not stay only with Tamil Nadu. Dravidian identity is pan-national.
Explain that.
Yes. Go to Mohenjo-daro Harappa, go to Keeladi, you'll find the connection. And look at the race, the mix of the races. Malayalis, Kannadigas, some of them, now we are all mixed, we are a potpourri, but most of them are Dravidians. You look at their lips, look at their eye color, complexion, all that. Yeah, one or two mulattoes like me will be there. But I think Dravidianism cannot be limited just to Tamil Nadu. I've said it in a Murasoli meeting. Murasoli is
the mouthpiece of the DMK.
Yeah, DMK. In that, I said it cannot just belong, you can't be just the bastion, it belongs to the nation. And that's a bigger dialogue.
No, but when you are talking today about building a South Indian identity, at least a political identity, possibly a social identity, there will be those out there who will say, this could lead potentially to growing North-South friction. That if all the South Indian states, as you're saying, need to come together, consult with each other, build a consensus on delimitation.
Sorry to interrupt. Yes, but you tell me when there'll be more friction, when two states in North India, just two of them, Bihar and UP put together, will supersede by numbers all of the South Indian states put together. Will there be friction or not? So that's what I'm concerned about. That's what I'm worried about. And we should address that. And I'm not talking about appeasing us. Consult us, convince us. For the nation, we are willing to do certain things, but not life sacrifices.
So you're telling us that you believe that if any decisions have to be taken on delimitation, where the South will lose out, they cannot be taken without consultation of all the South states.
Yes.
All the leaders of the South, of the southern states need to be taken into confidence before any such decision is taken.
Yes.
I'm getting a sense in this India Today South conclave that we've actually laid the platform for what will become a big issue in a couple of years, delimitation? Because several speakers who've come on this platform have expressed similar concerns. Is this going to be the election agenda that you go with to 2024? Vote for us in big numbers so that we will stop delimitation. We will not allow the BJP to bring delimitation in 2026.
That need not be the primary call, but that could be one of them. It could be.
Could be one of them.
Because it's something that concerns me as a South Indian. I pay my taxes. You can ask the IT department about my reputation. So I'm concerned. I should not be punished for my good behavior while criminals walk free.
Do you worry about some of the other issues which you raised when you first entered politics? Brazen use of money power, dynastical politics, the need to sort of make politics more merit-oriented. You at first said, that when you came into politics that you'll make the Makkal Nidhi Mayam a party with a difference. A number of your leaders left you because they felt you're going nowhere. I come back, the original idea of your joining politics, is it still alive in you or over time has got diluted?
No, it is very alive and I'm more clearer. As I told you, failures are my greatest professors. And there are lecturers too, but I listen to professors.
Let me for a moment, just for a few moments, turn to your other avatar and then we'll come back to politics, of course.
Yes.
You had one of your biggest hits, if not the biggest hit of your career in Vikram last year.
No, it is, without much ado, it is the biggest hit in the Tamil film industry.
Ever?
Ever.
Pretty impressive. Did you think that, if I may ask, you were 66, 67, you look very young.
Thank you. You reduced 2 more years. Thank you.
But did you think that, look, in what many believe is the autumn of my career, you were doing Big Boss, you were doing other things also, that here I come and give the biggest hit, as you said, in the history of Tamil cinema. What do you think worked for Vikram?
I think the film was good, and they have not seen too many of such films and not seen too much of me. And at the same time, Big Boss, I'm doing the next season as well because it's a great platform for me to talk to people.
No, you say that, but many will say that, you spend far too much time still because your love for cinema is so great, or your love to be on, do a program like Big Boss. Do you get enough time then to do the rest of the things that you need to do as a politician?
My love for people is far greater. I'm not
but you can't win Tamil Nadu by doing Big Boss. You have to win Tamil Nadu by traveling across the state.
Which I'm doing. Even for this conclave, I had many such engagements. Yesterday night was a very late night. But I keep going around now, not only Tamil Nadu, but south of India.
Where is the... Thank you very much. But you started your cinema career at the age of? 6. I thought it was 4. Started at the age of 4. Remarkable. You've been doing this for over 6 decades. And you still seem so remarkably enthusiastic, fresh. And you're getting bigger and bigger with all these hits. Big Boss, new audience, younger audience. What keeps Kamal Haasan going? What is this love affair you have with cinema?
If I had not been a cinema actor, I'll be a cinema buff. I still am. I love cinema and I love people, and both come together when fame comes. And politics is another venue, which is not a profession, it's my commitment.
But in the last few years, we've seen this, since we're talking about South India politically, while South India may feel that North India is dominating them politically, particularly through delimitation, in the cinema world, this is a glorious period for films coming out of this part of the world, whether it's the RRRs, the Pushpas, the Bahubalis, the big ticket movies, or indeed the Vikrams. and you've got all these pan-India stars emerging from the South. You were the original pan-India star. Ek Duje Ke Liye was early 80s. Are you in a sense feeling vindicated today when you see South cinema make its mark and become pan-India?
I'll have to quote Mr. Raj Kapoor. They were finding the difference, the divide between art cinema and the kind of cinema that Mr. Raj Kapoor is making. And he said, I don't see the difference. Cinema is art. So I don't see the difference. I am Indian and I have talent. And there are people who are much more talented than me who are not exposed. The light has not shone on them. It doesn't matter. For me, my greatest doyen guru is Mr. Dilip Kumar. He might speak a smattering of Tamil, that's all. He might not even understand if I express my love in Tamil. But that's how the country has been, and that's how it will be. And this is cyclic. It will keep changing like the weather. Uttarayan and Dakshinayan is a great example. The sun will shine slightly in different angles, the way of the world. And we did not feel any vindication or even, we can be sportive about it.
So are you saying cinema is language agnostic? At the end of the day, good cinema, whether it comes in Telugu, Malayalam, Tamil, Kannada, can compete with Hindi cinema or any cinema and be replicated now in multiple languages.
Absolutely.
As you did with Vikram.
Yeah, I think the new international is the regional ethnic. The more ethnic you become, the more international you.
The more ethnic you become, the more international
you become. Because they really want to know. They don't want us imitating or aping them. They want to know about us. And the world is ready. It wasn't before. It is now. The playground is being leveled. It's not yet leveled, but it's being leveled. And we should talk about this different parochial differences in India. We should aim for the world like Korea did. And that's where I see Indian cinema going. And that's the direction I want to live to see that.
So when you saw, if you woke up that morning when the Oscars were announced, RRR wins an Oscar award, do you feel that this is all small steps, baby steps, some big steps being taken towards this?
The finale will be when Hollywood actors come to receive Indian international awards.
Hollywood actors come to receive Indian awards?
Yes. That's been my, not a fantasy, but a vision for India, where they can go. Unlike China or Japan or even Korea, we are an English-speaking country. We have defined our own language with our accents, our guttural R's. All that is forgiven now. We have our own language. Some of the best English novelists are of Indian origin. So I see that will happen in, and Mr. Gandhi was international.
Mm-hmm. So do you want to be part of is that what you'd like to be next? Part of a grand collaborative effort where an Indian production is going global, Kamal Haasan stars in it? Is that what, because you've achieved everything that you could have achieved in cinema.
More than Kamal Haasan starring in it, my company can produce it. I have other things that I told you about, politics. So my company is now producing many films, and I've started a company called Kamal Haasan's House of Qadar.
Kamal Haasan's?
House of Qadar. And that sells dresses. We started it in Chicago. We have 12 outlets in America now. And what I'm wearing is khadi. So this is what I see. This is my vision for India.
You're an entrepreneur, quite apart. So that's another role. You see, you do these wonderful films where you play various roles, that famous 9 roles that you
10 roles, yeah.
10 roles that you played. So your latest role is a bit of an entrepreneur who looks after all these stores. Is there someone managing?
No, somebody is managing it. Like my company, Raj Kamal Films, which was first called Haasan Brothers. When we started it, I was 24 when I started the company. So, and it's now in its 40th or 42nd year. and in our 52nd production.
I wanted to ask you this, that cinema, Kamal Haasan, in a way has become politicized. You've seen with recent films, Kerala Story is an example of it. Some states like Bengal have banned it. In Tamil Nadu also there's a question mark whether it's been banned or it's not being shown in certain theatres, allegedly because it seemed to demonize the Kerala Muslim. How do you see it? Do you believe that it should have been banned? What is your view?
Let me talk, now we are talking cinema, I have the...
It's cinema and politics, both.
Yeah, but I have the right to talk about both.
Absolutely.
So, as a director, writer, and an actor, I never believed in hyperbole or on-the-nose kind of films. It has to be subtle, it has to be truthful. And rhetorics and exaggeration sort of takes away the suspended disbelief that cinema actually anchors its whole philosophy on. So I'm against films which go over the top. I have done some of them. That's why I started my production company, so that I could rectify the mistakes. And most of my productions have been decent films, cinematically speaking. And some have collected, some have not collected so well. But there have been a truthful attempt at cinema, and the content was not blatant and falsified.
In your view, is that what Kerala Story has done?
I have not seen the film. I only heard what people spoke of it. From what I could derive, certain things could have happened, but you cannot increase the numbers, exaggerate the numbers, and make it look like a national crisis.
Would you ban the film?
I wouldn't ban any film. Let them talk. But I would try to tell people to understand the film and what's the purpose of that film. That's what I'm doing when people ask me about not only Kerala, because my film was banned in Tamil Nadu. Vishwarupam. Still people are wondering why it was banned. And there was a case between Raj Kamal Films and the Tamil Nadu government. We won the case and we released the film. And I will not advocate banning of any film. As a matter of fact, I was one of the strong advocates of this certification board turning into a censor board and banning or editing films. This country should have free speech. They can certify the film and say certain people could not see the film.
And you're saying audiences should go to the film with a certain dose of skepticism, recognize perhaps that the filmmaker...
Suspended disbelief.
Suspended disbelief. Audiences should go to watch a film like Kerala Story with suspended disbelief.
Yeah, and then think before, because we come from a land of filmmakers. You can either be Goebbels or you can be C. Annamalai of Tamil Nadu. The choice is yours. And what did Mr. Annamalai do that Goebbels did not do? I'll tell you, it used to be called Madras. Now it has become Tamil Nadu. I have a list of things that Annamalai achieved through writing just in films and then coming into politics. And the complaint, you were saying that it's a recent kind of a situation where the South feels neglected. We felt neglected even before independence. Periyar was one such voice. And Annamalai has said, Vadakku vazhgirathu, Tekku theigirathu. The north shines and we wane. That's been a complaint for a long time. It has not been addressed.
You're speaking in a way, you're giving a very nuanced answer, which I'm glad on Kerala Story, not black or white. But it's not just Kerala Story. Last year, one of the big successes was Kashmir Files. Again, the critics said this is a political propaganda film. Both films were promoted by the ruling BJP. Now we've got a film coming out on Savarkar, a biography of Savarkar, and there's talk that the RSS is speaking to a lot of producers, directors, saying, please make such films, we'll fully support it. Do you believe cinema and politics should mix in this manner? Would you advise politicians to promote a film?
Cinema is a medium, like the press. You could talk to the people through it. It is not as direct as a stage like this, but it still can talk to people. What should not mix is religion and politics. I'm concerned, I'm frightened about that. Because around the world, we have examples of things going wrong when it happened. And that's my concern. Otherwise, cinema can talk. You can, in America, they make a Malcolm X, where the majority of them are Caucasian, and they make a film called Malcolm X, and Martin Luther walks across the streets in Washington with Marlon Brando beside him.
There will be those who will say the best way, in a way, to then promote the kind of ideology, your beliefs, is make another strong film that tells possibly of the dangers of mixing religion with politics.
I've done it about 23 years back.
You've done a few, yes. You've done it 23 years back. I'm saying, would you do it now in today's context?
Will it be allowed now?
Sorry?
Will it be allowed now?
Why won't it be allowed? Are you worried about that? You went on the Bharat Jodo Yatra at a time when many film stars and celebrities were reluctant to go along with Rahul Gandhi, fearing what adverse reaction will it have. Was there any backlash?
Well, we'll see. I shouldn't talk too soon.
No taxman has come to your house, has there?
They can't, because I pay my taxes. If they do come, they'll come to collect, respectfully.
No, but are you saying somewhere that in that earlier answer that you gave me about, will I be allowed to make such a film?
No, I'm just joking.
I'll tell you why. Because Rahul Gandhi, with whom you did this Bharat Jodo Yatra, goes around the country saying there's an atmosphere of fear, that Indian democracy is under threat. Do you believe Indian democracy is under threat? Do you believe that there's an atmosphere of fear?
I'd like to amend that by saying that democracy will always be under threat by avaricious, power-seeking politicians. It will always be under threat, and we have to keep that vigil. That's what I said before. I repeat it again, reiterate that democracy is not something you plant and it'll go into a tree. You'll have to constantly watch that. It's not a cactus. It's a gentle tree. We'll have to foster it and make it grow.
We're sort of winding down on the conversation, but I want to understand from you, Kamal Haasan, how do you see yourself over the next few years? These are important years, big election next year. There's an election in Tamil Nadu in about 2.5, 3 years from now. How will you divide your time between your cinematic work and your political work? Will there come a time when you will finally say, I've had enough of this, for the next 3 years, all I will do is just focus on public life? Can that ever happen? Is that possible for you?
Yes, I was always ready to do that, but I needed the money.
When you keep saying this to me,
I needed the money to run the party, because it's a lot of money. And
How much?
I'm not even paying the voters. It still is costing. So I might have to do it for some time, but then if push comes to shove, people are more important than cinema to me right now.
Because, Rajnikant, your great, I won't call him competitor, but two of you were sort of iconic figures for the longest time in Tamil cinema. Eventually backed out from politics because I think he felt that I can't devote that kind of time. I don't want to get into this world of politics. I will only focus on cinema. You took the big plunge. Do you have any regrets? Do you think Rajni did it right? Maybe I should have been a Rajnikant. I could have just focused.
Not at all. If possible, if only his health would permit, I would have convinced him to come back.
You mean you would have had a double star, you and him possibly together?
Let him be in the opposition, but I believe in democracy. We'll agree to disagree.
Because as we've seen, South Indian stars have had a mixed track record when they've entered politics. NTR was a huge success, and this is his centenary year. Within 5 months of joining politics, won a huge election in Andhra Pradesh. MGR remarkable success story in Tamil Nadu politics. But then you've had a Shivaji Ganeshan, you've had a few others not so successful in their political careers. What is it that you think it takes to become an NTR or an MGR? Or is that era over where you could translate your star appeal directly onto into politics? Is that era over?
I came into cinema when Mr. NTR and Mr. MGR were ruling the roost.
In cinema?
In cinema.
Yes.
And I did not want to become an NTR or MGR. I became Kamal Haasan. So even in politics, I will not emulate them totally. There are some good things they did. I will try to incorporate them if I'm given the opportunity.
The reason I'm saying this is, as I said, is it more difficult now than it was then? Then there was a novelty factor in a way. You know, stars coming in, there were these, NTR almost as taking his mythological roles from Krishna, Ram, to becoming this superstar in politics. MGR also, the character was created very carefully by Anna and others so that he could become this big star. Is it more difficult now for an actor to make that transition into politics? Amitabh Bachchan, for example, the biggest star of Hindi cinema, gave it up, couldn't do it.
I think it should be made difficult for anyone to just jump into politics and become successful. They must show their earnestness and be responsible. That should be the qualities they should be looking for. And I think they'll find that in me.
You know, you, with films like Vikram, reach millions of people, cinema audiences. You go for a rally in Coimbatore, you reach out to a political audience. As you connect with them, what's the difference you find? Is it easier for you to connect with a cinematic audience because you're confident of your craft, as opposed to connecting with a political audience where you're still learning the craft of how to woo them?
I don't know whether you saw the footages of people crying and saying, when I lost. They said, what happened to our votes?
What happened to your votes?
Votes, our votes, they're saying. We voted for him. This is the people. What happened? And I've made people cry in movies, but many people helped me do that. Here, it was just me. I'm happy that I've made that connect with that demography of people. They are not talking about the actor now. They're not looking at a good or bad performance. They're looking at the injustice of it. And I like it.
What did you tell that old lady who said, I voted for you, but you didn't win?
No, I watched it on television.
So you watched it on TV?
So I was moved. That's all I can say.
If you were to become the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and it's a huge if, right? What is the first thing you would do?
Right to Services Act, right to information, all that with teeth, not just signing. Once that is committed, when politicians will have to be responsible, that will be the done. Not just me, any Chief Minister, I'll beseech, convince, and ask him to do that.
First thing that you would do, give teeth to a right to information and a right to services.
Yes.
And make the politician, including your colleagues, more accountable.
Absolutely.
Effective in that is, you believe, today's
Since you said, if I were to sign it, including me, will have to be answerable.
Effectively, what you're saying is today's politicians are not accountable. That the fact is they're not accountable to the people of the country. Let's be honest. The same politicians you were sharing a stage at Mr. Siddaramaiah swearing in, most of them, are they accountable?
They must be.
No, must be is different. Are they accountable?
They are. They must be accountable. They must come forward and take the responsibility. If they have not taken it, I will be the first critic. It doesn't matter. Alliance or no alliance, my party failing or succeeding, doesn't matter. This is how politics should be.
I've just got a question from a friend of mine who's watching and saying...
No, I can't call a friend, so you just ask the question.
Expectations are sky high from your collaboration with Shankar, director. What can you tell us about the much anticipated Indian 2? Happening, not happening?
I beg your pardon?
Happening, your collaboration with Shankar?
Yes, it is.
Excited about it?
Very excited. And if people felt that Indian 1 spoke politics, they won't be disappointed with Indian 2.
Okay. You are the ultimate all-rounder. Actor, director, producer. You've been a lyricist.
Yes.
You've been a singer. You've been a terrific dancer. You've been a cameraman.
Assistant.
You've been an assistant cameraman. And you've been a politician. What is that role that you're most comfortable in? In all these roles that you played, what's the role that the true Kamal Haasan comes to life in?
In a democratic country, as a citizen of India.
As a citizen of India.
That makes me very proud.
That's a politically correct answer.
Now, why do you expect politically incorrect answers from me?
No, I thought you'd say that my favorite role was when I was assistant camera person.
No, I learn from my past and understand the present and try to forecast the future.
As you said, you've crossed all language barriers, geographies, especially in the south. We have a large audience here of people from the wonderful state of Kerala. If you were to give a dialogue in Malayalam.
No dialogues. ഇവിടെ ഡയലോഗ്സിന് അത്ര വാല്യൂ ഇല്ല, സത്യം പറയണം. What I said is here dialogues don't work too well, truth does.
Nice line. We also have a few people who come from Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. If you had to say something to them in Telugu.
ఏం చెప్పాలండి, చెప్పిందంతా మీకు అర్థమైంటుంది. అది మన అందరూ కలిసి చేయాలి, అదే చెప్తున్నాను.
What does that mean?
What am I to say, sir? You would have understood the purport of this conversation, and we'll all get together and do what we have to do.
And when you met Mr. Siddaramaiah, you might have exchanged a few words in Kannada. What would you like to say to the new government in Karnataka and Kannada?
Barthini, we'll have breakfast again with the CM. I've had breakfast with the CM many times. I am promised to come again. Great breakfast he gives.
And then your wonderful language of Tamil to your sort of adoring Tamil crowds. What would you tell them in Tamil?
I always start my speech with Uire Urave Tamile. That explains everything. It means my life, my relations, and my Tamils. Tamil, the language.
You know, in these 2-3 minutes that you just spoke so fluently and gracefully in all the 4 languages, you've given us, in a sense, a secret to your magic. And the reason why actors like you, and indeed now being public figures, are looked up to, because you've crossed all boundaries, and in crossing those boundaries, you represent true plurality of Indian citizenship.
Thank you.
And I think that, in a way, is what you symbolize. And may you long continue.
Thank you.
Both in acting, in politics, and all the various roles that you play. Is there any one role that you haven't played in out of all these actor, producer, lyricist, singer, dancer?
Your role. I've always been asked questions. I never had the chance to fire questions at people.
Aren't you doing that in Big Boss, in a way?
In a way, but not like you, not as efficiently and effectively like you.
Can we do one thing? Can I get paid a little bit of a fraction of what you get paid for Big Boss? I'll be okay. I'll do Big Boss, you do my role.
Yes.
Done?
Done.
Done?
Done.
Wonderful. But you've got to make sure that you negotiate that contract so I get a fraction of what
Yes,
you get.
yes.
Okay, so we've decided role reversals. I'm going to do the next big boss, and you have a new 9 p.m. anchor, Kamal Haasan. The ratings will go high. If not anything else, we'll get much higher rating. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been wonderful here to have Kamal Haasan here at the India Today South Conclave, one of the superstars of our generation. Thank you very much for joining us. And namaskara. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Razdeep Sardesai, and thank you, Mr. Kamal Haasan. I'd now request Mr. PB Nu, Director Marketing Kerala Tourism, to come over to the stage and hand over a token of appreciation to Mr. Kamal Haasan. A big round of applause to Mr. Kamal Haasan, the actor, director, producer, lyricist, entrepreneur, assistant camera person, all in one. I'd now like to announce that the dinner will be open, but it'll be by the beach. I would ask the audience to come for the dinner. It's open right away, and I'd like to thank our sponsors. Presenting sponsor, Kerala Tourism, powered by Kalyan Jewels. Health partner, Amrita University. Knowledge partner, Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science. Luxury design partner, Fenesta. Steel partner, Sham Steel. Celebration partner,